to go. It is 5:30. We will call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Garola?
Here.
Councilmember Peñalosa? Councilmember Peñalosa?
Oh, he's muted.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yeah, present.
Councilmember Stowe? Vice Mayor Reyes?
Here.
Mayor Flores?
Present. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. And we have none in the audience, and we don't have any online?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to the agenda items.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 4 items before the council this evening. The first pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Conflict of Labor Negotiator John Lawless and Patrice Hildreth, Employee Organizations Management and Confidential Series, and Porterville Peace Officer Association. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim, Claimant Ramiro Ruiz, Agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, comes to legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 3 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. And item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, comes to legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 2 cases. Staff report.
Thank you. 5:32, we will go into closed session. all set? It is 6:38. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action items taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There's just one item to report on, item A2, the claim by Ramiro Ruiz. On a motion by Mayor Flores, seconded by Councilmember Stowe, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was denied.
Thank you very much. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for invocation. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to lead us in an invocation? If not, let us continue to pray for public safety, all the firemen who are fighting fires, for the lives that may have been lost, for those who have faced evacuations, for those who have lost property, and for friends and families who are affected, inclusive the protection of all law enforcement who continue to protect and serve, for the overall protection and safety of everyone in and our surrounding communities. Please let us take a moment of silence to honor the loss of Nikki Edwards as she gained her wings and began her eternal life journey, and for your personal intentions. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now move into the presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor. This evening, we have with us Adam Peck from the Tulare County Workforce Investment Board. He's going to be joining us by Zoom and going to be presenting to us this evening in regards to the Tulare County CARES Act funding that was provided for business assistance.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you, Mayor, council members, and Mr. Lawless. I appreciate the opportunity to provide a brief overview of the grants that the Board of Supervisors provided and the Workforce Investment Board oversaw, and a little breakdown of the kinds of businesses, the number of businesses and kind of businesses that were served through that project. So the Tulare County Small Business COVID Relief Fund, the intent was to have $5 million of funding. They authorized up to $7.5 million, but the original plan was $5 million of funding to fund 1,000 small businesses and independent contractors throughout the county. That money could be used to pay rent, to pay utilities, and pay COVID-related expenses, kind of a bucket of things businesses were doing to react to the impact of the pandemic. Importantly, they could not have received EIDL funding or Paycheck Protection Program funding. That was a prerequisite the county had set in based upon some criteria as they understood it to the CARES Act funding. So, you know, just first of all, some quote from some businesses. One said, "Been in business 23 years and never had to ask for help, but we wanted to be able to stay in business. Thank you so much calling to help us out. We're more than grateful." The focus here was to get businesses, like we said, that really haven't been able to get help. They've struggled to find a way to get some assistance, and this, you know, $5,000 doesn't mean a lot to some businesses, but to others, it could mean a whole lot. So, where did those 1,075 businesses, that's how many, and we ended up funding actually 1,075. So the breakdown across the county, you can see Visalia has the most, followed by Tulare, followed by Porterville, and then the rest down the line. You know, I'm going to show you next a best measure we could get of market penetration rate, like of all the businesses, small businesses in these different areas, how many were reached through the grant. And that is here. Now, unfortunately, with this, Porterville actually ended up at the bottom in terms of what percentages of the businesses we were able to serve with this. We really put out a lot of effort. City staff worked closely with us. We contracted with the Porterville Chamber to help do outreach, and so we tried in a number of ways, and we had good responses, but just relative to some of the other areas. Now, again, these aren't ranked as total grants; they're ranked as relative to our understanding of the number of businesses in those communities. So what kind of industries were they? Number one for Porterville was 41 in a category. There are these NAICS industry codings in the broadest categories. I broke them down into. There are 41 in other services, which is kind of a bucket that looks at kind of all salons, estheticians, auto repair, a bunch of personal services kind of categories. And that's where it was expected going into the grant that that's where the focus would largely reach, and that indeed ended up being a great deal of the folks who ended up applying and getting funded. Oops. Let me get back to there. And also another larger category, but it drops quite a bit down to 11 here, professional and business services, and those are other kinds of broad services, not in the personal care, but other plumbers, photographers, lawn care, those type of businesses. And then 10 in leisure and hospitality, restaurants, arts and entertainment, largely restaurants being the largest in that category. Educational and health services, which for this were a lot of daycares and small doctors' offices that fit that category. And then retail, which is pretty self-explanatory. And then down to some ag-related businesses. So here ends up being the larger breakdown to see all the businesses that were funded that had a Porterville address. And that's another distinction I would want to make. These wouldn't necessarily be, and this is true for all of the cities I showed you, aren't necessarily in city limits. If there are addresses or businesses with a Porterville address, city address, without being in the city, that's all we looked at as the address, the city on the address of the business, physical address of the business. Now, how about in terms of how new the businesses were? This is our breakdown of when the business was established. So you can see for Porterville, we had a handful before 1990, about exactly even numbers of 14, and then that were established in the 90s or 2000s. A bunch of the predominant number in the 2010s, and there was an ability, if they had been established before March 19th, even in this year, that they could be eligible, and we had a few of those. They had to provide documents that established the business operating, before March as a condition of getting the funding. So now this step back and look just overall by district. Of course, Porterville's in District 5, but here's ends up being the breakdown that ended up getting funded by district. And you can see District 3 had by far the highest number. Very early on, recognizing that Visalia was going to dominate even the District 1 and District 4 numbers, because they pick off little pieces of Visalia. Visalia just has a high proportion of the businesses in the county. So all of our social media efforts, we boosted those social media posts everywhere but in Visalia, because we knew that Visalia was going to get plenty of representation without having a focus to do that. So that was our strategy. And then the breakdown by kinds of businesses, the types. So there's sole proprietorships independent contractors, the two being the two largest, and then a smattering of LLCs, some nonprofits which were allowed, partnerships, S corps, or other type of corporation. That ended up being the breakdown in that way. And just one last quote, another thing that the business said: "This opportunity is a godsend. I can't thank you enough. I'll utilize this in the most intelligent way and I can and develop my business through this crisis." So we just wanted to give you all an idea of this effort that was done broadly throughout the county, what the impact was specifically within Porterville. And I want to thank Jason for all the work he did with us and the chamber to try to reach out to businesses and make sure that they knew this opportunity was available. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, did you have any questions?
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Did you say that part of the criteria was that they couldn't have received other types of funding for COVID from any COVID sources?
Specifically, they could not have received Paycheck Protection Program or SBA EIDL loan. They could have even received the EIDL advance, just not an EIDL loan. Both Tulare and Porterville were doing community development block grants. That did not preclude businesses from getting funding.
The other question I have, was the information provided in Spanish as well?
Yes, both all the marketing materials, all the application itself, and we had support for, and I don't have that for Porterville. I will get that to Jason to share with you to see what number of those granted in Porterville were Spanish speaking, and that they actually did the Spanish speaking application. There, wasn't, it was a small minority of the overall, but we did have quite a few Spanish-speaking applicants that ended up competing. We had a chat function that was available that we would have Spanish-speaking individuals to be able to respond to questions asked in Spanish, and so we made an effort in a number of ways to provide that.
Thank you, Mr. Peck.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And I remember listening to the item when it first got to the Board of Supervisors, and I remember there was a suggestion that the city's pool money with the supervisors for this effort, and I'm actually glad we didn't at this point, looking at the numbers. But my main question is, at what point was the determination to carry over the opportunities to other districts made? Because I didn't hear that in that first meeting. And if so, and if when that was the opportunity to correct any applications that didn't qualify in the first time around given before the grants were carried over to other districts?
We never ended up, there were no qualified applicants that were not funded. Every qualified applicant ended up being funded. We returned to the Board of Supervisors a couple of times to give them updates on how things were going. And we extended the deadline. And when we extended the deadline, we ensured that for certain everyone that had applied by the initial deadline would be eligible. And they, by that point, made pretty clear that they were not going to end up, well, they had said from the beginning that if one district ends up being over, that's not going, that they're going to look at it big picture. They'll only do a lottery system if there are just overall not enough funds to go around. And by the time we came and extended the deadline, it became pretty clear we weren't going to hit all that they were going to authorize us to hit. So we were able to do it without anyone being, application being disqualified because of reaching any kind of limit.
Thank you.
Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have any comment or question?
No, Your Honor, I didn't.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe?
No, I didn't, Your Honor. Thank you.
And no other questions? I didn't have any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Have
very
a nice
much.
evening.
Okay, we will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. If you are here for the public hearings, items 15, 16, 17, please hold your comments until then. When the items come up on the agenda, you will be given the opportunity at that time.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. My name's Paul with Parenting Network. We are on item number 19 tonight. I came just in case there were any questions. Regrettably, I will have to depart a little earlier than anticipated. However, I did want to point out that part of what we are going to be doing is that we made a modification based on logistically we are located. We have partnered with CHEMA and received tentative approval to go ahead and launch the relief drive there. I do want to say as a backdrop that this is we're part of the Community Care Coalition of Tulare County, and this is sponsored and funded by the CARES Act. So it's something that we definitely want to help to target agricultural and the food industry employees that have been impacted by the pandemic. So that's just the backdrop of what this relief drive is actually for and the targeted population that it hopes to serve within our region. And so if there were any questions, I just wanted to come up. As I mentioned, I may be departing.
Thank you. When that item comes up.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Mayor,
Yes?
he said he wasn't going to be here towards that end of that item, and I just want to thank him for moving that to a different location.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there please, if you'd like to come up. It's oral communications, if anybody else would like to come up.
Well, thank you, Honorable Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Arturo Rodriguez, and I'm a community organizer, and I'm here representing the Central Valley Empowerment Alliance and our Housing as a Human Right Committee members. For the last almost 3 years now, I've been working with our unhoused neighbors residing along our rural rivers and canal banks and other places throughout the state. And it's because of what we see in our unhoused encampments that we advise council members not to pull consent agenda item number 12 for other than clarification. I think it's important that we have a discussion on the matter. Might I bring forward, and through my experience and data collected within our own county homelessness task force, that we are not collecting about 50% of the folks that are unhoused. I have minutes and stuff stating so, but I can tell you firsthand that sometimes our programs are, it's really difficult to capture this population, and when we don't allow them to directly speak to those who are making in an advisory position and speak of what their concerns are and their issues are at a different level. This is where outreach in different places has turned into something more than just flyers and banners and newspaper ads. This is actually walking in the camps and getting to know who they are, their family members, getting to build trust in multiple contexts in a short period of time. This is how you find those other people. I'm preaching to the choir. You guys have been working really hard on addressing the needs of this population, and I applaud this council for the work that you guys have done. This is just us trying to help implement some best practices and allow for those voices. So We do appreciate the council's willingness to hear at the next council meeting a simple discussion on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come up under oral communications?
Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Jose Oliveira. I host Porterville Cars and Coffee here in town. This was our last event. And these past two last events, I've been having issues with the Porterville PD coming out and trying to shut it down. I host it 8 in the morning to 11. I post on our social medias that people need to be out there with masks. I supply masks if people don't have them, and if they would like one. I've been getting, I guess, harassed by the cops that they've been getting a lot of complaints of people that aren't even there about no mask and a lot of people. But as you can see in this picture, there's people that are gathered together, but that's like a party. There's clubs that come out and enjoy the morning with us. So I like I said, I do have masks out there, but a lot of the people out there are drinking water, drinking coffee. I bring out coffee and donuts. Pizza Factory has been supplying breakfast pizzas for them, and I don't know why I'm getting harassed. I'm bringing revenue to the city. The gas stations are getting revenue from the people that come from Fresno, Bakersfield. I've been having even people from Arvin, which is I think like an hour and a half away. Hergesheimer Donuts, I've been buying 12 dozen donuts. I host it the last Sunday of each month, so it's only once a month. I've been buying 12 dozen donuts from Hergesheimer's. The gas stations get money. Pizza Factory gets money. After the event, it finishes at 11. I've seen posts on social media where there's 10 cars lined up at a Mexican restaurant. So I mean, there's other people that are benefiting from this, and I'm planning on having an event this month, but I don't want to invite people to come out and then they drove an hour and a half away, and then the PD shows up and I get shut down, and then I'm the bad guy. So I would like for you guys to consider what I'm giving to the city, and if you guys can, I don't know, I would like the PD to be out there and actually get to know the community. They can be out there, and if something's gonna get out of hand, the people that are out there know that there's a police out there that are enforcing the bad stuff. So yeah, I just want you guys'
I just want to say thank you, but I would like for you to leave your contact name and information with staff because there is a process.
okay.
And the process can be explained to you, and the protocols, especially under COVID, and the adherence to that. So please leave your name and your phone number with staff so that someone can reach out to you and answer all your questions that you may have directly with them.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else that would like to come up for oral communications, please?
Yes, hello, council. My name is Agustin Magaña, and I'm a citizen here in Porterville. And I live on Leggett, right here next to the golf course. And I've been living over there like over 15 years, and we've always had problems with the golf balls. And I'm just getting a little tired of it. So instead of complaining about the damages and everything, I would like to bring up if we could just raise up a net on the side of the golf course on Leggett. There's even a lot of my neighbors signed a petition saying that they've all had a lot of damages from panels to getting hit, to kids almost getting hit, cars driving by getting hit. And just, most of us on that street right there, we just get so many golf balls, and, we're just getting a little tired of it. This last week, I got my window broken. I have a lot of dents on my car. And I'm not asking for the city to pay for any of the damages. I'm just asking if they could consider putting a net up high, like, the size of an electrical pole, something like that, for, we could prevent the future damages later down the line.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Can I leave this?
You can leave it with staff, please.
These are all the people that signed. They gave little comments on that, too.
Thank you.
So we do have a list of petitions that are favoring that just because of the ongoing problem that we've had all along Leggett that covers the golf course, yes. So it's been a little damage.
Thank you.
So I sure appreciate your consideration.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to come up during oral communications? Do we have any oral communications that have come in electronically?
We do, Your Honor. First is from Angelica Castillo. I am writing to you in regards to the mosquito problem I have in my neighborhood. I have lived in this home for over 20 years, and this year is definitely different when it comes to mosquitoes. My kids have bites all over them. They are getting bit several times at once. This has been happening for several months, and it's continuing to be a problem. I contacted the city of Porterville and was given this email to submit my concern. I also contacted Tulare Mosquito Abatement District, and I received an immediate response from John Avila. I asked Mr. Avila if I could pay for them to come out, and unfortunately, they do not have the resources available, although he did give me some helpful information. My mother-in-law, who lives in a different neighborhood in Porterville, has lived in her home for over 30 years and is also having the same issue with the mosquitoes. I understand after receiving an email from Mr. Avila and reading online about the mosquito issue that this subject was discussed at your last meeting and is on your agenda. This appears to be a problem that is here to stay, and having access to the Tulare Mosquito Abatement District seems to be a way for us to manage this issue in our community. Thank you, Angelica Castillo. Next is from Edward McCurvey. I purchased a new home in 2006. Our road has not held up very well. The city put a coating on the road already, but it was so poorly constructed. It is clear from all of the roads in the Williams Ranch neighborhoods how poorly constructed these roads were. All of the roads in this relatively new neighborhood are falling apart and are in need of repair. This photo in front of my house, and I swept up 5 large piles of road debris 4 to 6 inches tall, which would fill a large wheelbarrow in volume. This is being tracked into my house and is becoming a health hazard, and the dust in front of my house has become a nuisance and a hazard. As you can see from the pictures, there are large sections of road missing and potholes are growing and expanding. Field Services has tried to clean the road, but the large garbage trucks and sweepers are actually causing more damage. Field Services recommended I send a picture message begging permission to repair the road in front of my house. May I also recommend a review of all of the roads in Williams Ranch neighborhood, as there is much work to be done. Respectfully and sincerely, Edward McCurvey, 2154 West San Lucia Court. Next is received from Heather Billings. Hello, I'm writing because I would like to know when Porterville children will have access to computers and books again. Not all children living in Porterville are in the public school system, and those children need access to books and computers. The library was fully insured, and we know that there are funds, so what's the holdup? I was told the Heritage Center is no longer available to the public. COVID-19 obviously is not going anywhere, so we need to work around the COVID excuses and do what we need to do so all children have access to learning. Thank you, Heather Billings. Next is from Joe Velasquez, to whom it may concern. First, a big thank you to the City of Porterville for the time and effort put into the process. Given the unprecedented circumstances, we hope that staff and family are staying safe and practicing social distancing. Respectfully, we would like to ask that the council consider increasing both the time allotment and the page limit for the interview phase of the scoring process. Our application, and I assume the application of others, was lengthy. We believe that it will be difficult to adequately present both the technical aspects of operating a regulated cannabis business and those aspects that make us unique in 10 minutes and with only one slide aside from renderings. The process is supposed to provide the city with an opportunity to truly vet the candidates. That seems a bit impossible in such a short time. We recently presented in 2 different cities, one providing 20 minutes and the other 15. Both jurisdictions allowed an infinite number of slides and additional time for Q&A. We asked the city lengthen the time allotted for interviews to no less than 15 minutes with additional context pages provided for the presentation. It's from Joe Velasquez, Community and Business Development for Haven. Next is from Augusta Magana. Hello, City Council. My name is Augusta Magana, and I'm a citizen of Porterville. I'm writing to you because I feel strongly that we need to put a net up around the golf course or on Leggett Street. I have lived on Leggett over 15 years, and over these years I have seen a lot of damages caused from the golf balls. I've seen them break windows to even hitting people. I have recently had my car window broken on 9/30/20, and I have multiple dents. I'm not asking for the city to pay for my car damages, but I hope and ask for your consideration on dealing with this continuing problem since my property gets hit 1 to 5 times daily. I speak on behalf of the community because we are talking about our consistent problem that is not being solved by going to complain to the actual golf and city office that turns us back since there's nothing they can do for us. We understand that the golf course was built before many of our homes, and it can't control how the golfers hit their golf balls. Although we all have rights that must be protected by the city equally, but our rights have not been respected or protected because with so many complaints and damages over years, the city could have put up a tall net to protect us and our property. So please consider future damages, accidents, or injuries that can be prevented by keeping our streets and community safe. Thank you for your consideration, Augusta Magana. Next is from Eric Huerta. Hello, City Council. I wanted to ask, since I've been out of the city for a while, I have not really seen much change, and I don't see the city prospering like Tulare or Visalia. It upsets me because the city could do much more. Porterville is the only major town in the valley without a welcome sign. Porterville sits on the base of the Southern Sierras and the giant Sequoia National Monument and serve as gateways to them, but many know that. We don't advertise that and don't try to be the city at the base of the Sierras. Also, why is a parking lot planned for the J.C. Penney lot when there are many parking lots around downtown that are more empty than full most of the time? I think a building for more shops or a beer garden would be better for the community and for downtown. Also, the city website is just hopeless. It's very outdated, nothing's up to date, not much you can get on the city website. It would be nice to see an updated website and more info on what changes are going on in the city. Lastly, I had visited home last month and just couldn't get over how bad the roads were. Eric David Huerta. Next is from Edith Levon. I do not see the need for new rifles for the police department. Porterville is capable of proper care and maintenance of current stock. The money can be spent on more necessary items for the department. I remember needing to replace service pistols, but being needed. I do approve of that. Those are the comments.
Thank you very much. We will now move into the AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. The first one will be the Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness. We met on September the 16th. It was a conference call, virtual Facebook meeting, Zoom. Mr. Lawless, our city manager, Mr. Jason Ridenour, and Ms. Claudia Calderon and I participated. Included in the meeting was Jody Ketcheside, the Turning Point Regional Director, and Nancy Palafox, the director here at the Porterville Welcome Center. There were 4 items on the agenda. It was the approval of the August 19, 2020 meeting minutes, the update on Project Roomkey and housing of unsheltered in Tulare County, the residents in response to COVID-19 pandemic, the review of the 2020 point-in-time report, and updates from the cities of Tulare, Visalia, Porterville on homeless shelter efforts. The minutes of August the 19th were approved with revisions and corrections. There was a brief update on Project Roomkey. Mr. Chaz Felix shared that it was going well and it was going into 5 months into the project. They were renovating the 99 Palms, the old hotel, to permanent housing. There were approximately 15 vouchers through the Homeless Alliance for a year. I believe he stated 15 vouchers for a site of 56. In the last count, 72 rooms were occupied and 100 being housed, and they were taking referrals for the 99 Palms. The situation report that had been received earlier was clarified. There were different numbers that had been provided as to who was being housed. A question was asked by one of the members if farm workers were included in Project Roomkey. That was in the process, and announced that Healthy Harvest had begun, and that yes, farm workers have been served under the Project Roomkey COVID related. Michelle Smith announced the point-in-time summary is now available and on the website of the Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance. She provided information for the county and the 3 large cities. I will focus on Porterville. She stated that since 2019, there is an increase of 21%. 213 people are experiencing homelessness. Of that, 111 are chronically homeless. The length of time in homeless under 12 months is 35%. 12 months and over is 65%. The disabling conditions, mental was 39%, physical was 41%, substance was 24%, developmental was 16%. Of that, 174 people slept in an unsheltered location, 24 people slept in an emergency shelter, 15 people slept in transitional housing, 5 people were veterans, 89 people have a disability, 14 are unaccompanied youth. This report was also broken down by age. I will focus on the highest homeless age percentage for Porterville, which is the age of 45 to 54, which was at 25%. The other percentages are in the summary, which can be found and located on the website. Upon conclusion of the report, I commented that we should anticipate an increase in homelessness in Tulare County, and that was due to the depressed economy and the loss of homes due to the fires. There were updates from cities of Tulare, Visalia, and Porterville on the homeless shelter efforts. Councilmember Terry Sayre from the city of Tulare reported that their council approved a financial allocation of $500,000 to the Lighthouse Mission for an emergency shelter plan, dependent on finding a location to be accepted. A citizens group is looking for the location. Lighthouse Mission is going ahead on properties that they own. Lighthouse Mission and citizens groups are to bring together something back to council. She expressed a small disappointment, but she said that's where they were. Mayor Bob Link from the city of Visalia provided a brief update, indicated that the old Caltrans yard was probable, that the property is large enough for living area, eating, and warming. The project is out for proposals with November anticipated for responses. When it came to Porterville, I was excited. The project, though, had taken several months, but with the support from council members on the dais and the community, along with staff, the Porterville Welcome Center came to fruition. I preempted that I had dropped in unannounced at the Welcome Center. However, at that point in time, it was my pleasure to introduce Jody Ketcheside, who was the Turning Point director. She provided that the Welcome Center had been only open for 4 weeks, and that currently they have day service as a drop-in center. They serve breakfast and lunch. The only holdup was the fire suppression system and alarm system, and that should be forthcoming. And as soon as that is done, they will be able to provide overnight services. There have been 150 unduplicated homeless that have been served. They see approximately 45 people daily. Turning Point was able to negotiate for hot meals and are able to provide lunch. Laundry and showers are available. They meet with the case manager if they are willing, and most of the homeless that come in are willing. There is a Lifeline phone representative available for those that don't have a phone. Jody Ketcheside presented a warm felt story, and it was shared. She said a homeless woman had been coming to the Welcome Center consistently and was not feeling good about herself, her appearance, and overall. A staff person took kindness, and there was some humility, and that person helped her color her hair that day. They focus on building the relationships. It's humanity. As the dialogue continued, I stated that Porterville takes a lot of pride in the Welcome Center, that we take a lot of pride in it. The day that I had dropped in, I watched from a distance. I saw the take-in, the temperature check, the screening, the welcome, and as soon as the clients left, I walked up and I was given a small tour. I saw the laundry area and where the rooms and the beds would be set up. And I can hardly wait for this to be full service, and I am proud of the project and the city of Porterville. Kudos came for this accomplishment from Katie Meter. She said congratulations to Porterville. A lot of times people say they don't want the services. However, 140 unduplicated says there's a lot of dignity and respect. I directed a question to County Health and Human Services because we had had conversation early on when we were talking about the Welcome Center, the Navigation Center, the process with regard to on-site support services from the county. And we were wanting to coordinate a timeline to that effect for their presence and have them here. And I asked them if they could take the information back to Mr. Tim Lutz and wished and requested a follow-through. Mary Alice Escarcega from CSET reiterated that she was a part of that conversation early on and that anything her agency could do to reach out to her. Michelle Smith from the Homeless Alliance shared she would provide a link and invite all partners for the wraparound services, but I believe the project is called LINK. And that's where that conduit and that resource is going to be important during the process because I believe it's also part of an organization of agencies coming together. Mr. Chaz Felix indicated that he had been in touch with Nancy Palafox for the types of services and he did a site visit, but that he will be definitely making this a priority. That concludes my report. We meet on October the 21st. However, Mr. Reidner, we do have an update, don't we? Just a brief update from then?
Yes, Mayor, would you like for me to share?
Please.
Okay, let me pull it up real quick, apologize.
Ms. Ketcheside's actually updated that information from a couple of weeks ago. So currently, from the Navigation Center, its average daily number of guests that it's serving is 85, and the number of unduplicated guests that they have in their records is 197. They're currently serving breakfast, lunch, showers, laundry, case management services, phone charging area, board games, and socialization activities. And they are on, I would say, on plan to be able to open and begin offering overnight services should all permits and inspections check out on October 15th.
Thank you very much for sharing. Did anyone have any questions?
I don't think it's a question, more of a statement that the city of Porterville is certainly moving forward in a very aggressive way in working towards homelessness. And the numbers show with 197 unduplicated, we're not just going out and giving food, we are actually showing individuals how they can get off from being homeless by the services that are provided to them, to trying to move them into a living quarters. And I think that is far more successful in terms of the quality of care that we'll be giving the individuals and the self-esteem that they will receive.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, then we will move on to the next item, to the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Vice Mayor Reyes.
Thank you, Mayor. On Thursday, September 17th, the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District met via Zoom, and there were several action items well, 3 in fact, that we took, but they were preceded by a report on the wildfire season, which I think we all can vouch for the fact that they said that this was the worst air quality on record. So I don't know that I need to go into that too much other than what we've all been able to observe. But there was plenty of screenshots that showed the flow of the smoke and where it went and what we've all been experiencing. So be assured that this is definitely some of the worst air quality that we've been able to report on record. Action items included adding 3 different communities to a list for the 3rd year of implementation of AB 617, which is a assembly bill that recommends neighborhood and community level monitoring. The 3 communities were Arvin Lamont as one area, Lavina, and Madera. So those will be recommended to be added, and CARB will make the final determination whether those areas are added to the funding and the implementation of that community level monitoring for air quality, as they are considered areas that could be potentially hot spots by what they measure so far, and this will definitely help to give some information at the community level Another action item was to accept and appropriate $30,366,695 in additional revenue from the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, to fund the replacement of agricultural tractors and nut harvesting equipment. Since that program has been initiated, like all programs and industries that are long-lasting, it wasn't, the technology may not have been up to par, but as the program's been progressing and the benefits of this new technology and the air quality benefits become apparent, there's increased interest in this program, and so we're glad to be able to accept and appropriate this money for that purpose. And there was also $2,329,486 that was accepted and will be appropriated for the Proposition 1B revenue for the California Air Resources Board to fund additional goods movement, emissions, products, and projects. What that's going to do is it's going to put money towards trucks and locomotives that help to move goods throughout the Valley region, as well as to create improved transportation, specifically with the refrigeration units that are used to move goods throughout the region. And we're happy to report any funding coming in to support any mobile sources that can contribute to cleaner air in our region. And that concludes my report.
Any questions? See that there are none. We'll move on to the Tulare County Association of Governments. I will carry that one over to the next council meeting. We will move now into the Tulare County Regional Transit Authority. Councilmember Garola?
Thank you. The meeting was held on, through Zoom on the 21st of September at 2:30. We do have Dinuba now on, who has become a member of the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency, and they were sworn, the mayor was sworn in, reaffirmed the memorandum of understanding with the city of Porterville for personnel and administrative purposes, and our adoption of the meeting calendar was approved with the exception of moving the time from 2:30 to 3 o'clock after TCAG, because TCAG sometimes goes over its scheduled time. In regards to informational items, we got a very nice surprise, which I'm delighted to report that TCATA received approval from TCAG on $100,000 per year for 2 years out of the reserve fund, a minimum of $500 per year for 3 years in air quality grant funds to be used for transit services such as microtransit. And at the board meeting at TTAC, it was approved to have $460,000 in undesignated transit-related Measure R funds for TCRTA. So we are well on our way in terms of funding, and very excited about that, especially as many of you know, when you start a new organization, the funding is very critical for that. The other item was prepared by Mr. Tree, and that was a fare system consolidation effort. The city of Porterville has a modern fare system that is capable of expanding into a regional fare system. So the city of Porterville, we are actually in the lead among all the cities in terms of what we're doing. And I have to thank Mr. Tree for that, along with all the staff. We have a modern fare system, regional fare system, that will provide a number of accommodations to riders and improvements to the system as well. In our discussions on that meeting, I felt that we should be looking as vendors. And the discussion was, look at vendors, and we all use the same vendor so that we can purchase at a higher number. And that we need to think not about today, but where we want to be in the future. What type of vendors are we going to need? What type of vehicles are we going to need? The city of Porterville has electrified its bus system, and I believe, is it Visalia? Mr. Reyes, were you there? You were there. Or Mr. Lawless. Visalia has one or two? Oh, they have 3, okay. So the city, so the city of Porterville is far ahead. And so really, we're going to grow the rest of the cities as we go along. The other item as an update was Cal Van's operation. I reported at one of the meetings prior that Cal Vans had not been reporting, and therefore it was going to cause a loss of revenue up to millions of dollars in future federal transit administrating funds. They are working on that, and the transit agency is looking at how possibly we can look at Cal Vans as well as part of its part of the operations in the future. Let's see. And I believe that was there is one more item, and that is the Transit Service Implementation Plan to create a 5-year service outlook and a plan for the agency. And so they will start working at that. And I believe that was it. Did I leave anything out? Okay.
Sounds good. That has been a long time coming, and see it come to fruition is also.
Oh, yes.
It's good.
It's walking.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we will now move into the City Council Ad Hoc Committee Provision of Local Water Services. Councilmember Gurrola?
Yes. If I find my notes on that, here it is. On that particular item, what did I do with it? It ran away. Oh, here it is. Yes, here it is. Councilmember Penalosa was also at the meeting, so if he would like to jump in at any time, please do so. At this meeting, we looked at the bonding services, and Mr. Lawless, you can also correct me if I need to be corrected. I was very impressed that the city of Porterville has a bonding capacity of $44 million. We have a very good rating. We stand very well financially, and willing to give us up to $44 million. We always look conservative, and we don't want to go for all the money. We don't know what may happen in the future. We may need some. And was it 34 million that we?
35 is.
35 million. I have 35, but then I thought, no, I think it was 34.
Well, give or take $1 million.
Yet. But $35 million, and so this is going to be very good for the city of Porterville. We're getting it at an excellent rate, and I just want to thank all the staff that have worked on this. This will be for our, to also include a tertiary treatment facility and city waste water treatment facility. And so we're going to be getting quite a few things out of this that will really benefit our community. You want to add anything else, Mr. Lawless or Mr. Penalosa?
Yeah, I would like to add something. I would say that I'm very much as well feeling the same excitement that our city has been able to be where we're at right now in terms of how much we can bond. I think that it's also going to bring a lot of work to our city, having to spend a significant amount of this bond monies within the first couple of years of receiving the funds. So I know that we had a conversation of we have projects that are going to have to be rolled out, and so there's going to be a lot of work being done around this. So really looking forward to continuing to finalize everything that we need to finalize to bond the $35 million to fund these different projects that will very, very much are part of the future in terms of water and just the amount of savings and also long-term benefits that will come from this. So I think that's all I'll add.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, again, expand on that a little bit in that we're looking at water projects because of the critical overdraft groundwater basins that are here in our area. And so when we can take more water out of the system and move it to use for individuals or residents, and then used the other water that we can get in the tertiary treatment plant, that can be used for green spaces. And so I think it's a real good use, and I'm very excited about seeing that, at least in my lifetime. I also want to give credit to all the councils before us, because they have been very diligent in being conservative in the finances of the city, which has left us in good standing to be able to get that kind of bond. Mr. Lawless?
Only thing I'd add is that we're currently working on the, what's called the preliminary offering statement that's describes the project, which, as the council member described, is looking at the construction of a tertiary treatment facility in the sports complex as in combination with Tule River Tribe as part of the casino, Eagle Mountain Casino relocation project. There's a development of a new recharge retention basin. And there's project costs that are, we're still working on how we can develop partnerships that will keep costs down and have money accomplish more projects. So there will be something in the magnitude of 15 million to 25 million. Sorry to spread that out. At the high sides, 25 million. At the low side, 15 million. And so looking at the financing of those projects as well as improvements at the wastewater treatment facility. So we'll begin work on that. We're looking at adoption by the city council of a resolution to begin sale at the second meeting of November and entering the market 1st of December. And that's strategic in terms of when the markets will be ripe.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move on to the next one, the City Council Ad Hoc Committee for COVID-19 for the meeting of September the 23rd. Vice Mayor Reyes, Councilmember Garola.
I'll be taking this one,
Okay.
and this one was on September 22nd. I think it said the 23rd, but I had the 22nd.
Okay,
So anyway, we had 3 items for outdoor dining applications: El Jacalito Taqueria and Pro Show Fusion House, Galaxy Theater, temporary use permit for a Halloween event. All items were approved. There were some conditions that were made to some of them. Otherwise, some of the conditions were the mask be required at all at the event for the Galaxy Theater for the Halloween event. That is being put on by the Tulare County Sheriff's Office, CHP, and other partners as well. And I think that was it for that item.
any comments to that?
No, I think she summed it up quite nicely, and I'm just glad to see that the applications come in and they're, if they're not all the way appropriate to what we're looking to approve, then the adjustments have been more than adequate to be able to proceed. So I'd like to thank the applicants for continuing to apply.
Thank you very much for that information. We'll now move on to the Sequoia Complex Fire Base Camp visit. That one was on September the 30th. I would like to begin by thanking Chief Lapierre, who not only joined us, but coordinated the visit, the tour for Vice Mayor Reyes and I. Mr. John Lawless and Mrs. Patrice Hildreth should not go unnoticed for their assistance. It was important for us to support the firemen, the services, and the teams. The collaborations in the surroundings for the overall safety and protection to all. Upon arrival, we were greeted by Ryan Lubin and John Kitska from the incident management team. We were provided with an informational packet which included the most current incident update, the preparedness for the evacuations, CAL FIRE at a glance, and the responsibilities. We were given the incident action plan for that day. As we walked around, I was taken personally by the formula that was set up, the distancing, the precautions taken for COVID. The stations were spaced to accommodate from briefing, communications, safety, operations, the medical supply, the training, the ordering, the peer support, the showers, the laundry, the dining. from temperature checks, from the washing of hands to the face mask coverings. We were taken on to a tent where there was a large operations map, probably on one of the largest tables I have ever seen. We were educated where the fires were located, the strategies. We learned the responsibilities of the federal and the state agencies, Forest Service, CAL FIRE, National Park Service, the Incident Management Team, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the Tule River Reservation. There, toward the end, we were taken to an area of briefing where the Incident Management Team 6 provided updates and announced that they would be departing and Team 2 would be taken over. The information was provided for the minimum who were in attendance. However, the information was disseminated virtual to teams and other stations that were at the sports complex, which was all adherence to COVID. You had the briefing, you had minimum attendance, but they were able to visually get the information out to all the people that were there. And all I can say is I was grateful and I am appreciative that we were provided the opportunity to tour the complex. The fire is close to home. It broadens the picture in collaborations. I asked a lot of questions and we're grateful to the responses. Watching the updates firsthand showed me how the coordination of the entities are briefed to disseminate the information and the strategic planning to battle the fires. Vice Mayor Reyes, would you like to?
Thank you. I think you brought to light most of the observations we made, and I just wanted to comment too that even though sometimes we're not always positively recognized for having a facility like the sports complex, or even the fairgrounds may not be recognized for its significance in other ways than they do with the fair, but we're very lucky to be able to have locations like this to I'd say host, but I think that would be too positive of a thing, but for lack of a better word, host these firefighters that are fighting, based on my Air District report, some of the worst conditions that we've seen. And I think, that no matter any flack I've taken for either of those locations or anything that's happened, I think was wiped away. There's a mosquito. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but sorry, mosquito. Anything was wiped away by observing the functionality, the cooperative efforts, and the space needed to work in conjunction with the airport to accomplish what they've done. So big thank you to our fire chief as well as all that took us on that tour.
Any comment? No comments? Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move on to the City Council Ad Hoc Committee COVID-19 for September the 30th.
Thank you, Mayor. We met on the 30th. We'd been discussing some incoming applications, a couple of which were just as a courtesy mentioned to the ad hoc committee, mostly to ensure continuity with other choices and decisions that we presented to the council. So you'll see those items presented a little bit later in the agenda. As well, there was an application put forth by the Pizza Factory to be able to set up an outdoor dining area. There was some discussion about adjustments that could be made to accommodate the space given the traffic concerns, but it appears that they've been able to make those adjustments, and I applaud them for being able to comply with some of the requirements that we put forth. And it was also, as part of, I've been kind of fuming here for a little bit, so I'm just going to go to a turnout a little bit, but it was also kind of brought up that there were some events that had happened in conjunction with that restaurant that they were not determined to be the sole sponsors of. And I'd like to thank the gentleman who came and spoke about the Coffee and Cars event, because the testimony he gave is far better than any I could have ever given to the ad hoc committee regarding that concern. As you know, we do have a 10-person limit on events. We have an ordinance in town that limits 10 people inside or outside. So when you violate that 20-fold, and then you proceed to list all the things that you're giving to Porterville, I think you should not, you should put COVID on the list as well.
Thank you very much. We will now move on into the Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Vice Mayor
Yeah,
Reyes.
thanks. I'll use the water to cool myself off a little bit. We met, it seems like just yesterday, but it was on the 1st. I'd say right here, that's where we usually meet, but we were on Zoom. Some folks are gathered in location safely, but I was on Zoom. We took several action items at the meeting, along with the traditional minutes and things that we approve, but most of the substance in the meeting had to do with a public hearing that was talking about the rate for an extraction fee. And it's apparent that there's still questions in the community about what that is, but given that this was a public hearing and it was well noticed, I think we fielded a fair amount of questions for it, and the action that was taken by the board was to set the extraction fee at $4.92. There was also an action taken to approve and amend the rules and regulations that would govern the board as well. So we took that action. There was also a resolution made to approve that extraction fee. There was also an action taken to set the transitional pumping penalty rates. Tier 1 is $245 and Tier 2 is $500. Those are figures that can change over time, just because this is kind of a moving target as we move through Sigma and figure out where we're at with the fees. So these admittedly were set a little bit high, but knowing that we need to be able to cover all the operations and everything that are moving forward with Sigma. So those were the fees that we set at that time. As well, we took an action to call for the second quarter, call for funds from all the participating agencies. And most of the expenses, if not all, have been covered by those membership fees by the agencies. Moving forward, the extraction fee is going to cover some of the expenses that will happen, but up till now, we're still doing call for funds from agencies. And at this time, these fees that I'm speaking of deal mostly with the white areas. They don't deal with the municipal areas or the special management areas that the city would be considered under. So negotiations for those areas are still ongoing. There's been no decisions that have been made that would necessarily affect the city and the water in regards to Sigma at this point. We have a good communication happening with Mr. Knight as well as myself and the manager, Rogelio Cadillo, and the rest of the board. So once those negotiations become go a little bit further down the line, we'll be able to bring back a little bit more information, but I want to assure the council that there'll be good discussion and good information before any true decisions are made in regard that would affect the city. And that concludes my report.
I have
Thank you.
a question.
Please.
So the 492 are for the white areas for acre feet, per acre feet.
Yeah, $4.92 per acre foot.
And will they be limited on the amount of water that can be extracted?
Yeah, there's, in the guidelines, there's some allocations that will take place, and there's a table of allocations, and over a period of time, those will change, but they're allocated a certain amount, and there's a fee that fee is per acre foot, so some people have more, some people have less, but that was, and during the public hearing, that was a lot of the discussion of why and how it was going to change their ability to extract, which this is all it's all new. It's a difficult, any change is difficult, but I applaud the members of the community that came to the public hearing as well as the board members for being able to navigate through and reach a consensus and vote on taking some action.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move into the reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. Staff informational items?
Just two informational reports. The first being actually just great news, and as the vice mayor was talking about calls for funding, as the city's a member of the Success Reservoir Improvement JPA. We've seen a project more than a decade ago that was $22 million, and we were going to have a significant, over a $500,000 share in its improvements go to a $130+ million project with the city's contribution actually fully funded by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. There are some properties that are needing to be acquired, which will be fully reimbursed by the Corps. However, there will be a delay given it's a reimbursement, and so approximately $3.5 million as a short-term loan is going to be issued by the County of Tulare from its treasury to the Lower Tule River Improvement Authority to pay for the acquisition of those properties, which will be reimbursed. So there will be some carrying costs that will be spread amongst the members, of which the city's a 15% member of that. So essentially, we're looking at something in the magnitude of probably $10,000 being just the appropriate amount of interest that becomes for the $3.5 million in property acquisition. So not a bad. And I say a lot of appreciation to Congressman McCarthy for being very diligent, as well as all of the partners as part of the Lower Tule Improvement Program, and being diligent in having that project move forward as it's now under construction. Secondly was the Fall Community Cleanup Event, which is scheduled for Saturday, October 17th. Informational item.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council.
I'd like to pull item 12 for discussion.
Okay, item number 12 will be going at the end of scheduled matters. Are there any other items? If not, I call for a motion of items 1 through 11 and number 13.
Move for approval of those items.
And
I will second it.
we have a motion by Councilmember Gurrola and a second by Councilmember Stowe. No further discussion. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We will now move into the administrative hearing, item number 14.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have an administrative hearing that's been scheduled for this evening to consider cannabis business operating permit for a retail dispensary RFP by Central California Cannabis. With us this evening is the third-party contractor that was utilized by the city in the review of the applications, and there to provide answer any questions the council may have. Mr. Shelton is here, who is the appellant, and the city attorney will be also assisting in this regard. So, at this point, I'll turn over to the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Mayor, members of the council. Pursuant to the request for proposals for cannabis business operating permit for retail dispensary, also known as the RFP, authorized by the city council, final proposals deemed properly submitted to the city were subject to third-party independent review. Applicants receiving an evaluation score from the reviewer of 75% or better may proceed to an oral interview before the city council. On September 11th, 2020, Central California Cannabis was notified that it had failed to achieve the requisite score in order to proceed to an interview. The notice provided for an appeal to the City Council consistent with Section 612 of the city's development ordinance. Given the nature of the proceedings, city staff provided additional clarification concerning the appeal and RFP procedure on September 21st in order to allow the appellant to limit, if desired, the parameters of the review on appeal in order to mitigate the public disclosure of information contained within appellant's proposal. On September 23rd, Mr. Shelton, on behalf of the company, submitted a request to appeal the decision, and on September 24th, submitted additional supplemental information. City staff's notice and communications and Mr. Shelton's notice of appeal and addendum are all attached to the report. City's third-party reviewer, HDL, has been notified of these proceedings and is present, I believe, via Zoom tonight in order to address their decision-making and answer any questions that the City Council has. On Chapter 612 of the Development Ordinance establishes a procedure for appeals of final decisions by the zoning administrator to the City Council. City Council shall review the appeal within 30 days of the appeal being filed, which is what you guys have before you tonight in this hearing. And the City Council then shall render a decision within 30 days of the date the hearing is closed. So tonight, I am actually serving as your legal counsel because I had nothing to do with this decision whatsoever. So staff will be providing their justifications, and I will be counseling you on any questions you have concerning the appeal. When we did this before, in a prior setting, for procedure-wise, there's no specific procedure set forth on how to approach this, but what I would suggest would be that you have the appellant go ahead and they can present, they can summarize their, what their documents say, and then you can ask staff and/or the third-party reviewer to respond accordingly. So we can start with that, and then what I would suggest is we try to keep it, it's an informal process, but so that we don't have interruptions, you have the presentation, you have a response, and if you want a rebuttal, and then you guys can ask questions of either side. So,
Okay, and then we open it up as a hearing, please.
yeah, and the administrative hearing will be open as soon as you allow the appellant to begin speaking, that the hearing portion is then open. Once you get through all the discussion part, you can close that part of the hearing so that you can then go to council deliberation without interruption from the parties. Make sense? So, thank you. Anybody have any questions?
Does any council member have a question?
Not yet.
Not yet? Not yet.
Okay, so you're free to open it up for the appellant to
All
come
right,
forward.
then it is 7:55. We will open it up for the appellant. The appellant.
Greg Shelton, 88 North Wilford Drive. This is exactly what I didn't want to happen, and this is exactly what happened. And I've said this from the beginning. I feel that that these processes are weighted to the professionals. I guess my biggest flaw was that I was naive enough to believe that if I did everything by the rules that I would score well, but that's not how it worked out. What happens is I'm going to venture that I'm probably the only applicant that filled out their entire RFP themselves. I did it because I'm cheap, I guess. No, I did it because I wanted to know what was in it. I was going to sign it, so I wanted to know every aspect of it. So I labored over this thing for a month, at least one time, and 2 weeks another, to make sure it was as comprehensive and as complete as it could be. And more importantly, that it was Porterville-centric. Because the problem is Porterville is unique, and if you don't know Porterville, there's a lot of little nuances and subtleties that you're going to miss. Now, I think it was well received. I was very pleased with what came out of it. I'll go into it in a minute in terms of like what I think staff thought of it too. But what happens is when we get into the third-party review, it really doesn't. It's really geared toward, and I like to use this analogy, that it's the same people that do the reviews are the same people that create the questions. So it's like when I was in college, if you wanted to get an A on your term paper, you hired the valedictorian who write you a term paper, and then consequently he was the one that graded the term papers, so you got an A every time. Now, I didn't want to do that on this, because for one, I think it's cheating. Second of all, I wanted to know, so I read that entire 200-page code, some parts of it 6, 7 times. I even went through the incredibly dull chemistry section, the testing section, and it's been a long time since I've been in college in chemistry class, and I refused to give up and just skim over it. I read the whole thing, got about half of it. So I could say in good conscience that I had read that code from end to end, and I did. And I know what it says in there, and I'm pretty well versed in this. The problem's going to be, and I'm going to start, have you all read my appeal? Do I need to read it into the record? It's 8 pages. You want me to read it in the record?
It doesn't need to be read into the record. It will be part of the administrative
Okay,
record.
Everybody read it, though? Yeah. Okay, good. Anyway, I won't bore you with that. Okay, so just kind of a litany. This right here, and I had even forgotten how many emails I had sent. I had sent, my gosh, 15, 20 emails to staff asking specific questions. Staff was very helpful. My perception of it is we have an RFP and then we have a business license. The problem is the RFP asks for one thing, and then the business license permit asks for different things. Sometimes the language, same thing, but asked differently. Sometimes complete things that don't show up in the RFP at all. Okay, staff acknowledged this, and on our phase 1 testing, took out the verbatim from the business license itself and sent that as a quasi-grading standard and said, okay, here's what you got to have in here. This is out of, verbatim out of the business license aspect. We'll underline the stuff that you got in here. We'll boldface the stuff that's missing. So I got a response from him, and I'm going to give it to you. I got a response from him, and it was very helpful, because what it did is it really highlighted, and there's a good communication. It's like a rough draft. It tells you, listen, this is what we want. This is what we see missing. And I don't know, Mr. Lawless, if you want, I only have one copy because I'm cheap. No, I just didn't do it. Anyway, and I'll read you like an excerpt from one of the emails. And it talks, and they go backwards, so you have to be careful when you do it. It says in here,
If that's Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes, you
If
may.
that's the information you gave us, could you at least
no,
give
this
us?
is more information.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, could you give us the,
This is not Exhibit A to your
No, I
addendum?
was gonna
Okay.
say.
That's, you said you've already got all that. Here's a good one, and I received this, I started out with emails on May 8th and from staff, and it says, staff, please have my original submission package left at the front desk so I can salvage the zip drive and other printed material. P.S. Are you getting my questions? Good morning, Greg. I have your application. I'm not sure when the office hours are reduced because of COVID. I'll try to respond as quickly as possible. My computer went down for a bit, and so it slowed me down. That's not the one I wanted to read you, though. I'm trying to move this along so I don't bore you. There's a section in here where we talk, and it was really good, where staff generated an email. Oh, here it is right here. And this is May 18th, same day, actually. It says, they have a question, what's the appropriate way to respond? And it says, this should be an independent, and this is talking about the response to the phase 1 evaluation. It said this should, in the phase 2, this should be a supplemental, updated, or revised, and this is page 3, by the way, version of the first application. The phase 2 review will not see what you provided in phase 1, so please resubmit all information. Think of phase 1 as a rough draft and phase 2 as of a final term paper, which I thought was a good analogy. Now, what's interesting, it says comments provided are bold-faced, but some were not underlined. What does that mean? It says, the sheet you were provided with a direct excerpt from the application and listed all the requirements from Section H of the RFP, which is basically the business permit aspect. Again, there's an RFP and there's a business permit. There's two different things in there. The areas underlined or bolded were the objective elements that were looked at in phase 1 process. Areas that were in bold were in staff's review, not addressed or included. So if they're underlined, they're there. If they're bold-faced, they're not. So I got that letter, and I looked at all of them, and there were 9 items. And I actually got some clarification, and I sent a letter. Let me see if I can find And I sent an email back, and in the email I said, listen, is this, yes, here it is right here. Dear staff, as it is detailed in your email response below, it appears there are 9 areas of my retail cannabis application that you feel weren't adequately addressed in the material I submitted. Below are the aforementioned areas of concern. And I took each one that was bold-faced in mine, and I put it in here. And I said, is this a correct assessment of the contents of your last email? I'm making sure I'm understanding what they're not liking and everything else. The answer I got, yes, that's correct. And that's page 2. Okay, I'm going to move forward here. So as we go along, I polish all up, I resubmit it, feeling really good about it. Feeling like I really did good this time. Like I said, staff's been really helpful. Just to be sure, after all this, every single one of the 9 items, I sent a separate email saying, listen, this is what I did, this is what I changed to address your concerns. Is this good enough? You know, what do you think? So, you know, so that I would be as thorough as possible in the areas that had been identified by staff. Okay, so I feel pretty good. I get it submitted. I get this letter. On this letter, it tells me I'm a D student, and it goes on to submit some of the reasons. Now, what's interesting about them is, again, there's an RFP, there's a permit, then there's a rubric. And the rubric, am I saying that right, rubric? The rubric, I thought it was a rubric, like a cube. It has the questions. And presumably the questions are to answer how well the RFP and or permit has been answered. But what's interesting is the rubric asks questions that are completely different than even the RFP or and I think what happened, and I remember hearing at the meeting that, and as a lawyer is always proud of saying, is like, you know, there's a lot of plagiarism that goes along in government. You grab something from this ordinance so you don't have to rewrite it, and you put it all together and you try to come up with something polished. But it looks like the rubric came from a different code section because, again, it asks for items that aren't anywhere in the RFP or in the other one. And then what's more concerning to me is then even the staff doesn't have them in their items to be asked for. And I'm going to give you some of the best ones because they're pretty good. Now, there was a section for financial, see how financially qualified you were for it. Pretty important because we want to make sure the guy's got enough money to, and really basically what we're trying to do from this, and this is the interpretation I got, and I don't know if this is what staff was, but this is what I got from it. Does the person have enough money to start the business? Does the person have enough income other than this, say, startup money to keep the business going? Should it not, do as well as they think? And the third one's most important. Where's the money coming from? Is it dirty money? Because there's a lot of corruption in this thing, and we want to make sure that there's no one hiding behind here shoveling the money to our applicants. Fair enough. Answers are saying, now in the RFP, it says the direct question is, the RFP, the direct question is, it says, so this is directly out of the RFP. It says, provide verifiable, detailed description and other background information cannabis owner, describe other resources, including financial resources, dedicated to implement this application. That's all it asks for, resources. Okay, when you go, and as you can see in my appeal, when you go to the section that's actually in the license itself, it has different language. It says, it asks for 3 days or 3 years worth of, yes. Now, again, RFP says one thing, Section H says another thing. It says proof demonstrating sufficient capital is in place to pay startup costs and at least 3 months operating costs. Proof of capitalization shall be in the form of financial information such as bank statements, balances available, loans, and other sources of funding the enterprise and or documentation of cash and a letter of credit. Now, that's the one that comes out of the permit. That's the one that's in the letter that I get sent back from the city with the underline saying that all the information is there, as far as they can tell. Now, what's interesting is the rubric, though, doesn't say that. What the rubric asks for is it says, has the applicant submitted his financial statement, balance sheet, and tax returns that attest to the financial health and ability to finance and operate the proposed business? Presumably it says the same thing, right? That's not how the third party interpreted it. Third party says, the applicant only contained state and federal income tax summaries and did not include a actual tax return. These are my tax returns. They're about 100 pages. These alone would put me over the limit for the 250. But what's really more troubling is the rubric asks for a tax, and I get dinged a point for not having the actual tax returns, because apparently the council's more interested in how much I spend with my podiatrist and proctologist than really where the money comes from. But what's interesting about it is neither in the RFP does it say anything about providing the tax returns, nor does it say it in the business license. And I'll read them to you again. It says financial resources, and it says 3 years worth of capital. Nothing about tax returns. Tax returns only show up in the rubric. The presumption is, and I included them anyway, because how else am I going to prove that the money's not dirty other than showing you where it came from? You know? And then they go on to say, like it's some kind of negative thing. It says applicant stated they had $828,000 cash, but the combined bank statements indicated more than 1.1 million. Yes, I have $1 million in my bank account, just to do. I think I got enough to do this business, at least for now and a couple of years. It's all my money, it's all paid for, taxes are paid on it. Got tax returns for the last 3 years, $188,000, $460,000, $477,000 a year. Legal money, all good. You don't have to worry about where my money's coming from. Now, I got dinged a point. I think it's silly because I don't think it's right. The second one of the sections is, has the applicant committed to initial investment amounts and shown how it will reinvest in business over time? So nowhere in the RFP, nor in the business does it ask for some kind of commitment. The commitment is really presumed if someone puts this whole application together, spends probably in excess $10,000 now I got in this application, not counting my time, bears his soul and puts all his documents in there and says, I want to do this, let me do this. That's a presumed commitment. That sounds pretty committed to me. Oh, but Greg, you didn't actually say I commit. You didn't say I needed to say you commit. The commitment was implied. No. You got 0 out of 5 points. Got $1 million. Say I want to do it, wanting to do it, doing this. You haven't showed enough commitment. Even though staff sends me a report, doesn't say, hey, by the way, Greg, you're missing your financial commitment statement. You know why? Because staff, I'm guessing, I don't speak for staff, like me was thinking, okay, this is just to grade these two things. This is not an animal to itself. Its only purpose is only to grade how well these other two requirements were met. What's interesting is whoever, I'm sure he's here on Zoom, whoever graded this either didn't read the RFP or didn't care. I asked staff, I said, did you consult with these guys? And they said no, and I'm guessing that's probably to keep some kind of level of independence from it, so I understand that, but it feels like whoever graded this didn't really know what the city of Porterville wanted. Because I knew what the council wanted, and staff did a hell of a job trying to translate into paper what you guys were looking for. But instead, whoever graded this completely ignored everything else and only focused on the words of the rubric to come up with their specific connotation of what that meant, which is not at all what we were looking for. That bothers me. But as a result, I get 0 out of 5 points because I didn't make this statement, which, again, when I got the letter of my phase 1 review, didn't indicate that it was missing because I'm sure as far as staff was concerned, again, I don't want to speak for staff, didn't need one. We're not asking for a commitment statement. The commitment is you're here, you're spending the money, you got the money up, there it is, Greg. Now, the third one I laugh about because it says here, does the applicant show that it is investing in equipment, technology, and facilities that are appropriate for the nature of the business? Again, nowhere in either the RFP nor in the business plan is any of these things addressed. It's addressed in terms of like in my security plan, I address the technology that will be required, and I have actually bought some. But again, it's not required. And then again, the letter from the appraisal and reviews from the city staff did not request one. Because again, they weren't looking for that. They were looking for what was on the RFP, I'm guessing. But here's what's so funny. So there's no evidence of it anywhere in there. And there's no evidence that I've ever done it, but I got 5 out of 5 points on that one. Now, that just makes me shake my head in disbelief. Now, there are a bunch more in here. The more I read it, I just get angry. Because there's sections where it says, The description of the business plan was cursory and did not delve into detail regarding inventory control. It's page 6, page 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 of my initial thing is complete inventory control. It's in my security plan. I even cut and pasted it out of the California Cannabis Code and said, in addition to everything else I'm going to do, I'm going to follow this code too. Not good enough, Greg. The California Code's not good enough? What is good enough? And it's interesting because there's kind of a contradiction. On some levels, the grading is very, dogmatic. It said tax returns and you gave me a tax summary. And other ones it says, well, you cited the code, but you didn't give enough narrative. Well, make up your mind. Do you want it rigid or do you want it flamboyant? Because I can do them both. A gentleman told me in term papers that it's the art of taking something you say in 1 page and do it in 7. Now, I don't know if that's what we're looking for here because it seems like this grading is all over the board on some of this stuff. And I'm going to point out a couple more, and I don't want to bore you. And I would like to actually, if you allow me, ask the gentleman or gentlewoman that graded it some questions about this. There's a section here where it talks about, well, again, I get every one of these negative is derogatory. I get dinged 5 points for. Lack detail, only minimally describes the day-to-day operation. Made no mention, for example, procedure, opening, closing, security, inventory control, which I devoted at least 15 pages to inventory control. Cash handling, waste management protocols were cursory. I took the waste management protocols out of the California Code and cut and paste them in there. So apparently the California Code is not good enough for whoever graded this. It says that provided a minimal narrative that was interwoven with law, making a different distinction between the narrative and state regulations as they were multiple pages of regulations. You're right, I read them all, which cannot be substitute for the applicant's narrative. They would say, how are you going to get rid of the waste products? And I said, I'm going to use all the appropriate protocols. Here they are from the California Code, because I know, because I read the code. These are how I'm going to follow them. Not good enough. Got to talk more. There's even a section here that makes me laugh. It says, cited the wrong rules. I cited the wrong rules for the section. I cited the California Cannabis Code off the California Cannabis website. I don't know what rule book you're using, but I'm using the California Code, and this is what I'm going to follow. Now, I think what they're trying to say here is that I just cited a bunch of code and I didn't know what I was talking about. I said, listen, I read it all. I know what it says. There's a lot of sections in here where it talks about a brief discussion, third party, accredited labs permitted by this. Okay, here's an interesting thing where they talk about, well, you didn't do much about labeling and transportation. And I saved this section because this is kind of I get dinged on this one a lot here. And I'm going to read this to you. It says here, with regards, this is from mine, page 10 of mine, with regards to transportation, distribution by product processes, delivery process at the time. California will be adhering to all the detailed directives of the following text regulations. A licensed retailer, which is all we're doing now, shall receive a shipment of cannabis only from a licensed distributor. You cannot, this is what's funny, you cannot buy it. You can't go, some guy you know is growing in the backyard, you cannot buy it from. It's illegal. You can only buy it from a licensed distributor. And since we're only giving a retail license, there's no way to buy it legally from anybody. It says a licensed distributor or engaged in cannabis goods. A licensed retailer, again, which is what I'm looking for, shall not make any cannabis goods available for sale or delivery to a customer unless the cannabis goods were received by a retail license from a licensed distributor or a licensed microbus authorized. You got to buy them from them. That's all there is to it. So you really can't talk about, now, transportation. This is another one, good code. The following requires apply when transporting cannabis goods. Transport shall only be conducted by a person holding a distributor license under this act. I can't transport them. I can only buy them from a distributor, and he's the only one that's allowed to transport them. So how can I talk about transporting them when I'm not allowed to by law? Oh, you didn't talk about transporting them, Greg. We're going to ding you a couple more points. I can't. It's illegal. I can't do it. I mean, either you don't know the code or someone's interpreting wrong or whatever else. It's the same with the section that talks about labeling and testing. I cannot label anything, but what do you discuss labeling? As a retailer, I am prohibited. Only a licensed distributor can do labeling or a micro business. only a distributor takes them to the test facilities. The limit of my labeling as a retailer is I'm allowed to check the label to see if it adheres to the standards. If I suspect that the percentage of THC is too low, I can send it to a lab for testing, but I can't go send it, I can't like take it upon myself to go go test products. Only a distributor can test it. Oh, we're gonna ding you, you didn't talk about distributing or labeling. I can't, it's not what I can do. I'll be glad to if you guys wanna talk about giving me a license, but the problem is all these things, every one of these is a point against you, a point against you, a point against you. You know, and so what happens is I miss the cut by 5 points. And again, all we're talking about now, it's not that you're gonna pick me or not pick me. All we're talking about is whether or not you guys have to listen to me for 10 more minutes at an interview. And I didn't want to do this because I didn't want to create all this drama. But someone told me, listen, Greg, if you don't do it, they're going to think that you either did a really bad job on your report, you didn't take it seriously, or whatever else. And I thought, you know, that's probably right. I mean, I know this thing inside and out. I've read this code inside and out. I'm pretty good. I didn't buy my you know, the reason I didn't score that well is I didn't buy mine. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, when you guys interview these people that did this, you find something in there that they supposedly written, and you ask them the legal way to dispose of cannabis and see if they know it. I'll bet you $1 to a dollar they don't know a dang thing about it because they didn't write it. They didn't even read it. They paid somebody $5,000 or $10,000 to write them one up and got an A on it. You know what I mean? That's the problem with this. That's the corruption that's involved in this. Now I'm going to just give you a couple more, and then I'll stop bending your ears. All right. It talks about the applicant, you know, the security plan says that the transfer will be done by armored car. Number I-23 of my permit says it will be taken by a lockbox to a bank. Well, it didn't say it was armored car. It didn't say it had to be an armored car. You know, you can put it in your own. You can have your own armored car. Now I probably will get an armored car. And it goes on here and it says, I love that. It says, though the cash handling procedure cited daily transfer to the bank, it did not identify the firm. What firm? The bank or the armored car? How would I know when I haven't decided what armored car I'm going to hire? You didn't tell us who you were going to hire, Greg, because I don't know yet. I don't know if I'm going to get the permit. So I guess I could lie. Brinks. There we go. But I didn't want to do that because that was wrong. I said, listen, we don't know. Now, another one here is, and this is a good one. It says, the timeline provided failed to show consecutive chronological progression with completion by a set date, as it only listed the amount of time needed to complete the individual components. And I think it's in my appeal. It's like anybody in the age of COVID who says, I'm going to have this thing open December 27th is either lying or in a fantasy world. So what I did, and it took a long time, is I called up to Sacramento. I called up to the guys around here. I went down to City Hall and talked to staff. Hey, man, I need a license permit. How long? Greg, bring it in to us. Probably take us a couple weeks to look it over, you know, probably a month. Okay, boom, boom, boom. And there's a whole section in my RFP that says, listen, this is how long this takes. This is how long this takes. I called up to Sacramento. This is how long they're taking. This is before COVID really hit hard. And they said, but luckily we can do them all, you know, consecutively at the same time, and we could probably get away at maybe 6 months, maybe a year, you know, or 6 months, 6 to 9 months, I think is what I came up with. Okay, that's before COVID really got going and stuff like that. So what happens now is I got dinged a point for refusing to lie. Give me a date, Greg. I don't care if it's a lie. Just give me a date. I'll give you the point. It's a lie. I can give you a time range. Hopefully we can do that. And as I pointed out, it's been delayed. I think the last 2 emails I put in there are basically staff telling me, listen, it's going to be delayed a little longer. So how would I know when I could do it when I can't even know when my review is going to be back? And this is what bothers me about this, is that there's so much, you know, and I got it that people that we don't know. Here it says what it says. There was no discussion of transactional delivery, which there was. No clear indication of the floor plan as to the location of security cameras. And it said no dimensions on the lighting. The plan said, show us a plan with lighting. I put plans with lighting on there. I said, I don't really know that dimensionally, because technically what I have to do, and again, it shows to me ignorance of somebody who's never developed anything before. Because this is the way it works. I come up with a plan. I take it down to City Hall. The boys in planning, or the people in planning look at it, and then maybe the building inspector looks at it, and he says, oh, Greg, I don't like this. I'm worried about this light being over here, blah, 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 blah. So I don't know what the dimensions. Now, I could put a bunch of lying dimensions on there, but basically, they're gonna be up to to staff to decide what they want. I guess I should have just sort of lied. So anyway, all I'm asking for, and like I said in there, is like, listen, I got 10 grand in this deal. You know what I mean? And I think, honestly, I think I'm the best dang applicant that we got. You know what I mean? I'm a known commodity. I got everything good, and all I'm asking is for, which I said from the beginning, for $10,000, let me been here for 10 more minutes and try to sell myself. That's all we're at. You're not picking me or not picking me. I'm just asking for an in-face interview, which, you know, that I had to spend another $400 in 2 more weeks and this much more time of everybody's time to get. But if I didn't do it, I didn't want you guys thinking I didn't know what I was talking about, or I was inept, or he doesn't really know what he's doing. I know this thing, and I can make this thing a success. And if you'll give me an opportunity, we'll knock it out of the park. And that's probably all I got. Unless you guys got some questions for me.
Are you ready to have the staff and HDL?
Okay.
Yeah, you guys can go.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to point out bring it to the council's attention that the evaluation criteria that is identified in the rubric is actually verbatim from the RFP under the evaluation criteria. That's on pages 12 and 13 of the RFP. The points were identified in the request for proposals, and those were the same points that were allotted here in the rubric. The grading, of course, was not influenced by staff or dictated in the RFP. That's why we hired a professional third-party reviewer. And I'll ask that they maybe have some sort of response to the appellant's comments, if they have at this time. We have Matthew Eaton and Tim Cromarty from HDL. Matt is the Director of Compliance, if I'm getting his title correct, and Tim was the staffer that reviewed the proposals.
Hello, this is Matthew Eaton with HDL. Thank you for your time, Mayor, Council, and City staff. HDL has been involved with 240 clients throughout the state. We've been part of in excess of 3,500 application review processes. Those processes that we are involved in are both designed by us and also designed by the client. In this case, the entire application process, the RFP, was designed by the client with little to no influence or input by HDL. HDL was requested to review each application presented to them after they had been determined complete and provided to HDL. We received the applications in their entirety and used the criteria as outlined in on page 11 through 13 of your RFP. That rubric designed by the city lays out the criteria in which the reviewers were to evaluate the applications, and the scoring rubric or number of points to be awarded for each section. This application process is a merit-based process that was designed to identify qualified applicants. HDL used and solely used the criteria and rubric defined in the RFP as seen in the report format that was developed using all of the criteria. The points awarded were defined by the city in the RFP. The points awarded were awarded based off the completeness, clarity, and thoroughness of the response. Tim Cromarty from our staff was assigned the responsibility of reviewing each of the applications. He did so in their entirety and evaluated each application one by one. At the completion of that application review, he consulted with me, the deputy director of the cannabis program. I had no interactions with the city, and neither myself nor Mr. Cromartie had any interactions with any of the applicants during this process. Mr. Cromartie reviewed his, or summarized and discussed each of his reviews with me. And we then went back and consulted each of the applications, looking at how all of the applicants responded to each of the evaluation criteria, and matched that against the desires or the outline set forth in the RFP. The scores were provided in the report, and then ultimately reported back to the city at the conclusion of the process. I'd be glad to entertain any additional questions or specific questions that you may have.
Council members, did you have any questions of Mr. Eaton?
I had a question.
Please.
Mr. Eaton, so I noticed on the page of the, for the number of pages that were allowed were 250, and submitted were, in the application, were 309, so it was 59 over. And the number of points that were deducted were 23.6. How is that determined? Do you have a way to score the number of each of those pages that are over the amount? And is any consideration given for the amount of tax information or any other type of information that goes along with the application?
Thank you for that question. The RFP on page, I believe, 7, very specifically defined the maximum pages for the application process at 250. The application submitted for Central California Cannabis was 309. There was no consideration for any of the other or specific material, that all of the material presented was required to be within that 250 pages. The points deduction was a component of this application format. And in this specific format, there was a 0.4%, or I'm sorry, a 0.4 points deduction for each page over. Although the actual pages over did in fact merit, it was 59 pages, the points deduction did exceed the scope of your RFP. And reason being is that the Excel spreadsheet that we had built had those automatic deductions put in there because that's how we have held many of our other clients' our application review process accountable for going over the limit. Your process did not have a defined deduction in that, and we would concede that the extra 23.6 points that were deducted were in fact an error, and that the application review received 51 total points, which of the 80 points available, which merited a 63.75% overall score instead of the 34.25% score that was indicated on the report.
63 point what?
75%.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have any questions?
have any questions, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Stowe?
I did, Your Honor. To Ms. Eden, I just want to know, when you grade these applicants, do you know who they are or the locations prior to grading, or do you wait till after you give the grade?
We do not know who the applicants are. We had no interaction with the applicants, nor do we know or have intimate knowledge of the physical location, if that's what you're asking. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, that's what I'm asking, but even on paper, prior to grading, do you see their names, or do you wait until after you grade it and then find out which team you're grading or which company you're grading?
I'm sorry, the application does in fact provide the applicant's name, the DBA, the business legal name, and the personal information for the applicant, yes.
Okay. And the commitment portion of it, what were you looking for? Because I know that Mr. Sheldon was committed, but I don't know exactly what he wrote in detail. But if you can just give me a quick synopsis of what you're looking for in the commitment portion.
I do not know which section you're referring to with regards to the commitment portion. Do you know?
It's section 2.2 on the scoring criteria.
Okay. Tim, would you like to respond to that and how you evaluated that section?
Yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Very good. It says, has the applicant committed to initial investment amounts? I'm looking for some specific discussion, ideally a discussion that is accompanied by dollar amounts of what the plans are for the initial investment in the business. Whether that's equipment, acquiring property, securing a lease, what have you. I'm looking for specific, because I think that was what the question spoke to. What it was asking for was specific amounts. What are the amounts you've committed to make the initial investment in this business? Part two of that answer would be, what plans do you have for reinvesting in the business over time? For that, obviously, that can be a little more speculative. That can be a little less detailed and not necessarily looking for dollar amounts there. But we would like some answer that addresses those two components of the question. In this case, the applicant responded literally with nothing. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you.
I have a question in relation to that.
Please.
So is, going back to that same 2.2, is the initial amount for investment, would that be like a budget?
Yes, a budget would help answer that question very neatly.
And there was no budget included?
There was no budget included. And sometimes applicants will give you not a formal budget, but they will at least provide a listed itemization of, this is what we anticipate for equipment expenditures. This is what we anticipate for insurance. This is what we anticipate for IT. Acquiring the property. This is what we anticipate for security costs. This is what we anticipate for attorneys. The list goes on. They'll at least give you a set of bullet points and if they have numbers attached to those bullet points, that will at least give you a rough idea of, okay, here's what their startup cost is going to be. Here's what their budget looks like. And again, on that score, the applicant provided nothing.
So you're not looking at how much the applicant has in the bank, rather how they're going to distribute their money within the business?
Well, actually, we look at both. On the
Okay.
specific question of capitalization, in other words, is the applicant sufficiently capitalized? It is a two-part analysis. The first part is, okay, what is your startup cost? What is your anticipated budget for all of the capital that must be laid out to acquire the business, apply for the permit, get the the planning and zoning folks, get the building permits, et cetera. Purchasing equipment on up through the first 3 months of operation. That opening the business's doors in the first 3 months of operation, that is the startup cost. And again, we take that information combined with what the applicant tells us they have either in the bank or assets that they have control over or letters of credit that they have, that is factored into capitalization. And if the amount of assets that they have access or control over is greater to or equal than the startup cost, then they are sufficiently capitalized. I was unable to perform that analysis because I only had half of the equation. I had ample information, as the applicant himself has pointed out, about what assets he had under his control. Clearly, it was at least $800,000, but he had other information that looked to me like he had 1.2 million. Again, that's only half of the equation. In most instances, those assets would have been enough. However, I don't know what specifics, what he's planning in terms of the type of facility he wants to open. How large is it going to be? Is he going to be trying to compete with, other players in, far away? So because there was no startup cost, I could not perform the capitalization analysis.
So the applicant didn't even get a score for the money that the applicant had in the bank?
Oh, he got partial points for that. Again, in this section,
But in this section, in 2
Yeah,
point,
That's 2.1, I think.
right, he, I believe he got, let me double check.
yes, he got 4 points.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mine is just a comment, and it's strictly an analogy, because in a lot of the applications for business plans, the key component is to provide the budget analysis and the operating expenditures and to project. And I know that a lot of the business applications do get turned down when they don't provide the information to that. So I'm just making a comment.
Can we ask any questions of the applicant?
Yeah, this is how you guys would like to proceed with this part of it. If you want to, right now, since you're still having communications back and forth with both the appellant and the city and the NHDL, you can keep the hearing portion open for now while you guys are doing questions if you want.
Okay.
So,
I did have a question for
Please.
HDL, and I know that our staff had noted that, that there were similarities, if not exact likenesses, between portions of our documents as well as the rubric. But just in general, is it generally accepted that the speculative nature of some of the answers is answered by most of the people applying in a certain way? This is out of the ordinary based on what the generalization for speculative answers are in this process? And by that I mean estimations and facts that are parts of questions that are of a speculative nature. In general, the answers are given as speculative answers if they don't know.
like,
Tim, this is Tim Marty. In part, I think it depends on what subject matter you're talking about. If it's the business plan, we ask that to be very specific. If it's financial information, again, we want specific.
So in general,
When it comes to,
sorry.
but again, when it comes to things like what is your plan for long-term investment, obviously that's a little more speculative because the crucial, incubation period, if you will, for the business, they don't know how they're going to do in the first year or two. And there's a reassessment periodically after the first year, after the second year, or maybe even on a quarterly basis of, how much income have we generated compared to, how much revenue have we generated compared to how much revenue we projected to generate, and what flexibility do we have? to make decisions based on that revenue. That's where it can be a little speculative.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question of HDL, and I'm looking at 5.2 and the evaluation. Could you clarify that for me? Because what it says that the timeline failed to show consecutive chronological progression by a set date, by components, a little more to that.
Yes, normally you see a time frame, and it can be very general, but normally you will see a time frame for design review, a specific time frame for signage approval, the projected time frame for the issuance of the state license. And often what applicants will do is overlay those against one another in chart form so that you can see chronologically, okay, well, the design review is going to be, January to February. The approval doesn't take very long as it's in compliance. That can be 2 weeks. That could be a 2-week frame work anywhere within that 2-month period. It can be a long window to wait for issuance of a state license, maybe 6 months. Depending on the jurisdiction, it can take more or less time on the land use permit. But we expect, would hope to see, not just a listing of the applicant's awareness that they've got to do all the things on this checklist, but, and 5.2 does refer back up to the checklist of 5.1. Just so you can follow me. Not just an awareness of those things on the list, but a sense of the progression and the relationship of one to the other. For example, obviously the issuance of the building permit cannot precede the issuance of the state license.
Okay.
Things of that. And I didn't see a sense of, he listed all the things. It was clear that he had a command of all the things that were required, but there was no attempts to interrelate them to one another. There was no chronology of how those things would advance. And most importantly, there was no, and we're not going to hold people to this, but there was not even an estimated time frame for when it, or estimated date of when it would all be complete. And obviously, the date is not set in concrete. We don't expect that. But some projection as to when it's all going to be finished and you're ready to open your door. I didn't see that. So he only got half points for that portion of question number 5.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question to that, if I may.
Please, go ahead.
So in 5.1, it has a time, A through H, which are, to me, basically timelines that the criteria was satisfied. Can you tell me the difference between 5.1 and 5.2?
Well, 5.1 is asking, did the applicant show an awareness of these milestones? Are they listed? And the answer was yes, they were. So he got full points for that. 5.2 is, okay, fine. He listed everything. He's got an awareness of these things. How detailed was it? How comprehensive was that timeline? And that's where I get into questions of the time frame for each one of those activities and how they may relate to one another. That's what I did not see. So that's the difference.
Thank you.
Between
I'm going to go to number 3, the summary of security practices, where the summary, the narrative that is provided here included a description of security measures, including third-party security monitor, et cetera, but at the conclusion said the applicant also failed to address their employee-specific policies.
Okay, is there a question there?
Yes, clarification to the summary.
Well, if it's pertaining to employee-specific policies, looking for things like, what are your wages? What are your starting salaries? Will you pay a living wage in some cases? There are certain cities that are more concerned about that than others. What will the benefits be? What training opportunities will there be? Will there be continuing education opportunities? Will there be any kind of incentive program for people who perform particularly well? Things of that nature. We saw none of that at all. What was given in response to this question was a brief paragraph talking about the company's anti-discrimination policy. Well, that's helpful. That is a partial answer to what are your employee-specific policies. It's by no means comprehensive.
Okay, thank you. Council? Do you have any other questions?
Not to HDL, but to the applicant.
Okay, please.
Mr. Sheldon, we didn't want to be here either.
No, I don't want to do this either.
We didn't want to do an appeals, and I have reviewed your information quite a few times and have gone back quite a few times, especially today. And the one thing I'm missing each time I go through this is the application itself, to say, okay, I see it, here it is. That's what I'm missing. I only have part of the story. I don't have the full story. So I have to question myself as to,
Which
well,
application are you referring to?
the application that you submitted, the full application.
Oh, yeah, you didn't have access to that?
We only received what you submitted.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. I thought that you had that as part of your.
No, we don't have any of the
So
applications.
that letter, the clarification on September 21st basically said we will make, the city council will make their decision based on what you provide.
Oh, I apologize, and again, I just assumed it was there.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was the piece that was missing for me,
Yeah,
and I'm
well,
sure
that was-
rest of the council.
Okay.
And so,
I do want to point this out, just so that everybody understands, though, that, so, you know, the appellants or applicants can have legitimate reasons for not necessarily wanting to put the full thing in front of you, so there wasn't a requirement for Mr. Shelton to do that. I just want to make sure everybody understands that. You're right, it can affect, you know, depending on what the nature of the appeal is. If you're appealing everything, but you don't submit everything, then then that's potentially an issue.
I'll submit it right now.
But because, you know, everything he puts forward then becomes, nobody else's proposals are open yet. And so,
Yeah,
you know, there's this balance and maybe potentially wanting to protect some information, which is understandable. So that's part of the reason why, you know, there was no flat, straight up, yes, you have to submit everything.
Yeah.
Because that really should be the decision on the appellant. And so there was a communication sent to that regard.
okay. We can accept it now, though, but
Yeah, I mean, that would be
Yeah, no.
the grounds, it wouldn't
Yeah.
follow
I don't have
612.
time to review it right now.
Yeah.
So you've done so many projects. I'm sure you submitted a business plan somewhere,
Well, Madam Mayor.
and that's the pieces that are missing in here.
What's interesting about that here is I followed all this, and I even pulled this up. This is from the application, and it says budget, a copy of the applicant's most recent annual budget for operations, and it says if available. It doesn't say it's required. It says if you got one, put it in here. Now, if it says it's required, then I would have got something from staff saying you missed your budget. But they didn't send me anything that said I missed my budget. And the bottom, and then for the gentleman, and it kind of illustrates to me that he hasn't read this, because he says, well, we don't know if he has enough resources. And I have a note. If he doesn't know what my budget is, how does he know I don't have enough resources? He's saying, well, I don't really know because I don't have a budget. Well, then how do you know? Don't know. But I got dinged. I got aired on the side of like, well, I'm going to assume it's not enough, no matter how much it is, because you haven't told me how much it is. He also didn't really, you mentioned the lease payments. Had he read my application, he'd have known I own the property. So there are no lease payments, free and clear, no payments, nothing. So what bothers me about this is that I think what happens in these grading is they get used to seeing the same thing over and over again. And what happens is I wrote my own. It's an amateur, but mine is honest. It's the truth. When the gentleman was speaking about such things as you know, timeline, and you picked up on it. So I got a note here, and it says 6 to 9 months. He said, well, he did all these right. Well, every one of those had a range, 6 to 9 months, with no dates on them. So until I get awarded, which again, this process would delay 2 or 3 times, how could I give a date? Even if I gave a date at that time, it would have been pure speculation. And it would have been no good as soon as we got delayed the first time because of COVID virus. But I still got dinged a point, you know? And see, that's the part I don't like about it. And by the way, it's 172 pages. I don't know where he got 309 pages from. Now, what I think happened is I submitted some paper ones, and I submitted some electronic ones. I'm afraid that he printed the wrong one or used the zip drive and didn't look at the paper one. The paper one's 172 pages. So I got dinged, and I'm glad you caught that, Mayor, because I didn't know I was being dinged for pages that I didn't submit. Because it is not, I was real careful. My recollection is it was somewhere around 200 pages. I knew that. I just counted them again after I heard that. It's not 309 pages.
And that was corrected in the scoring as well.
What's that?
That was taken off, the 27.4 points were deducted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so.
And then this is another point. It was like, are we grading the rubric, or are we grading what you gave me to work on and what was given me as Phase 1 reviews? Because what that gentleman did, and no one asked, is like, why is the rubric so different? And I heard staff say, well, we had that in there. You did. But I asked you specifically, what do you want me to answer? And staff's response, and you have the emails, is this is what we want you to answer. Nothing about a rubric, no language about the rubric, but apparently now the rubric, 5 points for something that no one's, that they specifically said, there's 3 things in there. Do 2 of them, Greg. Don't worry about the third one. It's just going to copy the second one. Oh, no, Greg, you should have done that one too. Then maybe we should say that, and maybe we should have sent me in my first review, you didn't answer the rubric questions. Again, I would like to hear from the gentleman. I don't know, can I ask the consultant some questions?
That's up to you. But you've answered my question.
Yeah, that would be up to council, but my recommendation would be no. Generally speaking, it's that the question should go through the council to both parties.
Can I rebut anything or no?
Again, that's up to the council. What I would recommend, though, since we've been going at this for over an hour, is that if you're going to allow rebuttals at this point, if you feel you need them, that to limit them in time, in the amount of time that you provide to each side. That's up, but again, that's up to the council.
Council?
You know, give him a couple of minutes. He's
Couple
put in
minutes?
$10 in this. Let's give him a couple of minutes to rebut.
Couple minutes.
Okay. Again, I'm just gonna kind of do the same thing I said over there. He talked about pay, and I have the section here about pay. And what I said basically is, in the city of Porterville, I had probably 30 people asking me, hey, if you get this, can you get a job? I'm gonna give them 15 to 20 bucks an hour. We're gonna, and again, you must not have read it, because in this, and I'm sorry, Mayor, I wish you'd had it, former Mayor, I wish you'd had it, because I go on and on about, listen, if someone's motivated and they want to learn, I'm going to promote them. If they come to work and they just want to work, that's what they're going to get. You know, they're going to get what they're going to get, which is still a good job. But I guess I keep coming back to, and again, it's not a reflection on anybody, but is, and he admitted, our consultant, is that he only looked at the rubric. He only looked at the rubric. He didn't really grade anything else. He didn't consult with staff, ostensibly so that they wouldn't have a conflict, but had he consulted with staff, had he got this same communications I got from staff, he might have graded it differently, because what I was getting told from staff was not what was in the rubric, and what was not, and so my point is, maybe it's just a misunderstanding. But what happens is it had dire effects upon me. So what I'm saying is, like, listen, like going back to those 2, I didn't hear him mention anywhere in there, or I didn't hear staff refute the fact that there's nowhere in there asking for a financial commitment statement. So how can you be dinged 5 points for something that's not required? How can you be dinged for a budget that says in here you don't require to do a budget? Well, we'd like to have it. But that's not what this said. If you got one, put it in there. Didn't say, hey, if you don't give us a budget, Greg, we're going to ding you 5 points. Had you done it, I'd have done a budget. I'd have made numbers up. You know what I mean? Because it's silly. You know, if you ask me what it's going to cost startup, I can probably do it for $100,000. You know what I mean? I got $1 million. So, and I got $500,000 coming in a year. So I think I'm pretty well capitalized, and I think I can take it. Well, but I don't know that, Greg, because you haven't said that. And this is what bothers me, is that So if we're fuzzy, we're going to automatically count it against you. And again, I just keep coming back to how can we ding somebody for something that we didn't ask for? And then and even my emails, it says, listen, is this what you need? Is this all that you need? Am I hearing this right? And look on those things, and the email is, yes, this is it. This is all you need, Greg, and everything else. No financial statement in there. Nothing about budget, none of that stuff. And that's the 5 points that we're talking. That's the difference. And again, I mean, obviously, it's your playground. I'm just saying this, and this is really just for a meeting. But I don't want you to think that I didn't know what I was doing. You're right. I got lots of solicitations. Give us $5 grand. We'll write this for you, Greg. We guarantee you'll pass. I said, no, I'm not going to do that. That's wrong. That's cheating. That's buying my way in. I'm not going to do that because my council knows the difference. And again, had they read it, they'll know the difference between a portable one and a form one someone generated. That's all I was trying to do, and I won't belabor it anymore.
Thank you very much.
It's up to you. Do you want to allow time for staff/HDL to respond what was it, 2 minutes or 3 minutes? What was that? 3?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. If they want.
Yes, if they want. I would.
Yeah, is there a response on behalf of HDL?
If I can interrupt just for the first 15
Please.
seconds of that, I want to clarify a point that was brought up.
Sure.
All applications were sent to our third-party reviewer by way of a secure online link. We only used what was on the USB drives. We did not use the paper copies for this purpose of evaluation.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And if, on that, I'll let either Tim or Matt provide any additional comments they might have.
I'll just make a couple of observations. One is that, this is a competitive process. And in part, every applicant is graded against what the other applicants are doing and how they stack up. There is no other applicant that did not provide a budget of some type, however crude or rudimentary, they provided a budget. And in a competitive process, if you don't do what, most other folks are doing, if you're not running with the pack, yes, you will be dinged. The other observation I would make is, by virtue of the fact that the evaluation criteria, which was clearly printed in the RFP, means just that. That is the evaluation criteria, the criteria by which your application is going to be evaluated. And any applicant that doesn't provide any one of the items in the criteria that's put in the RFP, they do that. We did get 4 PDF documents through the portal. They added up to 309 pages. In some cases, repetitive, but that was not an imaginary number. I did read the RFP. I was required to grade the application according to the evaluation criteria, and I did that.
Thank you.
So with that, you can close the the hearing portion of the administrative hearing
Okay.
and go to the deliberation portion.
All right, it is 9:01. We will close the administrative hearing, and now we will go into the deliberation portion. Council?
Mayor, can I ask a question for staff at this point, or is that already, it's only between us?
Well,
Yeah.
what's the question you want to ask? Because I don't know, we really closed response, so it's kind of council deliberation at this point now.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Okay.
It was just,
Okay, thank you. All right, council. Which direction?
Well, Mayor, if I can just using a baseball analogy here on this subject, and the game is on the line for Mr. Shelton. And and he's up at the plate, and he knows the pitcher has 4 good pitches, and he'll take 2 pitches. And so his manager's going to come and pull him and pinch hit for him. He should have that time, because he had 2 strikes. He called staff and he says, you need to do it this way, do it that way. It was time for him to go get some professional help so he could have done it the correctly. You know, and I just can't see us, as much as I wanted him to get an interview because he's local, I can't see us doing it because he didn't score enough points. And I don't want to set a precedence that, you know, for people out of town, oh, they're going to give it to the local anyway, regardless, or if somebody else messed up, then we would give, you know, we would giving it to them. And I just, you know, I just can't see us, I mean, I can't vote that way because it's just not fair. And I just want to be fair to everyone in this whole process. And I think, you know, the company that we hired, they were fair in the scoring. They took everything in consideration. But, you know, I know he said he wanted to be honest, and of course, yeah, it was honest, but, you know, you got to get some help to make it, you know, a little better and to address every situation or question that they had on Rubik so that, you know, you can make sure. It's just like us going out for a grant. It's competitive. You know, if we write the grants ourselves on something that's small, okay, great. But when there's a large grant, bonds and stuff, we get someone else to write them because, you know, we're not that astute in that subject. So I just, you know, I can't, accept the appeal personally. And that's just my say.
I appreciate that. Councilman Peñalosa?
Yeah, this one is definitely a tough one just because, you know, seconding some of the thoughts that Councilmember Stowe mentioned is Greg Shelton is a local applicant, and so it does make it difficult. But at the same time, I feel that HDL did perform their evaluation and they analyzed his application the way that they did every one of them, and they came to the conclusions that they did. And so I feel that, you know, some of the things that even though they weren't directly mentioned, I think should have been provided just in, I mean, I'm not going to say I'm a business person, but, you know, when you look at just the explanation of a budget, breaking it down, and the fact that it wasn't included in there, it does draw concerns. And so, I mean, it's you know, like going back to it, it is a very competitive. I know it's a business that can make sufficient money, and so, but you know, I think that there should have been more due diligence in the formation and the application and the structure and the information that was provided in there. And so, you know, it's yeah. I guess those are my 2 cents on this for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Barola?
As I said, I didn't want to be here. This was the last thing we wanted to do, and we were pretty clear about the application process. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Sheldon was very involved in that process in terms of coming up and giving us information as to the process. And I agree with what has been said as well. I went through and sort of, again, I didn't have the application, so I couldn't go through that. So I went through and looked at each of those items based on the information that was presented and determined whether there should be a point missing or maybe not a point. The next step that, and you can correct me if I'm incorrect, but the next step that this appeal is for is to go to the interview only. Am I correct? Mm-hmm. And at the interview, he is not being given a spot to get the actual license. We're just saying, okay, you can go into the interview process, but doesn't mean you're going to get anything. It's the next step of the process. So I just want to remind that that's where we're going next to, is for the interview. But I'm not going to say that I wasn't frustrated. I was very frustrated with some of the information And yes, you want to know what's in that application. I've done applications through my career, both federal and state applications, private applications, and many that were, had many more questions than this. And you have to provide, the one single item is that budget and how you're going to use that money and how are the processes to protect that money in terms of the cash, in terms of how you're going to deliver it, receive it, whatever it may be. And again, some of that wasn't there. So, I don't know. I'm torn.
Thank you.
That's
Vice
opinion.
Mayor.
But, you know, this is definitely a brutal process. As being part of the ad hoc committee, achieving and protecting the integrity of the process is something that, even aside from being on the council and doing this, is like a little, I won't call it an angel or a devil sitting on my shoulder trying to keep this thing lassoed. You know, and even my question about just in general speculative answers, and maybe I didn't articulate it the right way, but I think the response I got was that in general, you know, if you don't know the answer, you punt, and it is frustrating. I agree that that's a good word to use as I read through this and try to determine, and at some point have to stop myself from second guessing what I've been as part of this project trying to accomplish. Again, looking back at the integrity of it, knowing that it is only for the interview portion, and even considering that the time allotted now is 6 times more time than any other applicant will receive during that portion. It is a little bit rough to look at it, but you know, once you stand back and try to look at the integrity of the process, which now we're even getting requests from other folks to change that process. I don't know that I can justify changing my stance in this process, and knowing that this will move forward far beyond this to other areas. Hopefully, should things happen or whatever the voters may choose. So I know that this is not the end by any means, but it is definitely a bittersweet beginning to the process. So I can't say that it's easy to go through this.
Thank you. Mr. Shelton, I want to say thank you. You have given us quite a bit of information. You've always been very proactive in the things that you set out to do, and even with differences of opinion, either or. One of the things that I want to echo is, because having worked for the school district, we did a lot of the application process for grants and for many different things, and a lot of them have been were rejected, and we had to go through it all over again. For that, I can only empathize with the emotions that you must have processed when you got the notification. The council did have a committee, and we adhered to the decisions that were made collectively to put a process in place and to have that third-party person come in so that staff wouldn't be directly involved with it, and that we would be very unbiased as to any information that would be coming. As far as the other applicants, we don't know what we're going to see when we get them. And again, it is a hard place to be, and it's not directed at you, because once again, in anything that you set out to do and having been involved with a lot of the small businesses and a lot of the large businesses, and watching them work through their application processes and being denied, it's because a component has been missing. And for that, it's really drenching as far as decision, but I would have to echo and adhere to the integrity of the process that we put in place.
Okay, so with all that, the council now gets to render a decision or consider rendering a decision. So what you really need is simply a motion, and the motion can be basically one of three things. One is to either uphold the appeal, one is to deny the appeal, which basically effectively upholds the staff's process so far. Or number three is some other direction. So those are your choices.
What's the
Madam Mayor,
oppose
this is-
again?
Cromartie, if I could, with your permission, I'd like to just briefly add one comment on the integrity of the process, since several.
You know what, I'd rather, if it's okay, I'd rather not have any comments since we're not allowing appellant to comment anymore either at this point. But do you have I guess, is there a question on the process? I guess I can ask you that way. Okay. All right. So, and what we could do then, what I would recommend then after that, so once a decision's made, then the decision is essentially effective tonight, but what I could do is then do what we did last time, which is put it into like a resolution form that can be confirmed at the next meeting just on a consent calendar. So, and it would just be consistent with whatever the council does tonight in light of the record. So.
I can rescind my application and make it easy on everybody. Is that an option I could do?
Yeah, I mean, you can. I suppose you can.
I'll make it easy on everybody, and I appreciate everybody's concern and everything else, and I still have some concerns about it, but I appreciate the time, been more than generous. I will rescind my application. I think I accomplished what I wanted to do, which was to basically tell you that it wasn't a lame application, and I knew what I was doing. I'll rescind my request for appeal.
Mr. Shelton has rescinded his application.
Okay. It's effective, right? I mean, so as long as it's effective, we don't need to make a decision tonight, so. Okay. I think we can do that. If some crazy thing were to happen and it were to resurrect itself, then we would need to we'd have to put something on in the next meeting for deliberation. But the hearing itself is effectively done since we already closed it.
It is over. Okay. Council, do you need a break?
I just want to say, that was really a big step, Greg, and considering our feelings.
Yeah, it's all good.
So thank you, thank you.
Well, that was hard.
Yes, I need a break.
Thank you. We will take 10 minutes. It is 9:16. We'll come back in 10 minutes. It is 9:26. We will reconvene to our council meeting. Okay. I'm going to look at legal counsel on this one. I know that Mr. Taylor is here for the public hearing, but we've had a request to move an item. We can have the public hearing. Are there any others here for public hearings other than Mr. Taylor's? We'll do his public hearing, and if we can move item number 20 after the public hearing for the parade. Council?
Is everybody
Because
amenable
he's
to
been,
that?
is that would that be a consensus? Because Mr. Dowling's had to listen to Mr. Shelton for an hour.
Let me make it real easy for you. We're not gonna have a parade. It's done. That's it. Come through it. Oh, come on. We're not gonna have a parade anyway, it's just gonna be a virtual. I don't care, come on.
Well,
But in order for you to see it, you have to be on channel 47. Come on there.
Well, let's do this. Mr. Taylor, do you mind if we move up the item number 20? Sorry.
please, we have got,
No, I'm leaving, we don't need Main Street, we'll do it in Stratton.
All right, well, I guess never mind then.
Well, we can still pick up the item anyway.
we'll still discuss the item.
That's weird.
We're still going to address the item. Okay. Okay, we will come back to the public hearings, and we will go into item number 15.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 3 public hearings before the council this evening. The first is to consider of a conditional use permit to allow the sale of wine at Stafford's Chocolates. I have a personal conflict of interest, so I'm going to.
Mrs. Hildreth? Or was it? No,
Honorable Mayor. Honorable Mayor,
okay.
I'd be obliged to give the staff report. if
You've
that'd be
been
okay.
doing, okay, that's what I needed to know.
Well, thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. The applicant, Stafford's Chocolates, who's here with us this evening, is requesting the approval of conditional use permit to allow the sale of wine under a Type 20 off-sale license permit. I just want to note there was a typo in the staff report that noted it was a Type 21, but it actually is in fact a Type 20 as is outlined in the context of being to sell wine for off-sale. The proposed sale of alcohol will be part of a gift basket assembled at the applicant's existing location. The gift baskets will include wine bottles packaged with other items in association with the existing business located at 114 North Main Street in the downtown retail north of Olive Zone District. Section 301.03 of the Porterville Development Ordinance requires approval of a CUP for any use involving the sale of alcoholic beverages. The California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, ABC, allows for a specific number of licenses per census tract based on population. Whenever the ratio of off-sale licenses to population in a census tract exceeds the average ratio for the county, an undue concentration of licenses is determined to exist. The subject site is located within census tract 38.02. This tract contains 19 licenses for alcohol sales, 12 on sale and 7 off sale. The census tract 38.02, 3 on sale and 4 off sale licenses are allowed without being deemed over concentrated. Approval of this off sale license would be the 8th off sale license, 4 above the allowable as determined by ABC. Due to the over concentration of off sale licenses, a letter of public convenience or necessity will be required. Stafford's Chocolates operates up to 7 days a week, Monday through Saturday between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m., and on Sundays from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Staff has included in the draft resolution proposed conditions for the facility to operate and be maintained as to not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare of properties or improvements within the vicinity. Any changes to operation of businesses will require a modification to the conditional use permit. The subject site is consistent with general plan land use designation, downtown mixed use, and zoning standards for downtown retail north of Olive. The DRN, which is downtown retail north of Olive designation, is intended to maintain the pedestrian and transit-oriented environment of retail, restaurants, service, and government offices in the heart of Porterville's downtown. The existing retail business with alcohol sales would suit the purpose of the zone designation. The business also supports the general plan economic development guiding policies, item number 15, to attract and retain specialty retail and restaurant businesses that will enhance Porterville's unique character. The existing business is permitted in the use of downtown retail north zone, and alcohol sales are permitted in that zone district with approval of a conditional use permit. The environmental coordinator made a preliminary determination that the project is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to section 15061B3 of the California Code of Regulations of CEQA guidelines. Under the general rule that CEQA applies only to projects which have potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. Staff's recommendation is the City Council adopt a draft resolution approving the conditional use permit, PRC 2020-031-C, subject to the conditions of approval, and authorize the mayor to sign a letter of public convenience of necessity. Staff is here for any questions as well as the applicant.
Thank you very much. No questions for staff. It is 9:32. We will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to come forth?
I've known Robbie for, how long have I known you, Robbie? 50 years. Been a Boy Scout his whole life. If anybody can, anybody's squeaky clean, it's Robbie Taylor. Everything he does is a success. I know if he's gonna do it, he'll do it right. He won't accept any less. And I think it's, he's proven that, he took something that they couldn't do and said it couldn't be done, brought it back down to downtown. We all talk about wanting downtown to be vibrant at night, someplace for someone to go, places to go, but no one can make it. So I think give Robbie a chance.
Thank you very much. See that there are no one else to come up for public comment. We will close the public hearing. It is 9:33. Council?
Move for approval of the item.
Excuse me, we do have an oral communication.
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry. Let's,
And I apologize, the audio was turned off for all of the people on Zoom, and so we only got audio going midway through that staff report, so I apologize. Anyway, so good evening, my name is Jason Pommier, and I would like to provide my support to allow the sale of wine at Stafford's Chocolates located at 114 North Main Street. While I understand some in the community are hesitant to add businesses that serve alcohol in the city, I look at the business development in Visalia and Bakersfield to see vibrant businesses that more importantly provide needed tax revenue to cities. I strongly believe that Main Street has overwhelming potential to grow as far as restaurants and bars to provide a vibrant nightlife and give community members a reason to stay in Porterville rather than driving to other cities. Thank you. That concludes the written correspondence.
thank you very much.
Move for approval of this item as recommended by staff.
We have a motion,
Second.
and we have a second. Further discussion? See that there are none. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. I was gonna say, okay. Thank you. Okay, we need to have Mr. Lawless.
Did I hear somebody talking? Oh.
Okay. Okay, we will now go on into item number 16, public hearing.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Next public hearing this evening is the consideration of the Citrus Blossom subdivision project, and Mr. Ridenour will provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. I've asked Ms. Lapierre to give it, Ms. Phillips to give a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Ridenour, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, and Council. I do want to point out as we get started, since you can't see him in the audience tonight, the agent for this project is on YouTube watching or listening in. On June 12th of 2019, the Project Review Committee reviewed PRC number 2019-020, which is a tentative subdivision map that proposes to annex and develop about an 11.5-acre parcel in northwestern Porterville at the southwest corner of Linda Vista Avenue and Newcomb Street. The Citrus Blossom subdivision would subdivide the subject site into 50 detached single-family residential lots with an 18,500 square foot pocket park, just over a quarter of an acre, about a third of an acre of a pocket park. The project would include, obviously, the construction of local streets, but would also include improvements to both Newcomb and Linda Vista Avenue. The parcel is currently identified in the 2030 General Plan Land Use Element as low-density residential, and is currently zoned for RS1, which is very low-density residential development. As proposed, this application would require a zone change to RS2, which is our low-density residential, as well as an annexation and an urban development boundary adjustment. The proposed land division and subsequent development of the site into would provide much-needed housing in conformance with the city's general plan land use and housing elements, as well as to help meet the city's regional housing needs allocation quota, or RHNA. Staff and the applicant's agents have worked through the design details to ensure adherence to the General Plan and Development Ordinance, as well as compliance with the California Subdivision Map Act and applicable codes. This subdivision would provide new single-family residential housing on lots generally ranging from 6,000 to 11,000 square feet, and it is compatible with the requirements of Series 400, which is our subdivision ordinance. Circulation is provided through the internal streets, which would be built to the new standard, including parkway strips, streetlights, and sidewalks. Subdivision provides connectivity to Newcomb on the east and Linda Vista to the north, and would also include a developed road stub in the southwesterly portion of the project. This would provide for some sort of future connectivity in the event that the properties to the south were ever to develop. In order to meet the requirement for park space, the project includes an 18,500 square foot pocket park, which would be improved prior to dedication to the city for inclusion in the lighting and landscape maintenance district. Maximum density in the proposed zone district is 6 units per acre, and the proposed project has a gross density of 4.38 units per acre, which is consistent not only with the general plan, but also the proposed zoning classification of RS2. The applicant is requesting annexation for their parcel, and in association with that, staff recommended and the applicant agreed to amend the urban development boundary not only for the subject parcel. I'm sorry, could you show sorry, I'm in my own world here. You probably would like to see this. On the locator map here shown ahead of you, the area bounded by red, which Jason is panning through right now, that is the area of the proposed subdivision. The areas south of that rectangular area with orange cross-hatching is the proposed area of the urban development boundary amendment. So both the proposed subdivision area and that subject area would all be incorporated into the urban development boundary. The city's current urban development boundary is shown on this map as a pale purple or a pinkish color, and city limits are bounded by blue. As you can see how those boundaries differentiate from each other. The intent behind including not just the subject site, but also the areas to the south into the UDB is to secure the future development of that area to be consistent with city standards. We've found as we've annexed a series of islands in the past that if you don't get to it before it develops, sometimes it's developed in such a way that it's not really congruent with how the surrounding areas develop. So if it is in the urban development boundary, it gives the city a better position to, and the mayor will be most familiar with this in her role as LAFCO commissioner. It gives the city a little bit more more space at the table to have those conversations with the county as projects might come forward. In any event, so there's that. So in total, the area included in the urban development boundary amendment, the annexation and the additional parcels is a little over 25 acres, currently bounded by the city limit to the east and the south. I want to talk a little bit about the subdivision, if you can show that next slide, please. So this is the proposed subdivision. It shows the connectivity onto Newcomb, a good distance away from the corner, which was a concern at Linda Vista and Newcomb to make sure that that was safely distanced. Also, a new intersection, or excuse me, a new access pointing onto Linda Vista. And then you can see in the southwesterly portion that road stub that would, for current purposes, just be a dead end, but it's there in the event that the properties to the south, that urban development boundary growth area would, at such time as those might develop in the future, there's an opportunity for them to have connectivity, not just one way in and one way out, but stronger connectivity for that entire corner of town. A few more project details you can see in the westernmost center block, if I can call it that. There's the park area. It's kind of an L-shaped park, so it's accessible from a variety of different directions for people that might walk over to it. I don't know what just happened to the screen there. Oh, Fernando's taking care of it. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. So anyhow, so the park there is shown in the middle, and it's got great pedestrian accessibility, and it's sized appropriately for the number of units, and as I mentioned, would be improved to a park, not just blank land handed over to the Parks Department to fix up, but an actual park that would be incorporated into the Lighting and Landscape Maintenance District. Temporary drainage is shown just to the east of that road stub. But all in all, there's been a few iterations of this map that have worked through between the applicant and staff the staff supports the application as it's proposed before you tonight. As far as environmental, obviously with all these entitlements, this project was subject to environmental review, and on September 2nd, the environmental coordinator made a preliminary determination that a mitigated negative declaration would be appropriate for the proposed project in light of the studies prepared. An initial study and proposed mitigated negative declaration have been transmitted to interested agencies, groups, and individuals for a 30-day review period from September 5th to October 5th, yesterday. At the time of the writing of the staff report, no comments were received. However, today, staff received 2 comments from 2 of the neighbors on the south side. Both had questions about the potential growth of the area, not so much about the subdivision, but about that other area that was to the south of it, what that might look like, since it's not yet known. And they specifically had questions related to the circulation and what it might do to the traffic on Rose Avenue. Both parties seemed content with staff's response to those questions, and in as much as any future project on the properties that are in the UDB amendment but not within the annexation would be subject to provide opportunity for comment, because they would be subject to entitlements such as what's being brought before you tonight. So with that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the draft resolution for mitigated negative declaration of environmental impact, adopt the draft resolution making application to Tulare LAFCO for consideration of an urban development boundary sphere of influence amendment and annexation, adopt the draft ordinance approving a change in the zoning of the 11.47 acre site of the proposed subdivision, and adopt the draft resolution approving the Citrus Blossom tentative subdivision project. That concludes staff's report. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? It is 9:45, and we will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone here for comment for this public hearing item? Do we have any for oral communications? From electronic communications? Okay.
I'll read several. The first is from Gary Locks. I have 3 major concerns with his project. Water, there is currently 8 acres of oranges planted there now. The water use is approximately 20 acre feet per year, or 6,520,000 gallons. 50 houses will use approximately 40 to 50 acre feet per year, or 13+ million gallons. Also, where is the water coming from? Sigma rules will allow 5.5 acre feet to be pumped for third location. 2, the surrounding lots are much larger than purposed. I'm worried that that will do to surrounding values. 3, at present, this grove sequesters a minimum of 16 tons of carbon annually. What is proposed to mitigate the loss of this mitigation? Just want to point out I live next to this location. I'm not anti-development. I'm just concerned about these issues. Thank you for your consideration. Gary Locks, Locks Management Incorporated. Next is from David Cox, to whom it may concern. I was recently made aware of the proposed Citrus Blossom subdivision located on the southwest corner of Linda Vista and Newcomb. I am particularly concerned about the proposed developed road stub on the southwesterly portion of the subdivision that is to serve as a future connection with Rose Street to the south. My wife and I are the property owners on the north end of Rose, and such a connection would have a very negative impact on our property specifically, but the entire neighborhood generally. If such a connection were allowed to occur, there would likely be a number of higher density properties that would line the north end of our property and would completely negate one of the major reasons we purchased the property nearly 20 years ago. A connection to Rose would also create a larger problem for our neighborhood as a whole. We would see an increase in traffic, crime, and as a result, a general devaluation of all of our properties. North Rose Street is one of the most desirable neighborhoods in Porterville. Connecting it to a higher density neighborhood would destroy that. In short, I would ask that you reconsider allowing the future connection of Rose Street to the Citrus Blossom subdivision. Jenny Cox has, and the address is 1990 North Rose Street, has issued the exact same, it's the exact same, but from Jenny Cox. Would the council like me to read it?
If it's exact
Okay,
same
it's
thing
exact,
and it's
it's the
verbatim.
same, but from Jenny Cox with the same 1990 North Rose Street. Next is from Joshua Soulier. I have some concerns about this development, specifically the reasoning behind the pocket park. The paperwork shows that the pocket park's justification is because there is a community park in close proximity. The closest park that I was able to find was Veterans Park, 1.8 miles away. Now, 1.8 miles is only a short 4-minute drive if you have access to a vehicle. However, it's 35-minute if you don't have a car, an hour and 10 minutes round trip. This wouldn't be an issue if we had a bus route that ran out near this new project, but the city chose to cancel the only route that would serve this area 6 months ago. To be clear, the pocket park is insufficient. An expansion of that park is necessary as it is too far from the nearest community park. Therefore, new city policy should be discussed as soon as possible regarding not just distance when reviewing new housing developments and their proximity to parks, but also the time it will take to get to these parks based on the most common forms of transportation that the residents have access to. Next is from Lin Gong. I am writing about the above subdivision proposing to go in on Linda Vista. I am concerned that the subdivision will grow to the south and want to use our Rose Street as an access. We're a quiet group of homes that cannot handle that type of traffic. Our subdivision is zoned for 1 acre or more each. Apparently, the subdivision is not wanting that kind of zoning. My husband and I bought our home nearly 5 years ago. A big attraction was the large lots and low amount of traffic. Changing this zoning certainly doesn't seem right for those of us that paid the price to live in this neighborhood. I'd be happy to talk to anyone on the council about this matter. Please remember that of us that are already established here. Lin Gong, 1932 North Rose Street. There were a couple others that came in, Your Honor. Comment received from Dustin Maddox, 2199 West Linda Vista Avenue. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, before you tonight are a number of resolutions regarding the Citrus Blossom subdivision. The fact that there are several should immediately give you pause. The sponsors of this project are asking you to make a number of serious decisions simultaneously. They not only want you to accept their negative declaration and approve their map, they want you to annex a much larger tract of land into the city, immediately rezone it, and allow them to bulldoze a family's home. They are asking you to take on the burden of new streets, storm drains, water mains, trash service, and police and fire protection, and they are counting on you, not realizing that that is what they are asking. To be brief, ladies and gentlemen, they are trying to sneak this one past you. I'm aware that council members' time is valuable. I am also aware that as a consequence, the council relies heavily on city staff. But the staff's responsibility is to ensure that the correct forms are filled out and the rules are followed. They determine whether a project legally can happen. Whether it should happen is up to you. To represent the best interests of the residents of the city, that is your mandate. I encourage you to read for yourselves the impact study for this project. It's 150 pages, and it's available to the public for those of us willing to go to City Hall and ask for it and pay for a copy. It's full of inaccuracies as well. It describes the site as being substantially surrounded by urban development, although its opening pages admit that on 3 sides of area is farmland and rural homes. It references light pollution zones determined by the Census Bureau, even though the 2020 census was incomplete at the time of the preparation. It shows a map with an 18,000 square foot park, although it says the developer has opted to pay a fee instead of constructing it. It calls out infrastructure loads that were calculated in the midst of a pandemic while the nearby schools, churches, and businesses were closed. It calls Newcomb Street a major arterial, even though that section of it is a 2-lane country road with a dirt shoulder, and it conveniently admits that the intersection of Linda Vista Avenue and State Route SR 65 is one of the most dangerous in Porterville, seeing an average of 1 collision a week. I encourage you to carefully read the resolution for annexation, which claims to have received no comments from interested parties. Compare it to the notice of public hearing that was mailed to the affected landowners and see if you can discern for yourself whether it appears to affect them at all. I encourage you to visit the proposed site and speak with any of the neighbors who purchased their land and built their homes in the last 5 years. There are more than a dozen of them who bought large parcels in a rural area, building their dream homes unaware that the orange grove down the street is becoming a crowded housing tract. Members of the council, this is a crooked deal. Like a child who asks his father when his mother says no, this developer wants to build something the county won't allow. So he's asking the city to take it over and give him permission. And the city staff is looking at it as a way to cheat on their housing construction quota by absorbing a project that's not in the city. The impact study even admits directly that this project would violate the city's general plan by converting farmland into housing, but it's exempt because it's not in the city limits yet. I'm begging you, do not be fooled by this, and at the very least, table this matter until you can study it for yourselves. The people behind it don't think you will. They're counting on it. Next comment is from Angela Dennis, address on file. Dear Mayor and council members, I do not feel the multiple resolutions should be approved without further public comment. The developer of the Citrus Blossom subdivisions has requested rezoning, annexation, an urban boundary amendment, and approval of a tentative map, all of which affect the landowners directly south of the site. Because of all of these issues were lumped together, the public notice issued to these landowners was misleading and deceptively titled. The public notice gives no indication that this amendment would include their properties. I feel it's not only fair to hold a separate public hearing for the annexation and boundary amendment so that these people can be made aware that it affects them and have an opportunity to express their support or opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is 9:53, and we will close the public hearing. Council.
Can you put up the map of the area, the aerial? Please. So where is Rose?
Rose Street is to the southwest. Yes, you had your cursor on it right there. That street is Rose, and it is currently just dead ends. That's the limit of that subdivision, but it's not developed as a cul-de-sac per se. There is a bulb in it to provide for turnaround, but that area is Rose Street. It was a county subdivision. It was annexed in 2015 as associated with the properties immediately to the east of it.
Didn't they request to be annexed?
The Rose area, I don't believe was part of that request for, there may have been, there's a couple of vacant lots
Yeah,
back
I'm trying to
then.
remember whether that was, yeah.
I'm
So-
sorry, I don't remember the details of that exactly.
So is there plans to move Rose through there? Because I don't see how that would happen. I mean,
The goal was to provide for, just as Rose dead ends to the north, providing for some sort of future connectivity to whatever is north of it. The stub that staff has conditioned on the subject map is to provide connectivity toward the south. Whether or not they connect is going to depend on the application that comes forward at some future date, if ever. But the opportunity is there. It's not going to be this landlocked, well, there's no other option to develop it. Land is valuable. I mean, in this area, it's not quite the, dollars per acre as in other parts of the state, but certainly as we grow, we want to make sure that we're providing for the best future density, most appropriate future density and best use.
Because if you were to take Rose from, what is that? West Grand, through Rose, going north, that's really not a direct access to Linda Vista.
It would be an S-curve or a series of intersections with other streets that are going east-west. I can't say exactly what that would look like, but we're not, we're requiring that those options stay open for some sort of future connectivity. But again, that street connection from Rose up to that stub, and currently the stub is even unnamed, that's not part of this application.
But just in regards to the concerns from
Sure, and I understand that change is concerning, but that's the goal of the stub.
Mayor, one of the citizens said that the county turned them down. Did it turn them down because of water? They turned this development down because of water? Or how long ago did they turn them down?
The county didn't turn down, I'm sorry, may I? The county didn't turn down the application per se. It came through as a county referral initially, but as is standard with the city prefers to see urban densities of growth happen within the city limits. We're better equipped to handle it, and we know at some point we're going to be inheriting it one way or the other. So that has been a standard protocol for at least 10 years.
The county just passed it on to us because it's going to be a new development and we should get involved. Okay.
What about the water issue? Water issue and the trees. I'm going to think that they're going to put trees in there, but also the 6 million gallons of water is being used currently, and it's going to be to 13 million gallons. When I thought developments use less water.
I was going to respond that way. I see that Mr. Knight is on the phone, and if he has better calculations on that than me, by all means jump in. But it is my understanding that the subdivision will use less water than the orchard is using. Mike, do you want?
I would agree with that. I didn't have the exact number, but we're also in the process of installing infrastructure that's going to take that water that is consumed and treat it and make it, usable again for a second time. So when you look at the rough numbers that was put out there, if it currently uses 20 acre feet and the discussion of using greater than 50 acre feet of water, it's not entirely apples to apples. So when you install a subdivision, the water that's actually going to be lost in this as it relates to Sigma and future sustainability, current evaluations is the water that's applied to the landscape outside the home. So everything that's actually used within the home is recaptured and treated in at the wastewater treatment facility. And council has been working on projects to further that resource. So not all in all, apples to apples when you look at quantities of water. So I guess I would leave it there.
And in addition to that, as the council is aware, you appropriate $500,000 a year to acquire water for recharge to further offset those impacts.
One other question, Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
One of the comments said that there was 150 delinquencies in the neg deck, and I know no one around here knows neg decks better than Julie and Julie did, and I assume that they wrote this. And can you expound on that or give us something? I'm sure you've gone over it. Or environmental impact. I'm sorry, not the neg deck.
As far as what the mitigation measures were? I'm sorry, could I ask for clarification?
Yes, they said it was like 150 discrepancies in the environmental impact. And did you write it?
We have consultants on staff that now prepare those environmental documents. one of our contracted consultants prepared the document. I do review those documents when they come in. I do review for inconsistencies and, because typos happen and errors happen, but I'm not,
You're not
at the risk
familiar
of
with
sounding, rude, I think maybe some of the perceived inconsistencies is just a lack of familiarity with CEQA.
The discrepancies were in the eye of the beholder?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. That's what I'm trying to get to. All right, thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, I have several
Please.
questions to ask in regards
Please,
to
go
this.
ahead.
The first one, for me, it's in regards to that, the stop, so there's that, the stop sign on Linda Vista as you head east, west, and there's no stop sign north and south, right? And so as we think about this, the subdivision, how do we anticipate whether like mitigating the congestion, like pedestrian walking through there? Because there is no stop sign like north-south on Newcomb. And so I could imagine people walking across the street with no sidewalk and, to cross forward. Like, my question would be like, is there something in place to mitigate with that? Or was there, did the study conducted not specify that information? Or I'm just curious to know about that.
I'm looking for the exact number of the condition, but I do know, and maybe Mr. Sanchez would remember exactly how that's phrased, but I do know that there are improvements required, not just to Newcomb, but also to Linda Vista, and that the intersection obviously would be a part of those improvements. Javier, do you have some clarification on that while I look for the comment or the condition?
Sure. How would I say, the traffic study didn't point out any deficiencies to address as far as pedestrians and so on. What pedestrians will have to do is just exercise due care if they want to cross from one side of Newcomb to the other. Once that development goes in, just like they would at any other unmarked crosswalk location.
And if, okay, and if there, at what point could we consider, is it usually like if there were to be an accident, would that be brought back to council to consider reevaluating that four-way road, or?
So you're talking about like instead of just two-way stop, it'd be an all-way stop.
Or not, or anything, like, I guess I'm just trying to think ahead of like the folks that are going to be walking that sidewalk, and just trying to think about this subdivision, the kids walking on Linda Vista, crossing over to the other side of Newcomb on east of, of Linda Vista. And so I just, with the cars speeding there in the back road right there, I can see accidents happening, with folks possibly getting hit or people not seeing people walking in the evenings as the sunset goes down. So that's really, for me, a big kind of red flag. So just trying to think of what, did we anticipate that? Is that being looked at? I know you mentioned, the study didn't say that it would be up to the pedestrian, like you're saying. But, it's a little scary right there if you're walking and the cars are just flying by.
Yeah, no, definitely. And with each development, we look at these. And so what we do is at any time any area is urbanized such as this, there's a potential for traffic speeds to be adjusted. So we would take a new speed survey once it's fully developed, see if an adjusted speed limit is justified, because right now it's just 55 miles an hour, if I recall right. If not, it's 45 miles an hour currently. And then, and as far as the lighting, especially at nighttime, we will be looking at streetlight layout. And because of the concern there, we would be most likely locating a streetlight at that intersection.
All right, thank you for that. The other question that I have, in addition to that, is when we're talking about, so we're doing three different things tonight, which is approving first, we're going to be adjusting the urban development boundary. We're going to annex, and then we're going to approving the subdivision. So do we, whenever we're adjusting the urban development, the UDB adjustment, does that prompt a public hearing with this approval subdivision, or does that require public notice as well? Or is it just, would the public notice just be required if we were just doing this subdivision as opposed to including the adjustment to the UDB? I guess to clarify is, if we were to just be doing a adjustment to the UDB in this area, would that prompt a public notice, if that's all we were doing?
If it were, if an urban development boundary were the only action being taken, there isn't a requirement by the city for public hearing notices for that. But it would be very unusual for us to do an urban development boundary without some other request, some other catalyst for that action. It is, I was just trying to look up the code section number real quick, but it is identified in our development code that if multiple entitlements are being sought, that they all be brought together so that the council can consider them comprehensively. So it's not so much that we're trying to ram everything together and sneak it past. It's more that we're trying to help you see the entirety of the action that is being considered. As the resolutions are laid before, and the ordinances are laid before the council tonight, there is a certain order to things, and so the first action would be adoption of a resolution for CEQA. The project, any entitlement project, or any project funded by the city, but in this case, you're looking at an entitlement project, is subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. So that action has to happen first. The next action to take place would be the proposed annexation, because in the event that the annexation is not approved, then none of the other entitlements make sense or are relevant. After that, it is if there were a general plan amendment that was required, that would happen first. In this case, the general plan amendment is not required. And so the zone change is the next step. And then the last step then would be the tentative subdivision map. As I mentioned, it's within the city's policy and the city's precedents, and also within our municipal code that all actions be taken together at one time. But certainly that, I defer to the city attorney to see if there's any legal requirement that you have to take them all tonight, but just know that that is something that is very consistent for the city to do.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any legal requirement to take them all at the same time.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. In addition, the entrance that we're looking at here on Linda Vista Avenue, the one on the north side, it has 18, is that 18 feet one way and 18 feet the other lane? Those two lanes, am I reading it correctly, 18 feet in between for each lane?
The lane width is 18 on each side of center line?
Yes. For the entrance into the subdivision, if you're coming on Linda Vista, from Linda Vista, that entrance?
Yes.
It has 18 feet and 18 feet, right, yeah.
That's right.
And how do we come to determine what is the appropriate, width for that? And that prompts another question as to, are we thinking of like it's going to be for a car to park on the side plus the cars to pass by that one lane, and are we going to have cars parking on both sides as well? And so do we anticipate that, or is it just going to be the width for cars to enter and go out and not park on the side?
Could I ask Javier to respond to that one?
Sure. What the 18 feet gives us is the minimums of a travel lane and parking lane adjacent to each other. So the minimum allowed lane is 10 feet, and the minimum parking width is 8 feet, and the 18-foot width gives us that. For entrance features, they do tend to make things a little bit wider, a little bit grander, just to make it inviting to the eye. So there's an aesthetic component of that too. But in the event somebody would, would end up parking on the side, there'd still be enough room for a vehicle to get through.
And is there I'm looking at the the southern entrance, which is if 56 feet is just, it's including the curb and gutter and sidewalk, is that correct? Just to make sure I'm clear on that. It's pointing that whole width from the southern part?
Yes, that's the street right-of-way width.
Okay. And then over here,
Go ahead.
no, go ahead, sorry.
So I'm just going to add, I know there was a few comments back in response to the statement from the Cox household, and then to add to Julie's comment, the circulation element does have a street connecting, which in this case is the alignment of Rose Avenue, going from North Grand all the way up to Linda Vista, and then it continues up to Avenue 181, which is substantially north of this project location. So I just wanted to add that the circulation element envision this, this street in this subdivision connecting down to Rose, excuse me, and then it aligns down with Salisbury Street south of North Grand to Westfield Avenue. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Is there a reason why, because I'm looking at the 18 by 18 over here, and then I'm looking at the Valencia Avenue entrance on the east side. Is there a reason why we have 20 by 20 over here and 18 by 18 over here? I'm just curious to know what was the 2 feet that were added to each side. What was the decision around that, and why is it they're both I guess what I'm coming down to is that I would like to see if we can match it to the 2020, or what is the reason why we put 1818 as opposed to the 2020 over here on the east side entrance.
As Javier mentioned, the applicants sometimes like to have a slightly wider street on the entrance to their neighborhood. This is, I'll let Javier speak to it, but the minimum standard for these streets would be the 18 and 18.
Yeah, and I guess one thing to add is on that south stub, as it's envisioned to connect to Rose in the future, if those adjacent properties develop, with it being designated, with Rose and this extension being designated as a collector, we should probably condition that to meet the collector width, which would slightly increase that right-of-way there to, when we try to blend streets together, it could match that 60-foot right-of-way width, but our new collector standard is 68 feet. So we'd evaluate that a little bit further.
Is that the one that has 56 feet?
Yes. And then that 56 is because it's our new, so we're caught between old standards and new standards. So the old standard local road width was 60 feet of right-of-way, 40 feet between faces of curbs, and then that left 10 feet from face of curb to the right-of-way, which gave us the sidewalk and some landscaping. But now our new standard is 56 feet. Where we lose the 4 feet is in the roadway width, just to provide some built-in traffic calming. We tighten up the roadway a little bit, doesn't lead to, and helps to keep the speeds low in residential areas. And so that was the reason for the change in width.
Thank you. I had a question in regards to the mitigated negative declaration map that was submitted for that study. In that study, and correct me if I'm wrong, but did that one include 2 parks in the initial mitigated negative declaration?
It did. One of the struggles that we have is through processing these is how long these efforts take. I'm sure the applicant's agent on the line would absolutely agree that there's a series of steps to take. We start the CEQA process months ago, and then we were still working out details of the map even after the CEQA document started to circulate. Nothing significantly different, but in one iteration, the last iteration before the one that's before you tonight, the applicant had shown 2 equally sized parks. So it was ending up with, I think, about 24,000 square feet of park space. That is significantly greater than is required by the development code. And so we talked to the applicant and asked if they were sure, or to clarify, were they intending that it be one or the other, so that we could accurately portray it in the conditions. There was apparently a misunderstanding, and so this final version before you tonight of the tentative map is what is intended with the L-shaped map, not the two separated parks. Also, from a maintenance standpoint, I would imagine that having two parks in the same neighborhood is not really where we wanted to go. Having one contiguous park would be more functional in a lot of different ways.
Thank you so much for that. And to follow up on that, so when we talk about the developmental code, I know that there was a question in regards to the park and space, and so we have. So when you say that by code, there is a specific size that these subdivisions have to have for park space. That is by our, within our own city, city code, or are you referring to like it's like state code? I just want to get clarification on that. Like, do we have the discretion to decide whether we would like to expand that, or is it we would have to change the city developmental code to do that?
We in the current municipal code is mimicked off of the state law, the Quimby Act, that regulates how much park space can be required of a developer in these sorts of situations. Our code requires 3 to 5 acres per 1,000 people. So we calculate based on the number of units and the average household size, how many acres would be required. I'm looking for that exactly right now.
And I guess I appreciate your response, because I just want to get clarification so folks in the public can understand that, how this works, because sometimes I feel like there's definitely much interest in making sure that there's sufficient park space, but I wanted to be on the record for folks to understand how we come to the determination of how big these spaces are going to be within these subdivisions, if that makes sense.
Certainly. If you need any additional clarification on that, please let me know.
And I guess I'm finishing up here. I did get, and the reason I guess, I was able to visit the subdivision location. So this prompted all these questions to exist. And I just want to make sure I understand what we're approving here before we make the decision. In terms of this temporary retention basin down here on the southern part of the subdivision, when it says temporary, are we anticipating that? Is there going to be? That means that they're going to eventually change it, and if they do so, is there how much information are they obliged to share with us in regards to where they may anticipate moving that in the long term? And so I just saw that it said temporary, and so it made me think, so it's not permanent, which makes me wonder where, is that anticipated in the mitigated negative declaration or not? And so, yeah.
Yeah, if I can jump in on that one, Julie.
Please, thank you.
So if there isn't a master plan basin available or a master storm drain line available to directly tap into, a lot of times developers will choose to retain on site because it's what's most cost effective to them, even if it's at a loss of 2, 3, 4 lots, whatever it may be. They'll just have to calculate how much runoff their project will create and then create a retention basin of that size. Now, because there is no nearby facilities, they've chosen to do a temporary retention basin. And as the city expands and develops a little bit more around it, there'd be more opportunities to do a storm drain line. We're currently evaluating our master plans, and we have to see if there's potentially a master plan basin in this area. And so they're just a little bit ahead of our infrastructure is what I'm getting at. So until more development comes up that triggers more of those master plan basins, then they may be stuck with this temporary basin for an extended period of time. And the maintenance of those basins is covered through the landscape and lighting district. So it'll be kept up. and maintained so it just doesn't become an overgrowth of weeds.
Okay, understood. Thank you for clarifying that. And in terms of the landscaping on the outside of the subdivision, are we anticipating having space in between the sidewalk when you're looking at like Linda Vista, for example, on that north side? We have the sidewalk that's included. Is there how big is we anticipating the landscape to be that it will exist there, or is there going to be landscape on that end?
Is this is the tentative map,
This is the tentative map, that's
tentative
correct.
subdivision map,
Yes.
and we'll receive the final?
The final would come in the event that the council approves the project after the annexation were effective, the final could proceed.
And that will give us the details of the landscaping, all the other, the block walls or whatever else are going to be.
It will have a far greater level of detail
Yeah.
as it's the final map, and it'll have, calculations and those sorts of things. I think, though, that we could speak, I'll need Javier's help, but I think we could speak to the standards that would be improved along Newcomb and on Linda Vista as far as what the landscaping and parkway improvements are that are required.
Okay.
Trying to work my eyeballs back to where they were when I was 20, and I'm not having much luck right now
Yeah,
on this scale
you
of
have
a map.
defined
so-
standards to what this would
sorry,
be.
what?
You have defined standards. The
Yes.
city has
Yes.
standards to what those improvements would be, which is you have I always call it a mow strip, but that's not what your sidewalk is not against the street. You have help me with the.
Landscape parkway.
It's a parkway, parkway, sidewalk, then you get to your landscape, then you get to your wall.
Okay.
And those are in the standards that were adopted by the city.
All right, thank you so much. Those are all my questions. I appreciate staff's, patience and with all these questions. I do think that there is definitely community residents that have expressed, I know that they feel like it's rushed, having to do 3 different things at the same time. I for myself, I appreciate Councilwoman Scarola's comment. So by approving this tentative map, when we see the final map, we can still decide whether we want to move forward or not with this project. I just want to get correction on that.
Okay, so no. The tentative, once a tentative map is approved, the only requirement with regard to the final map is that it be substantially in compliance with the tentative map. So, and all of our standards and our regulations that are in place. So, yeah, there's no discretionary process involved with the approval of the final map.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So first, I want to just recognize the fact that there is a park here. I know we've taken a beating on not having submissions without parks, and then to have a sizable park, I think, is a benefit. Even if there will be some trees that would be removed, it would sequester a certain amount of carbon with the park project, and as well, current home development is of a technology and quality that it would reduce some emissions, or at least during the process of building. And there are, through the Air District, for development, there are ways to mitigate dust and other carbon emissions. So some of that can be mitigated. But also, I just wanted to confirm that should a realignment with roads happen, there will be one or more public hearings that would have to happen in order for that to take place. Is that correct?
With the exception of if the current property owners decided they just wanted to pay to extend a street through randomly, then that wouldn't merit a public hearing. But that's a lot of expense, and I don't anticipate that happening.
Okay. And also with regard to the bus route, now I think recently we had a presentation by Transit that stated that bus routes are driven by demand, and should this development have been there prior, that there could have been a higher demand for the route. And that's not to say that in the future, should a demand arise, which I think was a question that was posed by myself and at least another council member, that there could be an anticipated solution for transit that would happen. So I don't know if I'm making a statement or just wanting a clarification whether that's true, that our routes are based on demand, and that should an assessment be done, that there's a demand because of this development, there would be a solution presented.
Yeah, this was the same conversation with regards to Family Health Care Network, which is there are standards that are being developed that support fixed route, and if you don't have the riders to support the fixed route, then what are the means to be able to achieve that? If you have the accountability, as I was going to say, to the funds that you receive, you have to be able to show that you're meeting the standards for that, and what that you're meeting the fare box ratios and operations and things of that, and have said, we'll continue to evaluate that as further development occurs, as should a school develop in this area or whatever those things are, would always change what that is. But keeping in mind as well that transit itself is changing as we speak, and where efficiencies are being served, and microtransit's a great example of that, where, especially in an area like Tulare County that doesn't have significant urban development, that, microtransit serves a broader purpose and is more, it has a greater efficiency in getting folks to where they need to be in a lesser period of time at a lesser cost than it would be in a fixed route system where you have lots of folks that are circulating within that. That's the whole purpose of doing the circulation counts and showing what is the efficiencies and the dollars that you receive. That's coming from the federal government, it's coming from the state government.
Okay. Thank you. And just to echo one of Councilmember Peñaloz's other concerns, that I have historically had concerns about pedestrian safety, and I'm certain that within whatever requirements we're bound by, that we'll take into account that with regard to red curbs and access and being able to traverse safely. So I know that we'll be looking at that as well. So those are all my questions and comments.
I'd like to go back to the map where it shows the UBD and the colored map there. There you go. I originally, because I drove the property, I went Newcomb, I took it all the way to Linda Vista and the surrounding area, and initially I had the concern with the piece of properties, plural, where the UBD change is, because I was trying to clarify exactly where the corner section is of the proposed annexation. Now, I know that in the area of Newcomb up to where it's county, where the UBD, there were some property owners, because their wells had gone dry, or going dry, that had asked to be annexed just a couple of years ago. And it looks like the property owners that are still in the UBD chose to not do that, but so they're still in that. Indicating that with the proposed the tentative subdivision map on the corner of Linda Vista, and the concerns of the property owners adjacent, in the studies of the water allocations to the subdivisions, that would all be incorporated into the plans before it gets submitted, to make sure that the water, the sewer, and everything is in place.
For the area that is being subdivided in the tentative map, yes.
Okay. And then I want to go back really quick one more time to the tentative subdivision map. That clarifies the momentum there. And with the pocket park, the park right in here in that area, first of all, it's not too often we see a tentative subdivision map with a proposed park in it. And I know that a lot of times there are concerns when a subdivision is put in place, that other people can go into a park from another area. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but when a tentative subdivision or a subdivision includes the park within that space, is it for the homeowners in that area?
It would depend on how the entitlement were being processed. In this case, and is typical with some of the more recent subdivisions that have been processed, this would be a public park
Okay.
maintained by the Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District. I can't really speak to the frequency of people driving in from out of the area to use a park that's within a neighborhood. I mean, it's a good-sized park, but I don't anticipate it's going to be a regional draw. But again, it wouldn't be a private park because this isn't set up that way.
And that was my clarification. I needed to know what the clarification of what their plans are.
But
Okay.
it's being paid by the L&D.
The maintenance of it would be, and I'm sure that either Mr. Lawless or Mr. Moore could speak more eloquently to exactly how that part works, or maybe even
Well,
Ms. Bemis, but.
You have it as another requirement of your ordinance, development ordinance, that you establish a lighting maintenance
Yeah.
district that pays proportional shares of the lighting, maintenance of the landscape barriers, brick wall, those sorts of things, so that as the development, it's part of the assessment that's established as a condition of approval, that it is self-sustaining.
Yeah.
That, as you might, when we adopted landscape maintenance districts, this has been because some of those initial ones were not set up that way. They were set up based on costs 30 years ago, and the expectation is that they're still maintained at a cost that was 30 years ago. And that's been, so this has been an important part of the development ordinance of the city, that the maintenance of these neighborhoods be self-sustaining, and that there be an appropriate reserve fund, and that there be replacement costs that pay for its own graffiti abatement, replacing of concrete if it needs to be replaced. I mean,
I live in one, so, and we do have a very thin, narrow parkway, you can say, in the front that is utilized by individuals who come and walk and stuff. But we're paying for it, but it's not a big issue. This park isn't the size of Zalad Park.
No.
It's like
No.
a third of it, probably.
Right.
Yeah, so it's not going to bring in a lot of people, so, yeah.
But it really all depends. You have Porter on Porter Creek Road. I
Porter
may be
Creek is one,
misspeaking it, but there's, as part of Porter Creek, there was a development of a land, and it's very well utilized, and people come and use that particular section to take pictures, to have
Yes.
get-togethers. They operate it as a park space, which is funded and paid for by the residents of that neighborhood.
Okay. No more questions? Let's bring it back, council. As to direction,
I would, for Mayor, may I speak?
yes?
For me personally, I still, I do think that there's still some, questions that I still have, but I'm not too sure what realistic, so I know that, was mentioned by staff that we can approve certain things today, but, because I do still want to, I didn't expect the public comments to come in. I do think one of the questions that I still had was, to the parcels, the three parcels, the three southern ones, south of this subdivision, were public notices sent out to the residents around that, or would it have been the 3,000 feet radius from the subdivision? I'm curious to know.
Noticing was sent out to a 300-foot radius of the subdivision and annexation area and zone change area, which did include the parcels in the UDB amendment, but not to the south.
But if there was to be a subdivision to be placed in those three parcels, it would prompt a public hearing a public notice, sorry, for the residents in that area, right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to get clarification on that. Okay.
Yeah, any
Well,
future entitlement on those parcels would require a public hearing.
In terms of the Linda Vista, the street, I know that the subdivision over there I'm referring to the other one on I think it was I don't know if it's the Royal Oaks one, but that subdivision, they did fix the road like 4 feet into one of the lanes. Are we anticipating any road that they're going to be putting, or not putting in, but maybe putting a layer of asphalt to make sure it's good, or is that's not part of the I guess, is that not being part of, is that part of a proposal here? Are we anticipating the subdivision that are going to be putting this in to repair some of that Linda Vista, or will we be looking in the future to upgrade that road?
Javier, do you want to take that one?
Sure. Thank you, Julie. So a developer's responsibility is to tie into existing pavement. So what they would do is just saw cut a clean edge, about a foot into the existing edge of pavement, do a pave out of whatever width that is, could be 5, 6, 8 feet. And the rest of the road stays in that condition. And then it's on the city and city council to approve a project and or funds to rehabilitate that in some fashion.
Thank you.
I certainly understand and appreciate you have Chelsea Glen that developed in the county to city standards in a very irregular fashion. It was on city services, had city water, sewer, had all of city services, but was developed in the county. And then, so that was, I would say, the first domino that fell out there is, and obviously that's not how, we're not aware of any other situation where that's happened, where there's been a city subdivision that's been done in the county without it being annexed, right? So that was a particular condition. And then you had the drought of 2016, which had, I remember there being more than a dozen homes in that area whose wells ended up running dry, and ended up asking to be connected as part of the East Portable Water Project. That was all part of that consideration in the ancillary connections. So, and then you had proposed development occur to, which brought in Rose, and then you have west of Rose, additional development that wanted to develop, given that water and sewer is available. So this is where this kind of rural meets, what's been county development. Not all of it Chelsea Glen's unique. It was done to city standards, just done in the county with city services attached to it. And so it makes for an interesting set of circumstances. How do you transition an area that partially was developed to city standards, much of it that wasn't, and then is still some of it existing rural agricultural? I mean, this is you have kind of a mixture of all of the elements here that makes it certainly challenging.
All right, council. Let's bring it back. Recommendations?
I would recommend, I still would like time myself. I don't know how Rest Council feels before I make a decision on this. So I think if it was possible to table this for the following meeting, to give at least myself a little more time to dive in more into the mitigation negative declaration, mitigated negative declaration study. I didn't have the chance to really look thoroughly through it. I glanced and skimmed through it and the major components. So that's just my recommendation, but I look towards seeing what rest of council feels about this.
Council? This one you'd like to table and bring it back? or move with the recommendation?
What does it do to the timetable for the development?
I know that the applicant and agent have been working diligently to push this project along on a you know, in as timely a manner as 2020 allows with all of the other challenges we've been incurring. But if the hearing were to, well, I don't know, Julia, we've closed the public hearing, is that correct?
You'd just be
So it'd
continuing
just be
deliberations on it.
item. So it'd be a delay of 2 weeks.
I don't know, I've always felt if a council member still has questions regarding development, to allow them to take a look at it. You're wanting to review the
Yeah, the original mitigated negative declaration study, I think it was like over 100 pages.
the
I
environmental.
do want to look, yeah, I glanced, yeah, the environmental one that was submitted originally with for the public hearing, for the public notice. You know, and I apologize, I didn't get a chance to review the whole thing, but I do want to get a little bit more in tune with the mitigations that were included in that a little bit more, just so I understand the impacts the subdivision is gonna have to the area. But yeah.
All right, council, shall we just go ahead and table it to the next
Can
meeting?
I recommend that you make a motion to continue the deliberations to the next meeting?
Okay.
Motion to continue the deliberations until the next meeting. I can't even talk
Next
anymore.
regular meeting. Yeah.
I'll second.
What?
Next regular meeting, just to
Yes,
clarify.
next regular meeting.
And I'll second. No further discussion?
Just to clarify,
Please.
there won't be any more testimony from public hearing standpoint or regarding this, it's just our
Yeah,
own
no, the public
deliberation.
hearing on the
it's
item has
closed.
been closed.
Okay, just for clarification.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. No further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Urola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes, Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. We will continue the deliberations at the next meeting. We will now move to the next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The final public hearing this evening is consideration of the fiscal year 2020-21 proposed budget. As the council is aware, as you were entering into your budget cycle in February, March, we first dealt with the catastrophic and very tragic library fire, which then was compounded in March with COVID and interrupted its abilities to effectively, as we were kind of struggling to what are we dealing with and what is this the stay-at-home orders that we're attempting to follow and to adhere to. And so essentially postponed that budgetary process, did a continuing resolution of the existing 1920 fiscal year budget, and continued to this evening in consideration of a 2021 proposed budget. As we're looking at the year end of 1920, it's as break even as you could possibly see. And an estimate that Maria Bemis has provided, who spent a lot of time kind of whittling numbers in this regard, in a $29 million budget, looking to come down to $3,000. And it just kind of just shows you the uncertainty of the economic climate that we're in right now, where even today we still don't know what exactly was final. I would say unaudited actuals as we get ready to have our prior year financials audited. But at least just a lot of speculation is even as uncertain as it is what happened in the last, what's happened in the last 6 months is what's going to happen in the next 9, I guess I would say, through the remainder of this fiscal year. And the conservative estimates that the consultants that we use with Community Services has been to forecast a 10% reduction in sales tax receipts. I would say that's in large part with of looking at what is going, what's occurring with COVID right now and what its impacts are going to be, especially as we enter what is now your critical season. You are now in the critical second quarter, October to December. This is when you make 50% of your sales tax, these next 3 months. And so what is, as essentially about half of sales tax receipts happen these next 3 months, what is going to be, what's going to be the impact from that? And so we've put estimates together that show what those reductions would be, and obviously those have impacts to the general fund through Bradley Burns receipts. Those have impacts to Measure H in its public safety measure, and then the newly passed Measure I. What you'll see in those estimates is that actually we were having a very good year as we were going into, as we entered into February, and things kind of flattened out. And so Measure I was doing very well, well above projections, and Measure I was up as well. We're seeing some of that impact in kind of flatter receipts as it comes to the Bradley Burns and the general receipts. So it kind of leaves so using those conservative estimates, it just kind of leaves you where are you at? Well, and I've prepared a couple of brief slides that kind of just cover some of this. As we've, kind of linearly handled things for the last, as the city has for the last 15, kind of historically in its budgetary purposes, we've talked about, as we put our estimates together, even during the depths of the recession back in 2009, 10, and 11, how can the departments work, try to be more efficiently, contain costs, and those sorts of things. We called that the 5% savings. Fernando, if you'll kind of roll here. So just this is what that would look like. So with a projected deficit of about approaching 2.9 million with revenues above expenditures, if you applied a 5% savings quotient, that still leaves you about 1.4 million in the red. And I want to go back to expenditures. One of the things that's kind of driving your expenditures right now is the final year of the implementation of the discount rate of PERS. Remember, there was an assumptions rate that PERS was going to make 7.25, which has been changed to 6.5. And so as PERS has reduced what they see as their investment return, there's had to be more contributions. And so we've seen an increase in our PERS costs that are in large part driving these new expenditures. So this isn't new equipment. This is just the cost, the cost of providing the benefits to employees in large part because PERS has changed how much their assumptions are and how much they're going to make in their investment portfolio. So it kind of business as usual, which has been a very effective. Fernando, if you'll go down, if you look at what just the last 5 years' history has been, in 15-16 we had $1 million at a finished balance, 16-17, and there's some specific things in the transfers that kind of drive this, but have finished in a positive balances, and then we talk about the estimate for 19-20 being essentially break even, and then that places is where we're at in 2021, and again, that assumes a 5%. So, Fernando, if you'll roll one more. So it kind of goes to the question, how do you cover that deficit? With the conservative nature of the council and the council's past, you're in a good financial position. It's benefited the city and its bond rating. You're considered a financially secure city. You have cities very close proximity to you that are on a state watch list for fear of bankruptcy. And so city currently has general fund reserve funds of over 17 million. That's broken down in your equipment replacement at 7.5 million. Budget stabilization fund at 4.3, catastrophic emergency at 2.6, facilities for maintenance at 1.1, infrastructure 1.1, and capital improvement at 500,000. We've drawn down capital improvement the last couple of years. We have some projects that we've restrooms that are being remodeled at Veterans and in Zalad Park. So we've seen a drawn down of that fund that was, closer to $1 million previously. So those are options. I would not recommend equipment replacement. Equipment replacement is what ensures, and you've had a very effective program, one of the few in the county that has this, where to ensure that when you come to budget time, you don't have the money for a fire truck or you don't have the money for the police cars to replace them when their useful life is over. Many cities are left with, even big cities, they don't have an equipment replacement fund for its rolling stock. We also depreciate our technology equipment as well. So all of the computers that are in front of you are all depreciated. Devices as well that the council has, those are all depreciated assets that we then replace over a period of time, and we set the funds aside over time for its replacement. So it wouldn't be recommended for that. So budget stabilization was established for that. It's set at 15% of your budgeted expenditures. It's at $4.3 million right now, and it's what it was designed to do. If you use it, that's one-time money. The policy also says you have to figure out how to pay it back within 3 years. So as you draw it down, how do you put it back within a 3-year period of time? Catastrophic emergency, we have used most recently to acquire the property for the homeless, for the navigation center, using that as the acquisition and being able to convert that, given that the council made a finding that it was critical that we have an emergency shelter and transitional housing for those that are unhoused in our community. And it'll be the first one in Tulare County, hopefully here in the next couple of weeks. And then your facility deferred maintenance and infrastructure improvements and capital improvements are how you've been able to do some of the projects that you've wanted to do in terms of improving existing facilities or creating new facilities. So nobody knows where we are at economically. You have a number of competing economic theories. Are we in a V economy right now, which means there was a significant drop and then it's going to rally back specifically? Are we in a W? So is there a significant drop, minor recovery, drop again, and then final recovery, and then what's that distance? Or is it, kind of more like a lazy boy chair? Does it drop down and then there is a new normal? Nobody knows. The mayor the other day said, I wish I had a crystal ball. I think we all wish we had a crystal ball to tell you what, I'd like to know what's going to happen next week, much less what the next 9 months are going to bring us. So that being said, using your reserves are certainly an option. I would say Maria and I both are probably, we're not gamblers. I hate spending money at a casino. I'm not a great catch when it, that sort of thing. And it makes, I guess I would say, we're risk averse to using reserves when we don't know what it is we're facing right now, which is, what are your options? Not being painted in a corner. What are your options available to you? Well, given how the city has well positioned itself, one of the benefits that came to the city through the pandemic was CARES Act funding that came from the federal government for transit. City Council's already taken an action to appropriate $2 million a year for 3 years, or $6 million over that period of time, to fully fund its transit operations estimated costs, which are approximately $2 million. Which then allows, given that usually you have to use your LTF to pay that amount, that frees up that LTF, local transportation funds, to do street projects. I will tell you, everybody is trying to figure out how to do this. The irony is that those that are trying to do this don't have the transit advancements that you do. In fact, that's what I can tell you, Council members, Vice Mayor Reyes and Council Member Garola were on a call where there's some hand-wringing going on about, well, how are we going to do electric buses? How are we going to do microtransit? Where are we going to get the money? And the supervisor said, you guys all got a whole bunch of transit money. That's how you're going to do it. But that's not what they're doing. They're trying to do the same thing and convert it into street money. But you have the ability. In fact, the mayor is aware, and others, that the city's actually been awarded another grant, a $400,000 grant, federal grant, to help advance microtransit and to establish better prepare the city for electrification of its vehicles, as the state now is requiring that even your large trucks, so your refuse trucks, are going to have to become electric. Electrification is very expensive. It is more expensive to operate an electric vehicle than it is a diesel vehicle. The cost, because the cost of electricity is going up, and they're changing the way that the wattage is being billed. We've generally been accustomed to the most expensive time for electricity is during the day. That's when the largest consumer is. Well, it's actually at night now, because of so much solar generation. It's driven down the cost of that supply, and now there's a limited supply now in the evening due to the transitions of that. That's actually making nightly charging more expensive. Well, that's when we will be charging our vehicles, right? That's when buses aren't on the road. That's when refuse trucks are not on the road. They're on during the day. So as a result of not charging our vehicles during the day, so going back to this grant, this is the forward thinking of Mr. Knight and Mr. Tree is, well, why don't we get into being our own utility and not being beholden to other rates? So all of this just to say there's a well thought out, articulated way to transition the city well beyond anybody else that's occurring right now. Give you an example, TCAG just last week, there was an electric bus that was in the county's CMAQ plan. Let's say it's $300,000 that's there to purchase an electric bus for the county, which the county said, you know what, we're not ready for that. So guess who got a phone call? Hey guys, we've got money in here in the CMAQ plan for an electric bus. Can you guys take it? And we can. And it just further advances the system. And so all of this just being said, the transit system is such that it's been advanced that you have the ability to convert that into street money, which in the end allows you, instead of saying, okay, we have Measure I and we'd like to borrow up to $2 million of it to help offset this deficit in lieu of using your budget stabilization fund, you actually have no net effect in that you have $2 million that's coming in LTF from the in the federal CARES Act transaction to offset any impact that you would have in your Measure I Streets program. And so that's, I would say, an option for the council to consider, and one that's recommended, so that, because I think this is going to become a battle of attrition. I hear businesses talk about that. How long can we do this fight? I think there's going to be very similar for cities. There are cities that are not going to survive this. You're seeing cities right now really petitioning hard on Washington, D.C. for further federal assistance, simply because they're on the verge of going through a financial catastrophe. You're not there. You have options. That's really what's before you. Really, the question is, what's the most effective strategy? Is it to utilize your reserves now? There needs to be a plan to replenish those within 3 years. Or to modify the policy, I guess that would say, or to use the tools that are available to you, options that are available to you right now. So as an example, what that would look like is, so you'd have a $2.8 million deficit with a Measure I coverage of $2 million, and I would say up to, plus I would say 4% savings on the department's part. You actually end up with a surplus. And this is what I'm saying. My gut tells me it's not $2 million, as well as in the savings part, there's several things that are within the proposed budget. As an example, I felt it is important to maintain the full appropriation for the library as it was if it were still here. The reality is it's its expenditure is not going to likely be the same in an interim facility, plus insurance proceeds that would be assisting with some of the purchases and things of that nature, but it is still within the budget. And I think it's an important placeholder because I think there'll be sticker shock someday when the new, 3-4 years from now, when there's a new facility that, where do you come up with the other $1 million in operation costs for that? So maintaining that expenditure within the both measure, within both the general fund and Measure H is within that. So when I say 4% savings, I think those are achievable, certainly achievable, which it actually could be 5% and less Measure I. And in fact, what I would anticipate is that there will be more money available for street reconstruction at the end of this than, I'm painting you the worst picture. I think it's going to be a better picture than that, and it's one that we can evaluate, quarterly, or definitely, I would say, come April 1, when we know what the experience was for October, November, December. Again, I said that's 50% of your sales tax happens in those 3 months. So, and we would have a pretty good picture of what sales tax looks like come April 1st, because that's the 3 months reporting afterwards. So I think an evaluation then is where are we at, where are we at operationally from a departmental savings quotient, where are we at from, what are the revenues looking like, are they worse? Could be potentially be the case. Are they better? But at least you have options, and it gives you an opportunity to evaluate that. Talking about where some of the, if you roll another one, Fernando, this is where I talked about where reserves have been used. You appropriated $188,000 for technology upgrades, which we hope will, and we've done this in such a way that if there is further CARES Act funding, which is again reimbursable, that these would all be reimbursable activities. So you've extended I would say funds to be able to make improvements that would be reimbursable back should funds be available. And if they don't, you better serve, you become more efficient, and you actually hopefully better serve our public, and you've provided better efficiencies. That's the worst case. With a $190,000 investment, you have a more efficient workplace. I talked about park restrooms. There is some concern on Centennial Plaza's roof that there may need to be repair or a complete re-roof. So there is within their proposed a $70,000 allocation from the facility deferred maintenance to look at Centennial's roof for potential replacement. And then welcome signs was previously appropriated $60,000 from the capital improvement program as well. The council's priority projects, and this is where I just wanted to, so local street improvements has been obviously one of the important elements of the council. $12 million, I think there's a very good probability that there will be $12 million in street reconstruction or street construction projects done this year, this fiscal year. That's the completion of Henderson, the segments of Henderson Avenue, Newcomb Street, and actually I have a slide that will kind of break that down for you. Council talked about its new community recreation center and looking and relying or looking at the next Prop 68 grant application cycle that will be here at the end of December. Henry Street Park improvements, there's a $500,000 that's appropriated there to which we're right now waiting on CSET as part of their in-kind match to get going on their project. Wastewater treatment, I put a very big number there. That's the number that we're looking at for, and I made this comment earlier with regards to tertiary treatment and what and the financing that we're looking at as the ad hoc committees. It's a $17 million project in collaboration with the Tule River Tribe. And so that's the full cost of that facility. That doesn't even account for further improvements at the wastewater treatment facility, which is probably going to be something in the neighborhood of $20 million to get to denitrification and some other elements. New animal shelter facility, we're very close to having complete plans. I will tell you right now, I don't know what the final number is going to be, but I do anticipate it to be more than 2 million. And we'll present some options to the council to how to fund that. I don't want to give you a number now. We're working, trying to sharpen the pencils to try to make sure that, and there's multiple funding sources that are coming together on that, because there's a dog park that's connecting to you have Measure R money, you have improvements that are needing to happen to D Street. There's just a number of funding sources that are tethered together, but I didn't want to mislead you. That number could be more than 2 million as we get to that project, which I would anticipate being before you. I would hope in the November-December timeframe. Interim and library facilities, there's a $900,000 appropriation to that. We have funds from the general fund to do a feasibility plan, a feasibility study, new facility study. That's been discussed by the council. In addition to that, an appropriation of $825,000 for interim operations. They're just a number. As we work with insurance and we work on establishing an interim facility, what are going to be the operational costs to support that? Sports complex completion has been a priority of the council. Right now, we have $62,000, which has been insufficient to be able to do the lighting projects, field lighting projects, and I know that that's been kind of given the council some headaches in the past. We talked about the drought demonstration garden, and it's kind of, I would say, kind of fallen into second position a little bit through COVID, with folks having to do other things in this meantime. But there still continues that appropriation for that project. Westwood Bridge widening, which, as we talked about, now you have a new Newcomb and Prospect Bridge that are in the conversation. In fact, what I'll tell you right now, Mr. Smalley's putting together the CMAQ plan. He's got to put together a plan for CMAQ. First of all, he said, hey, can you guys take some more money for electric buses because the county can't do it or isn't ready. But secondly, we're looking at Newcomb falling in the 2028 construction year. He's putting in 2028 as a construction year for Newcomb. And where CMAQ comes into this is a roundabout that would be constructed at Newcomb and 190. So instead of having just the southerly connection, you would actually have a full roundabout at Newcomb and 190, which would be connecting. And so sequencing our environmental and construction and design, we're going to have a lot of work that has to do to get there. The good news is you have the money. You have Measure R funds that are the cities to be able to program for that project. And then I'm throwing Prospect in there as well because you have development interest on that side of the river, and there needs to be a secondary access point, just not Newcomb. You need a second bridge at Prospect to be able to facilitate that development. We talked about veterans and Zalad Park restroom rehabilitation. That's in there at $120,000. Henderson and Olive Avenues median drought landscaping, there's $50,000 appropriated to that continued effort. You heard some comments about welcome signs, and we continue to work with Caltrans on the 190, Mighty 190. In fact, I have a Zoom meeting tomorrow at the Mr. Smalley said, hey, you guys are behind, you owe the city information about a thematic options for, which include Welcome to Porterville types of elements as part of and first and foremost is going to be the roundabout at Westwood and 190. And so do a thematic element for 190. And then we've also have State Route 65, which we had brought an item to the council a couple of months ago for some further direction on locations and things of that nature. And then the council dedicated to doing a public parking lot at the former JCPenney site, which right now there's $100,000 appropriated in there to do the necessary environmental and design work. You're probably looking at easily $1 million project though at the time when you go to construction. And that's what's in the CIP as an estimate. So those are the council's priority projects and just showing that they're, have funds allocated to them. Councilmember Peñalosa spoke about a youth leadership program, which the staff proposes to, would propose this coming summer, if COVID allows. That's the part, you know, where are we going to be at next summer? Hopefully, we'll be out of COVID and able to have more of the opportunities to have experiences that benefit folks. But staff would like the opportunity, in lieu of appropriating, to have somebody serve as a facilitator of that. Staff talked about it. It might be neat to have maybe a couple of weeks and each department have an opportunity to talk about, you know, whether it be law enforcement or fire or finance, community development. You could do a whole thing on economic development, a whole element. We spent a long time tonight talking about planning, right? What does planning look like? And what are the variables involved with environmental studies and things of that nature? So there could be a very, you know, we talked about what's the best way to launch this, which right now it's not an environment. You can't, I wouldn't advise bringing folks in and then taking them through city facilities or things of that nature. But if perhaps we're there this summer, and what we use as a guide is a little bit what the chamber did. I'm going to say it was 5 years ago, but it was probably 10. I couldn't tell you the accurate time frame, but where they did that over a couple of weeks. And we think as departments, we could do something similar to that and give them a meaningful experience and allow the city council as well to speak about governance and speak about what it's like at the local government levels and bring other, I'm sure we could coordinate with our state representatives. Instead of going to Sacramento, we could probably have our members of assembly or perhaps Senate, or at least their field reps come and talk about what it's like at that. So we think we can make that a meaningful experience. And it doesn't have to be a big ticket item other than, yeah, it's going to be your staff's time. And you might have to have $1,000 for lunches or something like that. But we think that that could be a meaningful experience for them. Go to the next one. I spoke about streets, so this isn't just like a fake number. I haven't even included design in this. But just Newcomb Street, Olive to Morton, Henderson Avenue, Westwood to Patsy, Henderson Avenue 2nd to Plano, Henderson Avenue J to Indiana, Grand Avenue 4th to Plano. That's $12 million of projects. And then under design, you have another, more than $1 million extended out there, almost $2 million approaching design of your next slew of streets. And combined within that is the same conversations I'm having with Mr. Smalley right now, because they're going through a bond refinance. They're bonding to about $50 million, $60 million. Final numbers aren't out there yet. I would not be surprised, but given that we are ready and prepared, you have shovel-ready projects, I have a feeling he's going to call and say, I need you to take $7 million. Do you have projects ready to go? Because when you issue bond, or when you issue debt, you have to use those funds within a period of time, 85% within 3 years, as Councilmember Peñalosa said. There's a concern that Mr. Smalley has. He said, I may not have these big projects that they're borrowing for ready to go. So Porterville, can you be my escape hatch? And with that would come about $7 million in Measure R funds. So not to mention, you have, not within these numbers here, is $3 million in Measure I that you essentially rolling into next year because the projects have been under design. So Villa Street, as a good example, would be taking up a lot of, because if you look at your balance sheet, you're saying, well, we're carrying $7 million in Measure I. Yeah, but you really are not. You have some of that's accrued savings that you've had since its inception, but you also have projects that you've already appropriated to that are under design, and so Villa Street's a good example where the Measure I funds are going to come back behind. So yeah, you have it in reserve, but it's already appropriated for a project, and that's the part we want to just be sure that is kind of tracking along. But this kind of talks about the other design efforts that are underway. The other capital projects, we talked about the Stout Building and the parking lot construction across the street. There's about $700,000 that's appropriated into there. That includes the parking lot, which is not fully designed, and I would not anticipate that going to construction this year, but certainly looking at least making the demolition and improvements to the Stout Building as may be necessary. Fire and Police Department are looking at a new storage facility, combining their necessary storage. So they have an appropriation of $145,000. The Fire Department is expecting some SART recommendations. That's a specific investigation that's happening at the request of Chief Lapierre with particular recommendations. We don't know what those are going to be. So we've put a budgetary number in there in the meantime, which is $100,000. And we'll look at what those recommendations are when they're fully presented, which I would anticipate probably in the December timeframe, and have an earnest discussion about what we do believe that's going to include new personnel. And the fire department is working on a plan on how it can implement grant funds initially, and is already looking at opportunities to leverage grant funds to assist in that effort when those recommendations become available. And then the fire department also has a vehicle signal preemption. It's vehicle preemption. What it does is we have 50+ signals within the city. Right now we have about 15 of them that have equipment on it that allows a fire truck to change lights to green for them so that they're not, it's a safer and it's a more quick way for emergency response. We've identified at least another 15 intersections that need to be brought up further equipped like that. But we also have our own fire apparatus that doesn't have that signalization equipment within it, and it's about $65,000 to outfit all of our so all of our new fire apparatus come with that technology already in it. We have some of our older apparatus that do not have that, and so estimated cost on that is $65,000 for so that every piece of fire apparatus has that equipment. The other side, you're saying, well, where's the money coming from to do those signals? That's actually one of the things that we're looking at because our transit buses also have that technology on it. Also looking to use the Federal CARES Act funds to be able to outfit all of those signals. Something important to kind of remember as now being a member of the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency, at some point there's going to be, and I don't know when it's going to be, I mean, there will essentially one day be a push all the chips to the middle. It's not going to be everybody with their independent pots, the Tulare pot, the county pot, the city pot. Ultimately, it's going to be a regional pot. And one of the strategies that Mr. Knight and Mr. Tree are looking at is recognizing that that is coming. How are the funds that we have available? How do we use them to have a lasting legacy for the portable community instead of not in Porterville? So being very strategic in how funds are utilized and projects implemented that have a lasting benefit to the community and advance the transit system that you have, and may have a broader impact. And as a good example of this is that the fire department's able to use that same technology that a bus does to be able to, so the buses have it to make sure that they keep their routes on time. The fire department uses it to be able to respond to its emergencies in its best fashion. And it's something that, it's one of the reasons that the fire department has is considered a Tier 2 fire department by the ISO, which has a net benefit to your property owners who have lower fire insurance costs as a result of the high performance of the fire department. So I guess kind of lastly, that's just not, but these are the other major projects that continue to take a lot of time. which is the East Portable Water Connection Project. We're still working on 2 wells, water reservoir, booster pumps, those sorts of things. Cumulative costs are revenues. The state's paying for these things. They just don't perhaps proceed as quickly as we wish they would, but well over $10 million in improvements. State Route 190, as I just shared with you, there's a very clear way going forward right now. Westwood and 190 is going to be constructed in 2021. It's going to happen. Plano is going to come right behind that. I'm going to tell you it's going to happen every 4 years. So 2021, 2025, 2028. It's 28, 29. It's going to fall in those construction on every 4-year cycle for Westwood, then Plano, then Newcomb. And as we plan those 190 improvements. The Transit Zero Emission Vehicle Project, we continue to roll out and expand the electric van fleet and implement that. Tule River Parkway Phase 3 will go to construction this year. Fully funded, approved, and it's a Measure R and CMAQ funded, largely CMAQ funded federal project. Obviously, water infrastructure and SIGMA preparations, those are things that the tertiary treatment, and why I spoke previously, you spend $500,000, you appropriate every year $500,000 to buy water to recharge. Not many folks go into the marketplace with that amount of capital to offset, trying as best you can to try to put back what you take out. And then Butterfield Stage Corridor, application's been submitted for the ATP grant. I will tell you, Mr. Smalley is looking for projects. There's going to be a call for CMAQ projects where a dedicated, you already have $1 million a year at your hand right now to do bike and ped projects, which the Butterfield Stage Corridor is what we call it, the downtown, the former Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way. You already have $1 million of Measure R available to you to do projects. We're trying to leverage that into a very large grant from the state for an ATP grant. And even if that's not successful, looking to partner with TCAG with more CMAQ money. I just spoke about how Tule River Parkway is funded in large part, that segment by CMAQ. The same would be true of the Butterfield Stage Corridor and especially that central section, that Porterville College to Henderson Avenue, maybe even out to at North Grand, trying to get that entire deal done, to which if we were able to, we have the bridge, we're going to have a bridge over the Tule River that's going to be unique about that. We don't want to federalize, we're going to have to play through some of the nuances of that. But I think this is another opportunity. We're going to hope for the ATP grant. A lot of time and effort was put into developing that application by community development staff. We're going to hope for, I don't know, Jason, 60 million? The whole thing's about $60 million to develop the entire 8 miles. And then we broke it up into smaller pieces. So part of this is that what do you have? You own the property, leverage different funding sources, and get it ready for construction. So, and I'm sure there's a host of, you have a CIP that has hundreds of projects on it. These are the major ones that I guess a lot of time and effort's being spent on.
So the 8-mile corridor is called the Butterfield Stage Corridor now?
That's what we've titled it, to give it a catchy name.
It's exciting to see. I mean, when we purchased it, at $3 million, and then we went through all of that, and we were able to get that. And now to see that it's actually got a name to it, for me anyway, it's exciting.
Yeah, so that's what we titled the application that got sent to the state, and talking about, bringing the historical aspect of, it's not the precise route, but it's close enough, and kind of harkens back to yesteryear. And how do you, make what's old a critical part, which is one of the things that's in that, when I spoke about this HOPE grant that we received, that's also one of the elements of it, which is talking about using that stage corridor as a multimodal. So we talk about having electric scooters that are fenced geofenced, I think is the appropriate term, where people can use, and just what are the different technologies that would make sense that people would use to be able to get from here to there more efficiently and cleaner.
I just want to be alive to see the end of it.
We're trying our very best.
Yes.
So that's kind of the end of the presentation. Obviously the biggest, as we didn't know where we were at certainly in June. I think we know a little bit better where we're at, but what the future holds is still not certain. So, staff's recommendation would be not to use your reserves right now. Use the options that are available to you until, you have a pretty good sense of what is the economic climate that you're in. I would say right now, no one knows specifically what it is. So with that, if you have any questions, obviously to conduct the public hearing and receive any public comment and provide any direction accordingly.
Okay, wow, can you believe it is 11:26? We will open up the public hearing. Any comments? Did we get any electronically?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it is 11:26, and we will close the public hearing. Council?
Well, I have a request. We're already in the deficit, but, and that is for tourism, Mighty 190. If the council would consider providing funds for that through the funds that are allocated, what is it, $100,000?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And rather than taking it out somewhere else, that we take it out of that, so that we can continue to move the Mighty 190. We are working with Caltrans to get the markers in, the 1 mile markers, and is it some of the roundabouts as well? We'll have some of the markers.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different things that are
Fines.
happening there, which I wish I had more. My meeting's tomorrow. I wish it had been last week. So, but a couple of things. One, they're looking at mile markers, something reflective of, I would say, the sequoias, the giant sequoia. They could be, the mile markers may actually be like sequoia trees. I don't know. Caltrans has been given, here's the approach it's been. Here's our idea, and instead of us giving you our ideas, and you say that doesn't meet our standards, you come up with the ideas, understanding what we were wanting, that are within your standards. So instead of us being told no, how about tell us what would work, and then let us make some decisions from that. So they're looking at a mile marker and signage, which we already have some signage that we have for the Mighty 190, which they actually are very supportive of. It may actually be part of the signage of 190. And then looking at a thematic element of the different roundabouts that are going to be constructed. The three that they're looking most immediately are Westwood, Plano, and Newcomb. There's also a roundabout plan for, it's called the Rockford Roundabout. I think that's 208. There's also one that's there. But right now the focus is on what are the three that are going to be developed kind of within the city itself and kind of serve as an introduction to the Mighty 190.
We did get 2,000 from the tribe, that the Mighty 190, to assist us with our website, and so that's currently being worked on now. And so the additional funds would assist us in, I think, it was in one of the comments or in oral communications, is why don't we advertise Porterville more? Well, that's what we're trying to do through the Mighty 190, is not just advertise Porterville, but as they said, all our mountain area, all the way up to the Trail of 100 Giants. Now, the fire did put us back a little bit, but we're going to be able to get people here. People are looking for a place to go where there is not a lot of individuals, like amusement parks, those kinds of things. They're wanting to go to our mountains. And in our last meeting, we found out that there was actually quite a few people who were already coming here without us doing a lot of advertising. And so we think if we can continue the work on advertising, on getting pamphlets, on getting the website, then we're going to be able to get more people here. And they're going to stop, eat, shop, and stay here in Porterville as well. So it is a benefit to us. So I'm asking for 10,000. Is that too much? I don't know.
I think there's 100,000 that's there. I think we have 15,000 that goes towards the Primitive Supportive Housing project that we did with Turning Point on South Main. I think that's there's a minor appropriation for that, but every year the council has 100,000 by its policy has 100,000 for a special purposes fund, which is a portion of the reserve.
So is 10,000 okay, or?
It's the amount that the council.
99,000.
No, it is the council's money. It's not it is how it appropriates one-time funding. Here's what I would say. We've maintained the council made a hard decision to leave the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. I will tell you that Mr. Saldana is announced his retirement effective the end of this month. There's going to be I would anticipate a solicitation by representatives of what is the organization afterwards to wish to outreach, just not to you, but to Farmersville and Exeter and other cities that had not continued its membership if it would rejoin in a different configuration. So I would anticipate that. We've kept those funds in. Those have not been allocated away.
So I would ask that the council consider 15,000 towards the Mighty 190.
It was 10.
I have a question too, and I might have missed it. I know it's getting a little late, but as far as a community promotion fund that are funds that were established that were given out quarterly previously for community promotion, are those still budgeted, but they could remain unclaimed at some point depending on that. So there can be some allocation possibly from that for the same purpose of promoting the community for the Mighty 190. So just correct. Okay.
Yeah, I'd put it as promoting Porterville, the area. So I'd like to add that as we're discussing the budget.
I do want to I told Mr. Knight I would do this, and I did highlight it in the staff report, not necessarily in my presentation, but the council's aware that there's a lot of changes happening in the world of refuse right now and solid waste. And you have a lot of competing pressures. You have the markets for recycling that have gone. There's been a $500,000 swing in the world of recyclables. You've gone from people paying you $250,000 for your recyclables to you paying $250,000 for them to take care of it for you. That's a $500,000 swing, and that's a big in an enterprise. And now you have the state, it's putting on additional organic recycling requirements, which is going to cause, and it's actually one of the economic development things we're looking at, is we don't really have a place to take organics here. This is one of the challenges of recycling, which is it's great in concept, but what do you do with it once you have it? And so the nearest organics facility is in Visalia, and it's owned by Waste Management. So you're beholden to the fees that they charge for you to take it there, plus your costs of delivery, of transportation. You're looking at Teapot Dome closing, and then we're going to have additional courier costs to Woodville. That's the plant that's going to be reopened upon the closure here. And plus, you have the county looking to increase landfill costs, your tipping fees, as they're called. So a lot of competing pressures, and we've seen the refuse fund has become the most volatile, because it's gone from people paid you for your recycling to now you're paying it, and it's just being stored in warehouses. You know that's what's happening right now, right? It's either going into a landfill or it's being stored in warehouses waiting for a market to create itself.
at the point where we do talk about the organics, it would be worthwhile to talk about a composting program. I know it'd only be a drop in the bucket, but because of the drought and some of the clearing of land, property, there may be some benefit in looking how to utilize that, if not being able to utilize that somewhere else that it'd be more effective. I know in other areas that when they've approached the organics program, that there's been an accompanying composting program that citizens are encouraged to do that might help, so that when the time is right for that.
Okay. Councilmember Stowe?
I'm still here, believe it or not.
Any comment?
No, I'm okay with the
Okay.
Mighty 190, but, you know, I also like to, I'm unable to get there for obvious reasons, but put in Virginia's head that, you know, we might talk to committee. I mean, someday we might want to try to get tourist buses up there. I mean, just one-day trips for people that just want to come in, go up, see the mountains, come back down, and don't want to drive up there, Eldred. I think that would be beneficial to us. I mean, Visalia did it to promote, you know, the sequoias. And I think we probably should think about that as well when the time is right in future years.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yeah, I'm in favor of including funding for the mighty, you know, our as tourism and yeah, and along the lines with Councilmember Stowe, long-term goals. It would be nice to have a collaborative program with the county where we can take families up to local families who have never been exposed to camping or to the Sierras to have the opportunity to go up there and also participate in that, along with the tourism that we get from people all over the world to this area. So, but yeah.
Thank you. Any more comments up here? Do we have recommendation?
Recommendation is to adopt the budget, but I think there's an amendment that's already been presented.
Okay.
What was my amendment?
Your
Someone
amendment.
has to make that motion.
And I wanted to add that I will submit a budget, if it be up to 15,000, but I'll submit a budget where the funds will be utilized at. And the,
Is that a motion?
well, I don't want to motion that because I'm on the Mighty 190. You're going to motion it? Okay. How much?
That's all she's getting. Yes, that's it.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any
Councilmember?
further discussion?
Do we have to do a motion on the budget, though, for the deficit?
Yeah, that's what I think it would be helpful
Yes, we
to, you know, what is council's, you know, whether to appropriate from reserves or to utilize, and we can come back and provide a full, you know, transparent, full accounting of where we're at, let's say April, and say, okay, here's where I think we're at. This is what we experienced in October to December. Here's what our, you know, who knows where we're going to be with COVID and the economic realities of things.
So is the recommendation was just to adopt it. Is there a specific change you need made to it to designate?
Well, it would be not, I would say the recommendation would be not to use reserves at this point. And as a strict strategy, using Measure I as a backstop on any deficit that.
And that would be my motion, that we not use the reserves and use Measure I if we should have need a backstop for the deficit and repay it back within the allowable time.
And my second still stands.
Okay. No
And that's
further,
to adopt the resolution that you attached.
Yes, that'll put that in there with it as well.
thank you very much. All right. Is there any further discussion? Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council. I'm also remiss for not saying, we had a very good meeting with Tutok as well, which this same conversation was carried with them. They didn't take an action because it's their after action is what I would say, but we were very transparent with them about what was going to be recommended, and they didn't have any issues with it either. So I just thought I should have it's in the report, but also should have mentioned that.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are now 4 scheduled matters before the city council this soon to be morning.
At the end, yeah.
Well, that'll be the 4th one, right? Oh, I'm sorry, 5. I'm
Are
sorry.
we providing
I didn't turn the
breakfast this
page.
morning?
5 scheduled matters. I thought I was adding one. I still need 5 scheduled matters. The first being consideration of review procedures for qualified proposals. You have a staff reports have been provided you. These are recommendations from the City Council ad hoc committee who spent a considerable amount of time kind of reviewing this and putting together conceptually what is before you. They recommend the scheduling of a special City Council meeting to consider the applications at a meeting on Thursday.
Interviews are on a special meeting.
Yeah, what did I say?
Consideration of the applications is ultimately on the November 3rd. Sorry, that's okay.
Well, that needs to be determined by the council, actually.
Right, proposed.
Right, but the scheduling of a special council meeting for interviews on Thursday, October 22nd. It's proposed that the applicants each be afforded 10 minutes to provide a presentation with a one-page, I would say, executive summary of what their proposal is, along with project description or renderings or things of that nature that would help provide project examples. In terms of interview questions, the Council Ad Hoc Committee is seeking to meet actually later this week and looking at potential questions that would be provided to the applicants and that they would be speaking to specifically as part of their 10-minute presentation, which the council would be afforded 10 minutes itself as well to ask follow-up questions or other questions that it may wish to ask. I think the city attorney would say if you ask question of one particular, you ask them of them all in that regard, if there's something specific. And
These are proposed to be blind.
be a blind, and so the scores would be kept confidential, is what I would say, until, so that the council is as objective or not persuaded by what another scorer has indicated. And then I guess the important question then is that once those interviews are done and the points, which that's also one of the things that we need council to affirm this evening is the number of points. There's this 5-point differential that's because of the five points of local preference that was added, that there's actually 105 points available and not 100, which would make the full 25 points available to the council in its selection. And then ultimately is, do you make the decision that evening on Thursday, October 22nd, or do you wait to make that decision on your next meeting, which would be Tuesday, November 3rd?
Kind of with the idea being that then, at that point, then you would, after you've scored the interviews, then you review the proposals, the evaluation, or the phase 2 evaluations, and look at what the points total at that point. And so you could do that, you could try to do that all on that special meeting night, but I think probably the more realistic proposal and what ad hoc committee was recommending is that be done at the November 3rd meeting.
I agree with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I make a motion that we describe, have the ad hoc committee adopt and describe the procedures that they adopted, and did the meeting once we get through the interviews, and have the meeting for November to make the final decision. What else was in there that we need to approve?
The number of points.
Oh, and the ad hoc committee, they can do the questions, prepare the questions for us also.
Okay. You guys are good with the timing, the 10 minutes?
The time.
10 and 10.
No, that was the other thing. I would like to see 15. 10 minutes is kind of tight for a program like this.
So 15 for presentations and then 15 for
Yes.
questions, or 10 for questions?
15 for presentations and about 10 for questions, unless we have more. Is that okay with everyone? Because I want to see their entire operation instead of them rushing through it and cutting out some stuff.
Will we need the entire 10 minutes for questions on the council side? Because I know it was a consideration for the actual timing of how long the process would be. I know 5 minutes doesn't seem like a lot, but multiplied, it can be a little bit more. But that's just a question I'm asking, is if we'll need.
I mean, I don't think if we would need 10 minutes for council. I don't think so. I mean, most of the time we don't. We have our questions, our thoughts, our heads, and we ask the question, they give us the answers instead of us elaborating on them, and we can score.
Is that about an hour and a half to do all of them? I don't think that's too bad.
No, I think
No.
that's good enough.
Now, we've been here 12 hours already, so hour and a half, not bad.
15.5, is that what I heard?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
15.5, 15.7, somewhere around there. Yeah.
Somewhere around.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Stowe. I don't mind doing that change. I also just want to get some I guess, see from whether we're gonna have, so after we do the interviews, after, we will be given prior to based on when the agenda gets published on that Thursday before the November meeting, we will have access to all the applications that were submitted then, right? I mean, am I correct in that?
I think that's the most important question, which is at what point do you provide your scores and at what point do you know what the scores are?
When do we get the application?
And do you do that evening? Or do you provide your scores and then like everybody else, you find out when the agenda comes out on Thursday what the results are?
Well, I think we should do another meeting in between that meeting and the November 3rd, 4th meeting. Have a special meeting so that just the council, we can go over those as a council.
Okay, I'm a little confused.
All right.
So,
We have the council meeting, the regular council meeting that we're going to adopt it. Then I think we should have a special council meeting to gather up all the scores and go over and then make the presentation of who we're going to have. On the
we're
next-
having a special meeting for the interviews
On the 22nd.
22nd.
on the 22nd. Then the scores on the November 3rd. So are you saying another meeting in between the 22nd and the 3rd?
I would, so we can go over the scores and agree, I don't know, and agree upon it if that's what we really want. I think we should talk about it before we present it.
It'd have to be in an open meeting, so.
Yep.
Which is, that's fine. Just so we don't run it on. I don't know. You guys.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with Councilmember Stowe in the fact that I'm not too sure what that looks like because, looking, so I don't know how many applicants we have in total, but I know it's a handful. So, if we really wanted to dive into, before we make a decision after the interviews, if we want to dive into those applications, some of those applications are, averaging 100 and probably because, the limit is 205, then, that's what we're looking at for each one. So we really want to go into details before we make a decision on the November 3rd meeting. We each want to do our due diligence to review those things. Then I think we may need some time, but just, more than just 3 days, 72 hours before the third, the agenda is published before the November 3rd, unless we all feel that gives us enough time to review what we want to review before we make a decision on November 3rd. I don't know.
I'm
But I
not,
recommend that you do the 3rd and the 17th.
Let's go 3rd and the 17th.
So you do the interviews on the 22nd, and then on the 3rd is when you have, if you, because that gives you time then between the 22nd and the 3rd to actually review proposals and have, therefore, you know, you'll have, instead of trying to squish in a meeting the following week.
okay.
So then you would, and then you could have, and then the 17th is your second meeting in November, and you could then make the decision then. You could shoot for making a decision.
Yeah, I can make an extra $40, 3rd and 17th.
So I'm still not
regular
clear,
meetings, it's
when will we receive the applications to review? I'm assuming, just like when we do an interview for a candidate, I'm going to have those applications to review so that when they're standing in front of me, I'm going to be able to be going through those
This
applications.
is the tricky thing. When you guys see them, then they become available to the public. So we can, I guess a lot of times we wait to do that until the very end to have the full information. But you guys decide that. So if you want the proposals
You know,
available.
I'm just going to have somebody speaking in front of me with a one-page
Right.
presentation, and I'm not going to have something to validate that.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
guess.
you guys, you can definitely, I mean, if you want the proposals, we can do that.
I would like to have those applications to review prior to the 22nd, when you do the agenda.
And that's what we can do on the 3rd, I would think. I'm not sure. You know, that was my,
I think Virginia wants them prior to the interviews.
oh, okay.
So
I know that
you would
we
get
had-
you'd get the proposals, you would not get the rankings or anything yet, because that's what
That's-
that's
yeah.
the blind part, right?
Yeah,
So-
we don't want the brains. I just want to,
So you would just want the proposals.
yes.
Yeah,
We can do that. I mean, it's
Oh, it's
your guys' process.
It's your process.
otherwise
I-
I'm flying
well-
blind.
Well, again.
It's too blind.
I'm blind as it is.
You want the proposals so that when you interview the candidate, you'll know what it is when you ask the question, and then you'll go on to the next one, and then, I understand.
I understand that the questions will be developed by the subcommittee, and that we really can't ask any questions that are not outside of
Related,
that,
right.
unless we ask that same question
So,
to
you know,
everyone.
that's not, that is, again, also, you guys have flexibility there. So I think
Okay.
you at least want to, what we would recommend is that you at least start with the questions being uniform or from a select list or something, you know, that you wanted to use. But if there's something like a natural follow-up question, given the answer, I don't think that that's necessarily, I mean, it is, the process, I think, is still fair, you know,
Okay.
even with that occurring, so.
So if I look at something in the application, I could ask for them to
Right.
clarify that.
Right,
Okay,
yeah.
then I want the application.
Okay, let's have the applications before us.
Just remember, you've given yourselves 5 minutes for questions.
Yes. Remember that, okay?
I think we need to stay at 10. 5 is awfully.
Well, I can go back. I can rescind that and go back to 10 if that's what you want.
15:10.
And do,
It'll
and do
add a
10.
half an hour onto the meeting. That's all.
Okay.
No, I mean, we can go back and do 10:10.
15:10's good.
We're saying 15:10, okay?
So, yeah, so
15:10.
you'd also be confirming the scoring that John explained. You'd be confirming the time frame,
105.
the adjusted time frame. So 10:22, 11:03, and 11:17.
So the 22nd is for interviews.
Yes.
The 3rd is for
deliberations.
deliberation to discussion, and the 17th
Is for
review
final,
of the
final
Right.
decision.
final. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I'm okay with that.
Let me see if there's anything else that we need to mention in here. I mean, I think what we're asking is really that everything else in this staff report that was discussed be confirmed as part of the recommendations.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
it was Milt's, it was council
Motion.
members Stowe's motion.
Yes, it was.
And I have one more request, that you guys remind me of this, because I know the chemo will kick in by then, of what we're doing.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, we have a second. No further discussion. Let's call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola,
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. We will move on to the next item.
Before we move on, and before I forget, I did want to clarify that Mr. Shelton mentioned to me after the item, he wanted to make sure that the council understood that he was withdrawing his appeal, not withdrawing his application for his actual application. So he wanted to make sure that was on the record. So just wanted to state it on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, next item in order is request for street closure by Parenting Network COVID-19
So-
relief drive.
Mayor, can we, because really it's been resolved per the meeting that we had, that they're moving it to the community center over on Putnam, which satisfied us.
Well, it sounded like they didn't need a street closure. What we may want to suggest is whatever their new, similar, I think we have, and there was referenced earlier, Galaxy Theaters is doing a drive-through Halloween type of trunk or treat kind of thing, which this sounds a lot like, but it's a COVID relief, which we may want to, I know it's impinging on time of the ad hoc committee, but maybe we look at what their new idea is and see if there's
You would
if
want
there's
to
any
look to see
concerns.
what their new idea.
But
and I
it
think
wouldn't need council action because it doesn't have a street
Right.
closure. I'm assuming it doesn't have a street closure attached to it.
He didn't sound like
It didn't,
he just said they were changing it there, and they wouldn't need to have street closure there.
not over there.
Yeah, it's wide enough, or long enough for them to set up and do the things they need, so. So
That
do we
was
need
easy.
to address this item or
No,
re-
you
No.
don't.
or resubmit to the ad hoc committee?
Well, we'll reach out to them and say, we'd like to see what your new,
Okay.
Okay,
Your new
thank you very
setup
much. We'll move on to the next item.
well, similarly, I thought we were going to be talking tonight about a requested street
I
closure
was
on Main
really
Street for virtual
hoping-
veterans. I'm not real sure what.
Yeah.
I was really hoping we would have that discussion and. we would have-
Well, and I'm not sure whether it was the weight or whether it was the foreshadowing from my comments on the other thing that kind of did that. So I still think it's fair that I think it's fair to come up with at least an option that if he chooses to take it or not. I know it's coming up pretty quickly, but, I know there's some stuff to read here, but really, this parade's happened since World War I, before it was Veterans Day, it was Armistice Day, and there was even a road race that happened here, so we know the times have changed. And I know there was some consideration, but I think even just to make it something that could happen, and to broaden it to the point, and these are just my considerations, and I can formulate it into a motion right now if it saves time, but I move that we close from the alley to Division, and then and it's for a brief time, and close from Harrison to Putnam to allow a large perimeter where there's spectators. We'll probably see none of it, so it won't encourage spectators, and that we allow them to conduct this virtual parade with no more clusters than 10 people and a space of between 40 and 60 feet between those clusters so that they can conduct it in motion, and that abides by some of the same considerations as the Halloween trunk or treat. And I think that, unless there's any objection, I think that would satisfy what their intention is, and it would also give a perimeter to discourage onlookers during that time.
I'll second it for discussion.
We have a motion and we have a second, open for discussion.
So are you saying from Division to Harris? Is that what you said?
To the alley, so from Division in the west to the alley in the east, and then in order to keep the traffic flow safe, from Putnam to Harrison, which is, I believe, 1 block further than they'll
Oh,
actually
okay, I
need.
see.
but it's a short time frame. So I'm thinking that would stop people from being able to come into that perimeter. I know we'll probably have people want to, but at least they're not getting close enough to impede the videography or the parade, and it's a short time.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually more space than they required, and I think that it'll help them, so.
And I don't know how many businesses it would interfere with, especially with some being closed and at that time, but I think any would support this effort to do that.
It's from 9 to 10. Yeah.
Okay.
And we have these great safety street barricades that we can get some exercise in implementing if need be.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, because this is something that is doable, and the reach out to make it happen. Okay. No further discussion. We have a motion and we have a second. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. It passes unanimous, 5-0. We will now go on to the other item.
Yeah, well, so the final regular schedule item was kind of the COVID, and I'll try to be brief so we don't go too much into the morning. But a couple important things. I first wanted to draw attention to the council, and your direction will be helpful this evening. Last week, the state provided a means to open public playgrounds with certain guidances and limitations and precautions, with notices in English and Spanish to be noticed around playgrounds, wanting families to use equipment one family at a time for no more than half an hour, and then washing their hands both before and after use of the equipment and things of that nature. I know that some cities are showing great concern about that, so some direction from the council would be helpful this evening in that regard. In terms of other elements, Navigation Center, and I provided an update, and thank you to the mayor for kind of providing the opening to that, but just would say that we are, and this is a change from the staff report, Jody Ketch's side, as it's getting closer now to when overnight stay will be there, they have had some positive cases in other emergency shelters. So they are recommending not at half capacity, but at 2/3, so 10 per. So instead of a capacity of 30, doing at 20 initially, especially as it first rolls out, and then just there hasn't been huge outbreaks in that, but they have had some experiences in Fresno, and so they are recommending that actually it's not half capacity, but it'd be 2/3. I did want to just talk, because this is a piece, and everyone's trying to understand what's kind of going on with this right now, and I don't know everything, but I do have just a quick slide I wanted to show you about, and it's in the county's presentation to the board today, dealing with these new things called health equity metrics, given the Healthy Places Index, and it's something that, but I wanted to give you an example of what it looks like and the 19 lowest tracks. So it's within that, Fernando. It's probably about page 8 within that. Keep going. I'll just want to show it real quick. That one right there. So this gives you a sense. So these are the 20. So all of the tracks. Well, they call them census tracts, but it doesn't actually follow the census tracts. Census tracts in the lowest 25% of the Healthy Places Index. These are the 19, and the ones that they are concerned about is the ones at the top because they exceed the county's average. the good news is that the average of all of this together is still within the county's overall metrics, but this is when you hear about the sub-metrics that everybody's concerned about. You can see what the county is now concerned about is that Early Mart has a 15.6% positive rate right now. Cutler has a 14.5, Orosi. So this is this is the concern right here is that, and so when you look at, in Porterville, you've got East Porterville at 5.3, you have Central Porterville at 2.7, South Porterville is at 0.9. So this really tells you, so that out of that bottom quartile, those 19, this is out of the 78 that they're tracking, it's those 6 right now that they're concerned about, and how those affect. So this has a lot to bear on the tiers. So as of data today, Tulare County, I didn't hear any announcements of this, so I don't think we met the metrics today, because every Tuesday the state makes a decision about do you get to move. Tulare County's cases per 100,000 still wasn't down, it's still too high. In fact, they're seeing an incline now of positive cases. So we met the metrics for positivity, we didn't meet the metrics for cases per 100,000 to move to the red tier. So, and now there's this additional layer that's put on that said, these are the ones we need to watch, because if these 19 become more, as an average, become more than the county's average, that even though you met the metric, you may not be able to still move, because you can, I guess that says you only get to move as fast as this. That's really now the metric to watch, is this right here. And making sure that the county is moving at the same pace as these 19.
So the counties, based on the meeting this morning, I listened, it said 11.5 per 100. So 11.5 meaning that we're up there where? In that shaded area?
That's what the counties.
The county?
But there's an adjustment.
Oh, okay.
So that's why you see it highlighted. Those are the ones that they're really concerned about. Is Early Mart, Cutler, Orosi, South,
So are we
South
doing,
Central Dinuba, South Central Tulare, and Southwest Tulare.
so are we doing better at 2.7 than Visalia, Central Visalia?
Well, this gives you what those, I think lots of people are telling you the meeting should be over. This is what the tests are telling you. So this is the state's data tracking back to the cases and where the locations are of them. Now there's 78 total districts. This is the bottom 19. So these are West Central Visalia, South Porterville, and then you can see what the 2010 population was. But again, here's what I want to say. These are the census tracts. They don't align perfectly with but it's pretty darn close, and that's why, for convenience sake, this is what they're using.
In the meeting,
I just wanted to point that out.
the meeting, they also said that they're going to concentrate testing in those areas, and
Well, they have to increase testing so they get the
So that
percent
they
of
can get-
positives down.
and my thought is they should have been doing that even sooner. They should have been doing that months ago, is going in and doing that testing, and now they're doing the rapid testing in Visalia, so.
And I
they
think that's
get a-
coming to all the hospitals now.
Yeah, so it's a lot faster.
Virginia, did the supervisors say they were gonna do anything? Was it this morning? Was there a meeting? Excuse me, I got the hiccups.
No, I was thinking that had they addressed these sooner, because the way I look at it is, if you have areas that are more disadvantaged, these are areas that were disadvantaged, all the areas in the county should have been educated, should have been on COVID. There should have been more contact, there should have been testing in those areas. Maybe we wouldn't be in the position we are today.
I will tell you, they're moving the testing facility. It may be already moved from the Agri Center in Tulare to the fairgrounds to try to better
Yeah.
make testing available because of this metric. They're also, in addressing the council members' questions, they're looking at doing mobile pop-ups.
Yeah.
In fact, Mr. Ridenour and I were having a conversation. They want to do one, well, where they proposed to do it didn't make any sense to me because there's already a testing facility there, which was Family Healthcare Network's site. They're like, this is a great idea. No, that's not a great idea. So we are working with them on doing a mobile site in the Porterville area, in a parking lot. That's what they're looking to do. It'd be a single day, correct? It was a single day. Yeah, so what they're trying to do is look at this list here and just try to make sure that they enhance the testing in all of these to make sure, this is really the strategy, make sure there's testing that's there so that that testing positivity number goes down.
What I
And
did,
anyone can drive through without a appointment?
I'm not certain. Did you hear? I
I just know their turnout has been really low, so they're looking to find ways to have people have easier access, because they've gone to some of the smaller and unincorporated areas, and for example, one of the pop-ups, they had one person come the entire time.
I did
And
hear
so-
that.
Well, I can probably tell you why, because they're requesting people that have appointments, and those people aren't gonna make appointments, but they will go if it's available to them, and they can just drive in and get a test.
you're right.
So just speaking of testing, the veterans site will continue to be in operation through this month. The veterans are agreeable to it going through the rest of the calendar year. The state is still doing an RFP, I guess I would say, we think that it's going to continue to be OptumServe, and therefore it would stay at, if it goes to the competitor, they do a little bit different. They do mobile sites, they move around. They don't go to a stationary site, so I should have more information about that at your next meeting. But I wanted to show you this because this is what is now driving, this is the tail wagging the dog now, which is these 19 census tracts, because you can only move as fast as those will allow you. You're now beginning to see school waivers being approved. It's a two-step process between the county and the state. So St. Anne's is open, Hope Elementary School opened last week. Rockford is right now, I'm sorry, so Pleasant View has already received their county approval and is on the state, and Rockford's now working on their county approval right now, according to their website today. So you're starting to begin to see schools pursuing the waivers. Question was raised, and I thought I'll be sure to report on this every time I do this. Is there continues to be active enforcement on the face coverings, the council's face covering ordinance, code enforcement. So the way we've divided the labor, so to speak, on this is business-oriented things are handled by the fire department through code enforcement, and individual enforcement actions are handled by the police department. There's been 4 documented incidents is what I would call them, notices of violation associated with businesses through the fire department, and there's been 18 documented individual, now that doesn't count officer-initiated, here's a mask, put it on kinds of things. The documented ones is when that circumstances dictated that, notice of violation. So no fines. But again, it's still in an education phase, and so in fact, the Chief Crodel indicated the police department will try to provide more, better tracking of what even that, hey, here's a mask, and they put, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot mine kind of stuff, kinds of things. So, so that you have a better picture of what that education process looks like. So with that, recommendation would be to make the finding of continued declaration of resolution of local emergency. The council's direction with regards to public playgrounds would be very helpful. What we do also need to keep in mind is that if we do open, that we need to have, really Fallen Heroes needs to follow along with that because it is an ADA compliant playground. So if we do I mean, Follow Hero, if we do open playgrounds, Fallen Heroes needs to be part of that. Or maybe that's the only one, or whatever council's direction is. But I did want to say, if we do open veterans, let's say, we also need to open Fallen Heroes, because it's a fully ADA compatible park. And we've had litigation against the city in this regard in the past.
Well, I recommend we still keep the parks closed. I mean, I don't think we're far left, and we're still trying to make numbers, and as I said, you know, kids carry a lot of bugs, and they're gonna get close to each other. They're gonna hug, and they're gonna do everything. They're gonna take it home to grandma and grandpa. So I don't think we need to open it yet. We're not near close enough to be opening public places in the city for that. My thoughts on that.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay.
Well, I didn't motion, I just made a suggestion.
Well, no. Was there something on libraries? On the library? Nothing? Okay.
All right.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. So,
Mayor?
yes, please.
I just had a quick question. In regards to Halloween coming up, is there any recommendations or you know, are we gonna be letting folks know not to participate, or how are we gonna go about that? I'm just curious to know. We had put some thought into that.
So a couple of things. There is, the county has asked for, and I think I reported this at your last meeting, has asked for county-wide messaging to dissuade folks from going house to house trick or treating and it actually just came out, what the county is asking for there to be common messaging between the county and the cities in that regard. They also would wish us to be focusing on drive-through as an alternative, drive-through events. Galaxy Theaters is planning one, which has already gone through the ad hoc committee, and I would say has its approval. It has a temporary use permit. Temporary use permit that's been issued. So there is an event that's being planned for Halloween that would be a large scale, I would say, for the community.
Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor
So-
Chapman.
Drive-throughs are still okay.
I would say done with lots of precautions, yeah.
Okay, good, because I'm giving my granddaughter a drive-through birthday party Saturday. I'm gonna make sure I was violating it.
As far as the playgrounds, I'm okay with not opening them until we can determine what an accurate plan was, maybe do an assessment of whether it is veterans, which logically seems as the first thought, but maybe looking a little more into it, and as well as considering what happens at Fallen Heroes and how we would limit the park course and exercise area as being closed, because I don't believe that falls into the playground area as well, and just looking at that plan until approving it once we get the logistics down.
You know, but I just gave my thoughts, but Donnie's on, and maybe he has something planned that's gonna be, you know, super and keep us safe, and we probably should hear from him before we make any kind of a permanent solution.
He's waited this long, maybe we just let him.
Yeah, he could have been sleeping if we don't let him say something.
Well, a lot of what came out really puts it on the parents. I mean, we'd be putting a lot of signage up, but a lot of it is going to be, you know, reliant on them as well to help us, you know, police what's supposed to. We can put the signs up. We can put the, you know, the maximum capacity and put the 6 feet markers down and all that, but it's going to take a group effort to make it go for sure.
Okay, in that case, I say we don't open them, because I know that most of the parents, I mean, you know, there's a lot of parents that will, but the majority of them, I don't think will even do that.
Was Visalia opening their parks or any of the other cities?
So we talked about this as city managers. You know, what was reported to me is that Visalia and Tulare were not. Farmersville and Exeter were. those were the only managers that kind of said, as we talk through this, and I would say it kind of fell this way. It felt, well, the kids need to have access to that, and the responsibility is going to be on the parent, or, yeah, we've seen how that works, and they, it's hard enough keeping them out with it closed, and they don't use it properly. So Visalia and Tulare reported they were not reopening theirs. Farmersville and Exeter said that they were.
Okay. So we had the motion, we had the second.
They're currently closed, aren't they? Then you don't really need to make a
We don't have motions or second.
Well, I'll make a motion that we don't open the parks.
Okay.
You already made the
Playground.
motion.
Playgrounds, not parks, playgrounds.
That was to.
Yeah. But he had already made the motion, I seconded, yeah.
Oh, he said he was just making a suggestion.
Oh,
That was a suggestion, but I just made the motion.
I did catch that.
All right.
second still stands.
Okay, no further discussion? And that includes that we continue the, okay. All right. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gorilla?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous 5-0. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your final scheduled matter and item of the evening was item number 12 from the consent calendar, which was City Council member requested agenda item to discuss for the formation of a portable homeless committee. Item was pulled to request of Vice Mayor Reyes. Happy to answer any questions, provide a staff report.
So the reason I pulled it is that conceptually, I don't have any objection to looking into the formation of the committee, although I do have a concern about the timeline that's set forth with the item. I know that just tonight, we've had a report on the progress of our navigation center with even an update beyond what the progress report was. And so with information and the facts changing at such a quick pace and in a positive direction, I feel that it may be premature to add this committee at that point, which would be on the 20th, or at least discuss the formation of it. And as an addition to that, I know with the election coming up and having a new council seated, whether they're returning or whether they're new to council, I think it's unfair to saddle anyone with a decision made this close to the election and the seating of the council that will be in effect for at least 2 years with something that happens before then. So those are my concerns, and that's why I pulled it for discussion. Again, the contents, I don't have an objection to, it's just the timing.
Was it just going to be made of council members or citizens as well?
No, so I would just like to, I appreciate Vice Mayor's comments. I believe that there is already conversations around the formation of a committee made out of the Portable Connect and the Keens Tulare homeless folks. And so with knowing that there is already, thoughts of forming a new committee, homeless committee called Portable Link around the navigation center, I guess for me, moving forward is not discussing the formation of a portable homeless committee, but now making an amendment to consider in the future making sure that we can maybe have a portable city council member representative be part of the new Portable Link homeless committee, which is being formed. So I guess I'm not moving forward with us forming it, but there is already the formation of it happening. I would like a member of council and an alternate to be part of that so that we can have an active member of council participating in those discussions within that committee being formed.
Okay. All right, well, why don't we put it on the 20th meeting, and that way we can discuss a little further, because if a council member wants something on the agenda and we think it's And I think this is legit. I recommend, I'll make a motion, we put it on the agenda.
So, and just to get, to clarify, what we would be putting on the agenda and, Vice Mayor and just to, and your comment would be to, it wouldn't be to form a committee any longer. It would be an amendment to just have a discussion about the new committee that's being formed already. And then and then we can provide thoughts about, I mean, for me, it would be providing, thoughts about the fact that we should have a member of council be an active member, in that committee to report back to council, along with an alternate, similar to the other committees that we have. So, it wouldn't be, we could just have a discussion and then, then based out of that discussion, we can decide whether what the timeline looks like for that, whether it's after the election, which I think I agree with that, but just an initial conversation about this new committee that's being formed, an offshoot from the Keens and Tulare Homeless Connect and Coalition.
And I think that's kind of satisfies some of my other concern too, of having a parallel committee that could work, or not necessarily against the other, but have different information and different feedback. So I'm okay with especially the 20th, we'll get more information about what the link committee looks like, and we'll be able to discuss it and maybe, as you say, add an additional member that represents the council, if not a council member. I'm okay with that. As I was just concerned it would be a parallel committee that would bring other information that, and then also possibly involve planning that didn't involve future members of council if there were some. Thank you.
I'm going to chime in because as you heard me report out, that committee is in the process, and it was reported out at the Tulare County Homeless Task Force that as soon as our welcome center is up and running, that information was going to be brought to Porterville so that participation and all the wraparound services with the other organizations that are involved. So that is a work in progress already, and more information will be brought to us. That's all I'm going to say. So, are you okay now with having it brought back for?
Yes, as long as there were no determinations that would either compromise that committee or entangle anyone else in not having a say, I think it's fine. And then, and with the information forthcoming, I think that we have to wait for it anyway.
Okay,
Well,
so,
In large part, this has already been happening. It's really just taking on more, it now has a base to operate from. You've got Project Homeless Connect that they're in active planning for, correct?
Correct, and so we've had Project Homeless Connect for many years.
Yeah,
So we've been doing this, and so what happens with Link, it's really a transition to Project Homeless Connect there was no home location. And so we had an event one day a year that brought together all these services. Now with having a navigation center as the Porterville Welcome Center, it's now transitioning to what we're calling Link. So the Project Homeless Connect committee is now going to be a Link committee, and staff has been meeting with the committee in this transition and with the COC. And so now those services are available all year long. And the Link committee, what they will do is help to organize special events like a coat and shoe giveaway, which is currently underway for a planning effort. And so help to do those things that the operator will not be able to focus their efforts on every day, because their focus every day is providing those essential services.
So we could bring more information, but what I would say is many hands make for light work, so.
correct. Okay, well, it will be brought
So
back.
the more the merrier.
Okay, so the item will be brought back. Okay.
Well, with an action.
I made a motion.
All right, we have a motion.
I'll second.
And we have a second. No further discussion. Please call for vote.
Councilmember Guerrero? Aye. Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous 5-0. Thank you very much. We will now move into oral communications.
Oh, anybody there?
Hi, Greg Shelton, 889 Wilford Drive. I want to thank the council for indulging me and letting me go on for a long time. Also appreciate the council going ahead and approving that for Mr. Dowling. I think he was just angry because he had to listen to me drone on for an hour. I can reach out to him, or you can reach out to him, and, you know, if he wants to still do it, I think it would be a kind act. With regards to, when I spoke about rescinding my application, it was the application for the appeal. And I got home, and someone called me and said, well, you pulled your application? I said, no, I just pulled my appeal. And then he said, no, that's what it sounded like. And I don't know if that's the perception you got. And former Mayor Gurrola, you said such kind words. I hope that wasn't what you were thinking too, you know? Anyway, so I'd like to be
So it's
still.
just the appeal, not the application.
Okay, see, I was worried. And I thought, oh, man, Virginia's like, oh, Greg. Anyway, regardless, I'd still like to be considered, and I'm just going to say, because you've heard me for so long, I'm not going to, you know, drone on anymore about this. You know, these people that are applying, you know, where are they? They're not here. They don't show up. They want to come in out of town and the local guys. They want to throw some money at it and get something. I'm a little skeptical of their intentions and their gestures toward Porterville. Until we got this application on here, we never even heard of these people. So that being said, let's pick somebody that's going to be best for the city, because this is one of them things that if we do this wrong and we get the wrong people, and the wrong people could be bad or just lazy, just only doing just the bare minimum because it's just gravy and everything else, and we could not get rid of them. We did this on the farming operation, and we had to hire a guy, and within 4 months we had to fire him, and we ended up costing us $250,000 to get rid of him. Something like this could cost us $3, $4, $5 million if it didn't work out the way we wanted to. And again, not working out means they just want to do the retail. You know, you try to get something where you can get some retail, some distributing, some manufacturing, even some testing. You know, but because what we're going to get here is just Porterville. If we don't get somebody aggressive who's going to try to take business from Farmersville or Tulare or even Bakersfield, we're just going to limp along, lousy couple $100,000 a year. You know what I mean? So let's get someone who wants to make this thing big, not just take the low-hanging fruit. And anyway, and so I'm going to bring down my application because I didn't realize you didn't have it. Yeah, I guess you're going to get it on the 22nd anyway. But I'm not afraid of what's in my application. I'm not afraid of anybody. I don't care if it's public. You saw my appeal. I'll tell you everything. I'll give you my tax returns. I don't care. I ain't hiding nothing. So I'm going to bring it in. I'm going to put it in everybody's mailbox. I'm going to ask to put it in everybody's mailbox. And you read it. And if you think that it is subpar or it is not worthy of consideration, that's fine. But I'm telling you, it's the one written by me about Porterville. And it's laced with things about Porterville. And hopefully I got a shot. Again, all the scoring means nothing. It's really a political decision. You know, you can pick the lowest score, but you have to pick, or you should pick, the person that's going to be the most beneficial for the city of Porterville. Thank you. I'm going home.
Thank you. Okay. Any other oral communications come in virtual? Electronically. Thank you so much. Now we'll go on to other matters. Councilmember Gurrola.
I haven't gone anywhere, I haven't done anything. I've been inside most of the time because of all the smoke, which I just want to say, you know, when I think about the smoke that I'm inhaling, I just wonder how bad it is for the firefighters. And so I just want to give them another shout out. You know, thank you so much for all the work that they do. I just wanted to bring to the attention of the council that during the board meeting, the board supervisors voted to send a resolution to the governor to provide clarity, consistency regarding COVID-19 directives to the counties and not be moving the target and stay consistent with it, which I agree. I think, you know, if this is where it's going to be, then that's where we need to move to, because all the cities, as you can see, have been trying to do that. And then it's changed, and then now it impacts our businesses. And so, and they're having a hard enough time as it is with it. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe?
I haven't done anything. Stayed at home, been in the hospital, and stayed at home. So I'm good. I'm glad you guys everyone's well. Stay safe.
Okay, Councilmember Peñalosa?
I would just have two things. The first one is, I know most of council knew Nikki Edwards in one way or another, and so just my condolences to her family, and it's sad to hear about her passing, and the second thing is, if I know that we're still allowed to go on walks, and so and I was able to participate in a small gathering of folks, less than 10 people, in the Tule River Parkway with Kathy Capone to do the native plant gardening, and I would really recommend members of council and the mayor and the vice mayor to, if you guys have the chance to check it out, the Burton Unified School District garden looks really spectacular, and I know the students did such a terrific job in that, and the youth commission as well looks really good, and they really look nice out there. So definitely, if any of you swing by there, you should definitely pass by those gardens, and they're looking really nice, and just it's a really amazing project to have. But with that, that's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I do regret showing my aggressive side by killing that mosquito in front of everyone tonight, so I just want to make sure that that's not my normal behavior. And also, as far as the air quality, I want everybody to be able to check the app for the Air District, because we've been in the 5s for multiple days, and sometimes we're in the 2s, and then it shoots up within an hour to the 5, which is the worst, most unhealthy for anybody. And I still see people playing tennis and running, and are trying to, and they're counteracting whatever benefits they're getting. I know they're trying to feel normal, but just remind everyone to look at the app or whatever air quality app you can find, and trust it, because this is some of the worst we've seen. That's all I have.
Thank you. Well, October is the month that's designated for Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and also for cancer awareness. I know that some of us participated in the virtual Relay for Life for the American Cancer Society. Who participated in that?
I did. I participated with the video in that. I forgot to mention that. Thank you.
Some of us participated with the video. All is good. And I want to just continue to say thank you for all the work that everybody does. That's all I have to say. So now I will give it to Mr. Lawless.
Yeah, just one of the members of council, when they provided their other matters, neglected to talk about their birthdays they celebrated.
Who's that?
Oh, I think it was mine, maybe?
Yeah. You had one yesterday?
No, it was September 19, but I didn't mention it. I don't know, my birthday's.
I thought yours was in October 7th or 8th. No.
Well, are you referring to me, John?
I was, yes.
Okay.
I try to make light of it, and it's been so long since we met, so.
I thought it was in October. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just then, speaking of birthdays, the finance director has one on Friday.
Oh, happy birthday.
And then the following week, the engineering and projects director has one as well. So know that we're, we usually, I bring this to light because we usually celebrate that, and sadly, we don't do that right now. And so, there's going to be a heck of a party when we can, that's for sure. We have the league conference. I know the mayor is, when does that start? how many hours from now? The virtual League of
We
California.
have
Cities.
meetings. I'm going to try to go
Yeah, I
in
know,
and,
we have.
in
we
and
have a
out of
meeting-
some of
I have
them.
a meeting in less than 8 hours already.
Yeah, that's
so,
what I was going to say. I'm going to try to get in probably on Thursday for
yeah,
most of
so,
them.
But other than that, I really don't have any other, thank you for your valuable time. I can't, and your dedication and service to the community. There aren't adequate words.
I'm looking at the smiling faces already. I didn't have to call them out. Look at, they got on voluntarily. There's Chief Lapierre, Donnie, I see Patrice now, Chief Crow. Look at that. Dominic is on there. The real Mr. Knight is on there. Look at you guys. And Javier keeps jumping around in the squares. You must be in a dark room, Javier.
He's got young kids. They're all asleep.
It's so good to see your faces and look out.
Cameron's buggy.
You guys have anything to say?
Mayor.
Look at, they're still smiling.
Mayor, I have one more thing.
Good night.
Mayor? I
Yes.
have one more.
Yes.
I just received a text from Chief Crotal, and he's invited us all to his house of waffle and eggs. So.
Oh, how wonderful. How wonderful.
A drive-through?
Is it a drive-through?
Have to pick up.
I need an RSVP because I gotta wake my wife up and tell her.
Face mask required? Look out. Mr. Wright?
Well, if we get the chance, the last one there can't come in.
Okay, look out. Mr. Ridenhour, anything you'd like to say?
Nothing today.
Okay, Ms. Phillips, anything? No? Of course, Ms. Bemis would like to say something. She was smiling a little while ago. I could tell. I could
She was
really
wondering
tell.
what, she was asking what punishment was this that she got to come to the council meeting that went till 1 in the morning.
It's been the longest council meeting you've been to in a
She
long.
thought she was doing the right thing with the budget. And then she's like, what punishment is this?
I want to thank everybody in the little squares for being such troopers with us tonight, and especially legal counsel. Look, you should see her right
With
now.
the
She
trip- with
is
the trip home, yeah.
exhausted. Okay, everybody have a good night. Meeting is adjourned. It is 12:42.
Oh, goodness.
Bye.
Goodbye.